I'm not asking for a 985. I'm not asking for a 211. At this point, I would settle for any university that has a roof on it. That's my mother, through a closed door. 6 in the morning, 4 days before the exam that decides what the rest of my life looks like in this country. The reason I didn't answer her was that I was standing in the middle of my own bedroom staring at my empty hand. 2 seconds before, that hand had a fistful of cold pills in it. I'd been coughing for 11 days. 11 days of hacking up my lungs into my sleeve while every adult in a 100-meter radius told me to drink more hot water. And I just said the thing out loud that I'd been thinking all week, the way you say things to an empty room because nobody else will listen. We can put a man in orbit. Why is there still no actual medicine for a cold? And the pills went away. Not fell, not rolled under the bed. Went away, the way a word goes away when you forget it. And a voice that was not in the room said, "Sensing the master's will, the Deconstruction and Rebuilding System is now activated. Recycled, 1 handful of ordinary anti-inflammatory tablets. Deconstruction complete, rebuilding complete. Congratulations, the owner has obtained 2 potent cold capsules." Then 2 capsules dropped into my palm. Capsules. I had put in tablets, little chalky white tablets from the pharmacy on the corner, the kind that come 16 to a strip and cure nothing. And what came back was 2 glossy blue capsules that I had never seen before in my life. That detail is the whole reason I believed it. If the pills had come back as pills, I'd have decided I was hallucinating from lack of sleep, but nobody hallucinates a change of packaging. Chenhan, the mock exam, today. Coming, Comrade SU. I swallowed 1 capsule dry, put the other in my pocket, and went out to get my bike. By the time I hit the second intersection, the cough was gone. Not better, gone. 11 days of my ribs trying to leave my body through my throat, and it just switched off somewhere between my house and the noodle shop, like someone had found the right circuit breaker. I rode the rest of the way with a very calm expression on my face and a very loud noise inside my head, because I'd already asked the obvious question. If it turns junk medicine into good medicine, what does it turn a junk car into? The system, helpfully, laid itself out for me while I pedaled. Deconstruction and rebuilding. Level 1. It takes a thing, breaks it down, and builds it back as a better version of the same category, either at my request or by its own taste. 1 use per day. That's it. That's the whole manual. No tutorial, no quest log, no cheerful assistant. Just a voice that shows up, does the impossible, and goes back to sleep. 1 use per day. Remember that number. It's going to matter later, in a bathroom, with 2 crates and a room full of old men waiting for me. I got to school, and there was already coughing in the room, from the front row, from the girl everyone in my class called the ugly girl. Her name is Tang Ruoxi. Number 1 in the entire grade, 3 years running, by a margin so wide the school stopped putting her on the same chart as everybody else. Orphan. Tall, taller than most of the guys, which in a high school classroom is treated as a personal insult. Glasses like the bottoms of 2 jars, a uniform 3 sizes too big that she wore like a tent she was hiding in. And she'd been coughing for a week and a half, same as me, except she hadn't bought medicine, because medicine costs money, and she had exactly enough money to eat twice a day if she was careful about it. The class teacher offered to send her to the infirmary. She said no. Of course she said no. The infirmary costs money too. And from the back corner, where the school had filed me along with the other things it had given up on, I heard my own voice say, "Teacher, I happen to have cough medicine." I want to be honest about my motive here because I'm going to look pretty good later in this story, and I'd rather, you know what, I actually was at the start. I did not walk up there out of the goodness of my heart. I walked up there because I had a magic pill in my pocket and 1 data point, and 1 data point is nothing. I needed to see it work on somebody who wasn't me. I was going up there to test a drug on the number 1 student in my grade like she was a lab mouse. So I get to her desk and I hold it out, and she shakes her head without looking up. And when she shakes her head, her hair swings off her face and her glasses are already off, sitting on the desk beside her notes. And I got a look at what was underneath. Skin like the inside of a porcelain cup. A face that did not belong in a public high school in a provincial city. It belonged on a scroll in a museum with a rope in front of it. Holy crap. This is the ugly girl? Is every guy in my class blind? Are they blind, or am I the only one in the building who's ever bothered to look at her for longer than half a second before deciding what she was? Nobody had ever looked. That's all it was. She was tall, and she was poor, and she wore glasses, and 18-year-olds are not famous for their patience, so the whole grade had taken 1 glance 3 years ago and filed her, and then stopped seeing her entirely. The same way they'd filed me. The teacher told her to take the medicine. She took it. She washed it down from a water bottle with the paint flaking off it, and her throat cleared in about 4 seconds, and I watched her eyes go wide, and I watched her decide the only thing she could decide, that it must have been very expensive medicine. That's when the last of my doubt died. It works. It works on other people. It works fast. Behind me, our class teacher. Everyone called her Master Me after the meanest master in the martial arts novels, and she never once objected to the nickname, was watching this and quietly praying to whatever she prays to that this brilliant girl never in her life ended up with that scoundrel Chen Han. Noted, teacher. Noted and remembered. Then I sat down and looked at my mock exam paper. Blank. Every question. All of it. And I thought a thing I had never thought in 18 years, which was, no, actually, I want to go to university too. I want to go to the same one she does. 4 days. The exam was in 4 days. The nearest thing I had to a study habit was sleeping through advanced math with my head on a folded jacket. I turned in the blank paper. 0. Whole paper. The teacher didn't even sigh. She'd stopped sighing about me sometime the previous winter. And then, at the end of the period, Tang Ruoxi came to my desk. Head down, ears bright red. She put something on the desk in front of me and got out of there before I could open my mouth. It was her English notebook, the thick one. 3 years of that girl's handwriting, which if you've never seen a top student's notes, I should explain is not handwriting, it's architecture. Thank you for the cold medicine. I saw you didn't do well on the exam, so, here. The boys around me made the face. You know the face. Zhou Jiahao, my best friend since we were 4, leaned across the aisle with genuine concern in his eyes. Boss, what kind of insane move is that? Great question, Jiahao. Ask me again in 11 months, when you're an executive vice president with 4 job titles and I'm about to feed you a pill that permanently rewires your brain inside a piece of cafeteria gum. That afternoon, I went to the pharmacy and bought 1 box of brain tonic pills, 100 yuan. The clerk tried very hard to sell me the 6-box course because that's what you buy if you actually believe in brain tonic pills. And I said no thanks, 1 is plenty, because I did not believe in them at all. That was the point. I wanted the cheapest, most useless health supplement in the store. Then I sat in my room and waited until midnight because 1 use per day and I'd spent today's on the cold. 0 hours. The system has recovered 7 health supplements. Deconstruction in progress. System molecules replenished. Rebuilding complete. The owner has obtained 1 super brain boosting pill, and there it was in my palm. 1 small blue thing the size of a bean. I want you to note the color because I'm going to be looking at that exact same little blue pill for the next year under increasingly ridiculous circumstances, and at no point will the system ever explain itself. I swallowed it dry. I waited. Nobody. I waited some more. Still nothing. Not a tingle, not a warmth, not 1 single special effect. System, I trusted you so much. Please be patient, master. The brain boosting pill is waiting for you to enter a dormant state in order to optimize your brain. Oh, it needs me to sleep. Sure, absolutely. Let me just casually fall asleep on command. 4 days before the national exam, having taken an unlicensed blue pill from a voice in my head, I was out in 90 seconds. I woke up the next morning and something in the room was wrong, and it took me a while to work out that the wrongness was me. Everything was too clear. Like somebody had been running my head at a low resolution my whole life and had finally turned the setting up. I got to class and I opened the math textbook, the brand new one, the one I had never opened, because opening it had never once produced a result, and I read the first page and heard myself say out loud in a completely silent classroom, "Holy crap, is this even possible?" 40 people turned around, because it wasn't just that I could read it, it was that I could read all of it. Advanced math that had been noise to me on Monday was now the most obvious thing in the world, and worse, better. I could suddenly go back and hear lessons I had physically sat through since elementary school without absorbing 1 word. 6 years of teachers talking at the back of my head, and it was all still in there, filed, waiting, and somebody had just handed me the key to the filing cabinet. 10 seconds a page. That's what I clocked. 10 seconds, and it stays. I borrowed Tang Ruoxi's math notes, finished the whole notebook before the bell, gave it back and asked for the rest of them, all of them, every subject, and then I said, page 18. You dropped a sign in the vertex form of the quadratic. Page 31, you marked A as greater than 0 and then wrote a less than sign. She went and checked. Twice. Both true. Her desk mate, Fang Yue, said the sentence that I think summarizes the entire situation better than anything I could write. Wait, are you sure he found a mistake in your notes? The last kid in the class, correcting the first kid in the grade. Yeah, it was a strange week for everybody. Then Master Mei walked in with a stack of test papers, and the first thing she heard was pages turning at a speed that no student in her 30-year career had ever turned pages, and she told me to come hand out the papers. I didn't hear her. I was busy. She slammed the stack down. Chen Han, stand up. I stood up. And here's where I made my mistake, because she then switched to English. That was her signal. Everyone knew it. English meant your parents were about to get a phone call, and I answered her. In English, fluently. Holding up a chemistry textbook because I hadn't stopped reading it. You could hear the whole class recalibrating. This guy, this specific guy. the one who's been in the bottom 3 since the day he arrived. She fired back a full sentence at native speed, fast enough that even Tang Ruoxi only caught a few words of it. I said, "Teacher, there's a grammatical error in your sentence." She said, "Don't you dare try to fool me, I'll say it however I want." And then she stopped because she had heard the rest of it. "Wait, you just talked back to me. In English." Behind me, Zhou Jiahao made a small strangled sound. He'd been there in the 7th grade when I stood on a desk and swore a solemn oath that I was Chinese and would not be learning the bird language. "Holy crap," he said quietly, to nobody. The clown was me the whole time. Master Mei threw my blank paper back at me. "Redo it. Now." I could have gone to my seat. My seat was 15 steps away. Instead, I reached over and took the pen out of Tang Ruoxi's hand without asking, leaned over the corner of her desk, and started writing there. She sat very still and watched me chew the cap of her pen while I did it. I want the record to show she never asked for it back. 5 minutes. Whole paper. Every answer right. The English essay was good enough that Master Mei made Tang Ruoxi copy it onto the blackboard as a model. I handed the pen back, cap out of my mouth. She took it with 2 fingers. Then I got summoned to the office where the chemistry teacher was waiting for me. Teacher Shu Tao. Male, despite the name. About 1.5 meters of him, tiny round glasses, and a stomach full of bad ideas. This is a man who once gave me 40 points on a chemistry exam and wrote the number in red so large it needed its own postal code. He'd heard about the English thing and decided it was a trick. "Fine. If you can memorize this periodic table in 10 minutes, you can do whatever you like in my class." 10 minutes is a lot of minutes. I pointed out that we only had self-study left before the exam anyway, so his class was mostly theoretical at this point. He got annoyed and shortened it himself. 5. Teacher, I want you to know, in front of everyone, that you did that to yourself. Stakes. If I lost, I copied out the entire chemistry textbook by hand. If I won, then you sing Conquer for me in front of the whole class. I picked up the periodic table. I looked at it. I put it back on his desk. Total elapsed time, maybe 4 seconds. He gave me the sneer of a man who has just watched a teenager overestimate himself in public and is planning to enjoy it. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. I did all 118. In order, not one word wrong. He sat there with his mouth slightly open, then stood up, announced that I must have memorized it beforehand, and walked out. "Teacher Shu," I said to his back, "would you like me to print out the lyrics for you?" He hit the doorframe with his shoulder on the way through. Master Mei wasn't having any of it either, so she tested me herself. Her own book. Random page, her choice, 5 minutes. Then she read it back and went quiet, and I watched her face do something complicated, and I realized, this was the part I hadn't planned for, that she was angry, not at the trick, at the waste. 3 years of this kid sitting in her back row with a brain like that in his skull and using it exclusively to sleep, so she took revenge the way teachers do. She went and got a stack of books and lesson plans roughly the height of my sternum, put it in my arms, and told me that if I didn't get into Tsinghua, she would personally arrange for me to repeat the year. Next chemistry period, Teacher Shu walked in, did not look at me once, opened his mouth. "Just like that, you conquered me," he sang the whole chorus, to the class. A man of his height and dignity. It remains one of the top 5 moments of my life, and I have since owned a flying suit of armor. That evening, my class teacher phoned my mother, and my mother pinched her own cheek hard enough to leave a mark, on the theory that this was a dream and she should check. One day, half the high school curriculum. And then I got home and saw the small cardboard box on the coffee table, and everything I've told you so far stops being the story, and the actual story starts. My dad collects antique porcelain. Sort of. He can't afford antiques, obviously. He makes 5,000 a month at a state factory, and my mother knows what every yuan of it is doing. So what he collects is shards, broken pieces. 3 yuan, 5 yuan, a fragment off a blanket at the market, and he brings them home and turns them over under the lamp like a man reading somebody else's letters. I looked at that box and had exactly one thought. Holy crap, that's money. Here's the thing that made it work, and I only understood the importance of it later. That box happened to be all from one period. If it had been a mixed bag, a bit of Qing, a bit of Republic, a bit of nothing, the system might not have found enough of the same material to build anything with. Father's obsessive sorting, the thing my mother had been calling a waste of a grown man's evenings for a decade, was the only reason any of the next year happened. Today's use was spent, midnight again, so I hid the box in my room and to cover the smell of guilt, cooked 4 dishes and a soup. My parents came home and looked at the table, and then at me, the way you look at a stranger who has your son's face. My mother pinched my cheek. "You brat. Do you really have a photographic memory?" And I made my second mistake of the week, which was going smug. "I'm not going to pretend anymore. Your son really does have a photographic memory. Aren't you proud?" "Go on. Cheer for me. She took off her slipper. I'm telling you to come clean. Smack. I'll teach you to have a photographic memory. Comrade S.U. Xiaowei, there are no human rights in this household. I got behind my father, which historically is a safe position and which, I would learn in about 48 hours, is not. She announced she was going to the school in the morning to arrange for me to repeat a year. So I proved it. 2 past national exam papers on the kitchen table in front of both of them. My mother cried. My father drank 2 extra glasses, which is his entire emotional range, and being pleasantly drunk, he never once noticed that his precious box of porcelain shards had left the living room. I lay down with the box next to my pillow like a kid with a stuffed animal and waited for midnight. 0 hours. System. Break down these fragments. Rebuild them into a complete antique. Deconstruction complete. Rebuilding complete. The owner has obtained a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain peony patterned stem cup, and there it was in my hands, about 10 centimeters. A little bowl on a stem, like somebody's idea of a wine glass 600 years before wine glasses. My honest first reaction, and I stand by it. That's ugly. Then I got on the family computer, because my phone had been confiscated for exam season, and I searched it. A comparable stem cup, Shanghai auction, 2,710,000 yuan. My father earns 5,000 a month. That's 30 years of his life, if he never eats. I wrapped it in toilet paper and packing tape until it looked like a rice dumpling, and I went to sleep with it under my arm. In the morning, there was a car horn going off outside our building, the specific way a car horn goes off when the point of the horn is not traffic. Black Porsche Cayenne, about 20 years old. Out of it climbed He Bin, our neighbor, husband of my mother's colleague Wu Fang, freshly promoted to general manager of something and determined that the entire courtyard should know. Chen Han, thought about where you'll work after the exam? Most places give an intern 1,500. I could get you 18. Then he told the neighbor on the other side that the Cayenne had cost him 50-something. Old Xiao from the 3rd floor, whose son sells used cars for a living, said nothing at all until He Bin had gone inside and then said, to no one in particular, that his boy has more than 50 of those on the lot, year 2000, and they go for about 1,000. 1,000, not 50,000, 1,000. I filed that away and went to school. By lunchtime, I'd finished every book Master Mi had stacked in my arms, half a day ahead of schedule, and had arrived at a conclusion that I said out loud to the empty classroom, there is no longer a high school subject that I do not know. Then I skipped lunch with Zhou Jiahao and went and sat down opposite Tang Ruoxi, who was eating what she ate every single day, 2 plain steamed buns and pickled vegetables out of a lunchbox. I reached over and took one of the buns and ate it. The entire cafeteria stopped. I could feel the rumor forming, achieving structure, and leaving the building. The best-looking boy in 3rd High just stole a bun from the ugliest girl in 3rd High. She held on to her remaining half a bun with both hands and said in a very small voice, "No, I haven't eaten enough yet." I reached out again and she flinched, and I took a crumb off her lip. She went the color of the inside of a peach. Zhou Jiahao, 3 tables away, said a word I won't repeat. Here is why I did it. 2 weeks earlier, that girl had passed out in PE, not from heat, from not eating. The class collected money for her, and she refused it, all of it, and went back to 2 buns a day like nothing had happened, because she would rather faint in front of 40 people than be somebody's charity for 10 minutes. You can't hand a person like that a meal, but you can take her lunchbox hostage. If you don't come and eat with me, I said, holding it up out of reach, I'll buy every dish in the cafeteria and put it in front of you. That's the only lever that works on the truly frugal. Threaten them with waste. She came. And I spent the whole meal moving meat onto her plate 1 piece at a time, explaining that this dish was terrible today, and this one was too salty, and I really couldn't finish this, and she could have it if she wanted, and she ate all of it while pretending she hadn't noticed what I was doing, and I pretended I hadn't noticed her pretending. Then I got on my bike and rode to the antique market humming. I walked past the street blankets and the plastic stools and went straight into the biggest shop on the street, the one lit up like a jewelry counter, with a saleswoman in a cheongsam who looked at my school uniform and calculated correctly that I was going to be a problem, and the general manager of the shop came out of the back. It was He Bin. Of course it was He Bin. Freshly promoted general manager, remember, this is the promotion. He took one look at the toilet paper dumpling in my hands and started teaching, loudly, to the whole shop. Don't tell me, it's those broken shards your father buys. I unwrapped it. He laughed. He actually laughed, and then he did something very generous, which was to explain to the crowd exactly what he thought he was looking at. Brand new. Not even artificially aged. It's a modern knockoff of a Yuan chrysanthemum patterned stem cup with the pattern swapped for peony. There's a real one, you know. It went for 2.71 million in Shanghai. He quoted the number himself, in front of everybody. Nobody made him do that. Fine, I said. If it's genuine, you eat your Cayenne. If it's fake, I'll smash it and eat it myself. And he improved my offer, which was the single most expensive thing he ever did. If it's real, he said, I will smash the cayenne in front of all of you. And if it's fake, you come and work in this shop for free. 1 week. 1 week. The exam was in 3 days. He wasn't betting on porcelain. He was betting on a week of my life that happened to contain the only thing in it that mattered. He knew exactly what week it was. Everybody's kid in that city knew what week it was. Deal. They called for the appraiser. Old Zhao, different old Zhao, came through in a tang suit and took a pair of white cotton gloves out of his own pocket and a magnifying glass the size of a bottle cap. And the first thing he said in the room was, porcelain does not stay in your hands. Put it on the table, he frowned. He started celebrating behind his own teeth. I watched him do it. 10 minutes. Old Zhao did not say one word for 10 minutes. Then, a miracle. I never imagined yuan blue and white in this condition still existed in private hands. This is a national treasure. And the chairman of the shop walked in. Boss Guo. Gold-rimmed glasses. Quiet voice. The kind of rich you don't hear coming. He Bin, who had about 2 seconds to think and used none of them, said, That's impossible. How could the Chen family own something like that? Which, if you follow the grammar, is a statement about Old Zhao's competence. Old Zhao did not raise his voice. He didn't need to. There's no need to apologize to me. Use the time to learn some basics instead. Then He Bin tried the last door. When did I make a bet with you? I was speaking to you as an elder. So I turned around to leave, and on my way out I said, at a volume calibrated for exactly 3 people in that room. Fine, I'll take the rest of them over to Panjiayuan then. The rest of them, plural. Boss Guo's head came up like a man hearing his own name in a crowd. And then somebody in the crowd, a total stranger, a father, I never got his name and I've thought about him a lot since, said, Hold on, my daughter sits the exam the day after tomorrow too. Manager He, didn't you just say he'd have to work here for a week? You could feel the room turn over. Up to that second, it had been a fun argument about a cup. Now it was a grown man who had tried to cost a kid his entire future to win face in a shop. Boss Guo took his glasses off, cleaned them, and put them back on. Zhao Hei, get a hammer from the storeroom. And then, still perfectly pleasant, this shop does not tolerate dishonest people. They made him do it in the open lot. Security stood around the edges. He Bin swung a hammer at his own Porsche Cayenne, and the crowd counted, and he thought a sentence with every single blow, and the sentence was, that damn Chen kid, I'll get him for this. Which, I'd like to note, is an insane thing to be thinking while destroying a car you paid 1,000 yuan for and told everyone cost 50,000. Upstairs, Boss Guo made tea. Top-grade Longjing. I did the thing I'd watched my father do 100 times, the sniff, the 2-part sip, the small satisfied noise, and apparently I passed, because the atmosphere in the room changed. Then I sat there for half an hour and talked about nothing, weather, the market, his view. I did not mention the cup once. I found out later that this is what sold them. A kid who doesn't rush to price is a kid from a family that doesn't need the money. I was not from a family that didn't need the money. I was from a family where my father owns one good coat. Eventually Guo broke his own rules. Uncle Zhao, no tactics, tell him what it's actually worth. Old Zhao, without hesitating, 2.71 million at Shanghai in 2009. That same piece resold 3 months ago to Jubaoje in Panjiayuan for 4.3. This one is better preserved. At auction, 4.8. It could pass 5. Guo said, let's put down 5 million. I'll transfer it now. 5 million yuan, 3 days before my exam. Sitting in a chair with my school uniform on. Give me 50,000 of it in cash, I said. Transfer the rest. I didn't check the account, not out of trust. I just didn't have a phone. Downstairs, He Bin was on the phone with a tow truck standing next to what was left of the Cayenne. I walked over and threw 5 bundles of cash at his chest. That's for the car. Smashing it was to teach you not to lie. Giving you this is to tell you I'm not as small as you are. And I won't mention any of it to my parents. He caught it. He put it in his jacket. He was so relieved that he never once noticed what had actually just happened at the level of the transaction. He had not been compensated. He had sold me a wrecked luxury car. Because think about what I had. A machine in my head that turns a broken thing into a better version of itself. Under those circumstances, buying a new car would be a symptom of mental illness. What I needed was a large, expensive, thoroughly destroyed one. I even went and got a broom and swept up the broken glass off the asphalt and put it in the pile. Every gram of that car was going into the machine, and I wasn't about to lose a headlight over laziness. Meanwhile, upstairs, Boss Guo was firing He Bin, insulting customers, arrogant, disrespectful, and ignorant. The severance conversation lasted under a minute. I stopped at an ATM and checked. 4,950,000 yuan sitting in an account belonging to an 18-year-old with a 0 on his most recent exam. Then I went back out to the street blankets and bought 2 enormous bags of porcelain shards, 3 to 5 yuan apiece, about 7,000 yuan the lot. The stallholders thought I was insane and served me with the delighted enthusiasm of people watching a lunatic overpay. I hired a tow truck for the Cayenne and rented a small warehouse near my block for $1,000 a week. Then, because I now had money and no way to spend it usefully, I went to the phone store and bought 2 white iPhones. That one, number 12. Then the carrier hall next door, which was empty except for one bald middle-aged man in his 50s who was flirting at a clerk who was ignoring him at a professional level. He watched me looking at the premium number list and could not stop himself. He held up one finger. That's not 1,000, young man. That's 1,000,000. Even my number, 4 fours, cost me over 20,000. I bought 2 off the board, 5 sixes and 5 nines, with the pre-deposit and a 5-year minimum monthly plan on each. The card went through. Ding. 326,665 yuan. The room got very quiet. I didn't buy 4 sixes and 4 nines, I said. I bought 5 sixes and 5 nines. You look about 50. That's old enough to have learned not to judge people by their clothes. He left his own paperwork on the counter and walked out of the building. Then I topped up 100,000 yuan of credit on each card because at that point what else was I going to do with it? And the saleswoman, mid-30s and suddenly extremely attentive, asked whether I'd like to add her on WeChat in case I ever needed anything. She put a small purr in the word anything. I wrote down Zhao Jiahao's account. His avatar is Luffy. His status reads, "Play with my feelings and I'll make you cry rhythmically." Across town, in a classroom, my best friend sneezed 3 times in a row and said, "That bastard is talking about me." Next morning, rented warehouse, door shut. A mountain of shredded Porsche on the concrete floor. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, system, hear my prayer. Recovered. 2021 Porsche Cayenne, wrecked. Deconstruction complete. Rebuilding complete. Congratulations! The owner has obtained a brand new 2021 5-liter SCV-8 SV autobiography long wheelbase Range Rover, silver. I put in a Porsche. The system did not respond to that, then or ever. It has opinions about brands and it does not discuss them. Then something new. Due to the excessive size of the rebuilt item, please select whether to release it now and where. Which is how I found out the system has storage space. A pocket that isn't anywhere. It'll hold anything it builds. And once you take a thing out, it will not go back in. Silver flash. And there was a car in my warehouse that had never been manufactured, standing on tires that had never been fitted, in a country with a very serious opinion about vehicle registration. Ding. Vehicle purchase paperwork reprocessing complete. Brown paper envelope on the passenger seat. Purchase contract. Customs declarations. Buyer. Chin Han. Contact number. The phone number I had bought yesterday afternoon. This system will rationalize all deconstruction and rebuilding, leaving no logical traces. Read that sentence again, because it's the most dangerous sentence in this entire story, and 11 months from now I'm going to use it on a man in another country, and he is going to spend the rest of his life unable to explain why he did what he did. My phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Chen? This is Jiang Ling, your personal consultant from the Land Rover dealership. Our system shows the vehicle has been signed for." I pressed the start button, and the engine came up under my hands. "Buddy," I said to the empty warehouse, "we're car owners. Learning to drive last summer is looking like the single best decision of my life." I drove it to school. The gate guards, the same 2 guys I had been sponging cigarettes and hot water off for 3 years, stepped out to stop the car and then got a look at who was driving. "Chen Han, so you're secretly some super rich 2nd generation? You're the rich kid. Your whole family are rich kids. I earned this with my own 2 hands. It's the last period of the morning. If you're going to be late, you might as well go home." I love those guys. I came in through the back door, and of course Teacher Xu spotted me instantly. "Chen Han, office." Now, I walked past him without breaking stride. This man had sung a love song to a room of 18-year-olds 4 days ago and had already fully repressed it. Tang Ruoxi turned around in her seat when she heard my name, worried, and then caught herself being worried and turned back around very fast. She'd been thinking about me for 3 days and had not enjoyed 1 minute of it. Mostly, she told me much later, about the fact that I only ever spoke to her to tell her off, and that the telling off was always, on inspection, an act of care with the label peeled off. Master Mei materialized in the corridor. With me. Zhao Jiahao bowed his head and observed 3 seconds of silence for my soul. Passing Tang Ruoxi's desk, I said, loud enough for exactly 1 person. "Wait for me. I paid yesterday. Today it's your turn." That's the only phrasing in existence that gets that girl to show up to a meal. Master Mei, it turned out, had been covering for me all morning because the principal wanted me, and she'd been stalling him. The principal's office. He looked at me for a long time over the desk. "Are your grades real?" "Words are cheap," I said. "You've had a mock paper sitting in that drawer for me since this morning, haven't you?" He didn't even blink. Here was the offer. score 650 on the national exam, and I'd get the single guaranteed admission place to Fudan University allocated to this entire city. For context, last year Fudan's science cutoff in our province was 698. I shook my head. He misread it completely, read it as a kid intimidated by the number, and dropped it to 620 on the spot. No, principal, give the place to a student who needs it. Now hand me the paper. School ends in half an hour, and I want to get home for dinner. I'll tell you his motive, since he never hid it. Our school was nowhere, but the worst student in the school claws his way back to Fudan in 1 week. Plus, Tang Ruoxi, a genuine once-in-a-decade top scorer. That's not a story, that's an enrollment strategy for the next 10 years. English paper, 4 minutes. Master May graded it in red pen. She had personally co-written that paper. 120. Full marks. Listening excluded. Essay included. A perfect score, said the principal. How is that possible? Then he handed me the chemistry paper because he taught chemistry for 20 years and wanted to grade this one himself, by eye, in real time. He gave up at question 3. By the time he'd gone to the cabinet and come back with the answer key, I was on 11. Every answer correct. I snapped my fingers. Done. You, how did you do that? It's honestly not a big deal. He laughed the laugh of a man who has decided to stop fighting the day. Whether this school ever gets famous is on you now, kid. Do me a favor. Don't eat anything strange for the next 3 days. Relax, principal. I'll bring you the top score in the country. I said it as a joke. Mostly. Downstairs in the cafeteria, Tang Ruoxi had waited. She pushed money across the table at me. A crumpled 20 and a 10. 30 yuan. Half a month of steamed buns for her. I didn't touch it. I put a white iPhone on the table instead. You're buying me cafeteria food? I'm looking forward to a real dinner. Take this in the meantime. My number's already saved. Don't ignore my calls. And I left before she could get a word out, because the only way to give that girl anything is to be gone before the refusal arrives. She sat there holding it. She isn't stupid. She knew perfectly well that it was not about the phone. Then it buzzed in her hand. Something came up this afternoon. Get me leave from Master Mai. The vehicle management office was in the same building as my driving school, which felt like a joke somebody was making at my expense. Plates in an hour, and waiting by my car when I came out was Gu Fenfen, some history. She dropped out in the 9th grade. Before that, she'd spent a while chasing me, and when I said no, she hired 5 or 6 guys to teach me some manners in an alley, an ambush that ended roughly 4 seconds after it started, because quiet, gentle, hasn't raised his voice since birth. Zhao Jiahao picked up a brick and put it across the blonde ringleader's head before I could even open my mouth. I remember standing there going, could you at least let me look cool for 1 second first? Anyway, she saw me next to a Range Rover in a government parking lot and reached the obvious conclusion. Oh, you didn't drop out, you got a job here? See my boyfriend's new Mercedes? Do it properly and I'll tip you an extra 50. Keep the 50, buy toothpaste, and something to rinse your mouth with. Out of the Mercedes came a very thin young man in extremely tight trousers and loafers with no socks, cigarette going, walking with his legs unnecessarily far apart. Nobody on this street doesn't know me. They call me Little Strong. Apologize to my girlfriend, put that plate on my Mercedes, and maybe I give you 100, 200. Otherwise, pack your things tonight. I'm sorry, I said. Your name is Little Strong? He weighed about as much as a folding chair. I kicked him. Smoke came out of his nose. There was a size 42 shoe print on the front of his white coat, dead center, like a stamp. And then his big brother came running across the lot, and I got ready, and instead of swinging, he stopped dead, bowed, held out a pack of cigarettes with both hands, and slapped Little Strong across the face. Shut your mouth. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Brother Gao. Everyone calls him Piggy. He had been standing directly behind me at the counter 20 minutes earlier and had read every line of my paperwork over my shoulder. Guo Fenfen, still committed, started constructing a rescue at volume. He's somebody's driver. His dad's a low-level manager at a state factory. His mum works a line. That's a Range Rover SV autobiography long wheelbase. Base price nearly 3.6 million. Use your eyes. Brother Gao asked her exactly one question. What's his name and what year was he born? Chen Han. He's 18. Birthday's the 6th of the first lunar month. The date of birth on that purchase contract was the 1st of February 2003. Pause. Was his boss also 18? He kicked Little Strong's legs out from under him and shoved Guo Fenfen out of the way. At which point, she got into my passenger seat, just opened the door and got in and started performing. Since I dropped out there hasn't been a single day I haven't thought about you. I don't have any demands. You can have a girlfriend, that's fine. I can give you this, gesturing at a small daisy printed on her top. And I want to be clear that I did not understand the metaphor at the time and have chosen not to think about it since, and, oh, this outfit is brand new. Then, there are cameras up ahead. Why don't we find a hotel? I leaned across toward her, slowly, and gave her my very best smile. Let's skip the hotel. I like this spot fine. Click. Passenger door open. Get out. She was sitting on cold concrete before she'd finished processing the sentence. I drove straight to a car wash. Full wash, boss, and do the passenger side with disinfectant. I parked in our courtyard because our building is 6 floors of the 1990s and has never heard of underground parking. An old black Audi A6 pulled in across from me, and out came Yu Fang, He Bin's wife, my mother's colleague. Oh, Jiao Ming's boy, I hope you get into Tsinghua. Beat. Your uncle He just bought a new Audi A6, several $100,000. Work hard, and by the time you're his age, maybe you'll have saved that much. Then she made me carry her bag of rice up the stairs because her husband has a bad back. Her husband was at that moment head down in his own trunk, and he nearly fell into it because he was the only person in that courtyard who had seen my key fob flash the headlights on the Range Rover, and he sells cars for a living now. He knew exactly what the top spec costs. 60 of his Audis, maybe 70. I shouldered the rice, and I thanked him, sincerely, warmly, at length, because I genuinely meant it. Without his wrecked Cayenne, there is no Range Rover, no warehouse, none of it. That man is load-bearing in my life. He took it the way you take a needle. It escalated into a screaming match between him and his wife in the middle of the courtyard, and it ended when He Bin finally detonated in front of every neighbor we have. That Land Rover is Xiao Yi's, not your boss's crappy Freelander. Top of the line, 4 million at least. He sold a piece of Yuan Dynasty blue and white at our shop yesterday for 5 million. The courtyard went silent. Then, one by one, every single neighbor started quietly thinking about their hometown and their grandmother's house and what might be under the vegetable patch. About 4 minutes later, a wail came out of a second-floor window, and the only 2 words that carried across the yard were lost and job. 6:30. My father came home looking utterly bewildered. Every neighbor in the building congratulated me on the stairs. What good news are you hiding from me? I'd spent the whole afternoon at my desk trying to sort 2 bags of shards and had accomplished the following. I had separated out the blue and white ones. That's it. That was my entire output. I didn't even know if they were from the same century. This is inhuman work. My father wandered in, saw the shards, and produced a pair of white cotton gloves from the pocket of his pajamas. From the pocket of his pajamas. Everything you need to know about my dad is in that one movement. He reached into my carefully sorted pile and pulled out 5 pieces. These 2 are Qing workmanship. These 3 are Republic era, and look at the curve on this one. That's off a large vase. Those are small bowls, or plates. I had wasted 4 hours. Then he sighed, in the specific way of a man who has lost something. Such a shame. That box of genuine Yuan blue and white shards I finally got hold of. Your mother hid it away the day before yesterday. She had not. It was a 5 million Yuan cup in a stranger's safe. He tapped me on the head. Can't you learn one useful thing in a day, you stinking kid? So I started flattering him. You can spot a master the moment he makes his first move, that sort of thing. And I got about 90 seconds in before he stopped, mid-compliment, and looked at me with real suspicion. Hold on. Are you trying to trick your old man into working for you for free? Then my mother shouted from the kitchen, and we both looked guilty at the same time, which is how they always catch us. My father immediately sacrificed me. Have you been causing trouble again? The neighbors were pointing at us. Now their method has worked for 18 years. Shout first. The boy always confesses to something, usually the wrong thing, which is how they find out about the other thing. The problem was that this time I was innocent, so I confessed to the one crime I assumed they'd heard about. Okay, fine. This morning the principal called me into his office. He tried to give me the only guaranteed admission place to Fudan University in the whole city, and I thought, with my grades, you're offering me Fudan? So I turned it down. Silence. Mother. Hey mother, I wasn't finished. Where are you going? To get the rolling pin. Even my father turned on me, which had never happened in my life. You're not going to Fudan? Let me hear you explain that. Tap on the head. She came out of the kitchen armed. I got behind my father, and my father, the man I had been using as cover since I was 5 years old, waited for a lull in the action and kicked me himself, my first ever mixed doubles match, 2 days before the National College entrance examination. She stayed on the thickest part and controlled her force the whole time. I want that on the record. She's a professional. But it was still the worst beating I'd taken since I was 5, when I was caught behind the bike shed with the neighbor's daughter conducting a serious comparative study of the differences between boys and girls. It ended when her phone rang. It was my class teacher. And my mother, still holding the rolling pin, out of breath, said, "Teacher, I've just given him a good beating. Could you speak to the principal? Is there any chance we could have the Fudan place back?" Here's the thing about that phone call. My class teacher was ringing to report the perfect score. I watched my mother's face change one piece at a time while she listened. And when she hung up, she turned around and looked at the only other adult in the room. "Chen Guoliang, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit my son? What if you made him stupid? Don't think I didn't see you kick him." My father, who had landed exactly one kick during a sustained assault involving a rolling pin, opened his mouth and produced no sound at all. My good boy, what do you want to eat? Mother will make it. Then the doorbell rang, and it was He-Bin and his wife with 2 enormous bags of gifts and a box of tea that cost more than my father's coat. My dad has been a junior cadre at a state factory for 20 years, and he can smell a request from the far end of a corridor. He laughed and pushed the tea back before He-Bin had finished putting it down. And I stayed sitting at the table, which was new for me. 18 years of standing up when adults come in, and that night I just couldn't be bothered. Brother Chen, could you talk to Xiao Han? Ask him to let me have my job back. My whole family depends on it. My parents looked at him, then at each other, then at him again. You're discussing your career with Xiao Han? He's a student. What does a high school student have to do with your job? He-Bin stared. He didn't tell you? Xiao Han sold a piece of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain for 5 million. And then he told them the whole thing, generously improving his own role throughout, and I sat there and listened to my own week get narrated back to me like a story on the radio. 5 million in cash, 50,000 handed over to a man to compensate him for a car that had been destroyed on purpose. A Land Rover worth 4 million parked in the courtyard downstairs. My father did not care about the money. I want to be clear about that because it's the part everyone gets wrong about him. What frightened him was the shape of it. You find one piece of yuan blue and white in a lifetime. Nobody finds 2. And a boy who learns to spend like a river and cannot earn like a river is a boy who is already finished. He just hasn't noticed yet. He stood up and ended the meeting. Take your things home with you. I need to talk to my son. Then the bedroom door closed and the war room convened. Should they confiscate the bank card? No. The exam is in 2 days. Don't touch his head. And then my mother finally got to deliver the news from the class teacher and the door started leaking. What? The principal actually offered my son a place at Fudon? What? And the stinking kid refused it? Cough, cough, a perfect score? Did he cheat? In my room, sorting shards, I heard the noise and said to nobody, what's wrong with Comrade Old Chen tonight? He didn't even drink at dinner. Their conclusion reached at about 11 p.m. behind a closed door. Talk to him after the exam, and until then, treat him exactly as before. Scold him, suppress him. Under no circumstances let this stinking kid get cocky. Which is, and I say this with love, the single most Chinese parenting decision ever made. At my desk, my father had done what I asked and gone through both bags to pick out only yuan blue and white. 13 fragments. He warned me honestly that he might be wrong about all of them, so I pushed the Land Rover keys across the desk to him. Take it. You don't have to ride the electric scooter anymore. Drive mother around. He went very still. Then he put them back. It's not wise to spend 4 million on a car straight away. And think about my position. I make just over 5,000 a month. Is it appropriate for a man in my job to drive a 4 million yuan car? Won't people start wondering where it came from? We talked for half an hour, and he went out relaxed and pleased with himself, and the keys stayed on the desk, and I sat there for a while thinking about what kind of man turns down a car because it might make his colleagues speculate. 12:11 a.m. My dearest little system, break down these fragments and give me a complete piece of Yuan Dynasty blue and white. The shards did not disappear. Sorry, the system cannot perform deconstruction and rebuilding. Was this thing manufactured by a discount app? 3 uses and it's broken? Then it itemized, and I sat there and read the list, and I started laughing. 1/17 of a bowl, Republic of China, year 11. 1/46 of a plum vase, Republic of China, year 26. 1/17 of a bowl, Kangxi, year 61. Not one of the 13 fragments contained a single yuan component. My father's eye is so good that he had confidently, carefully, lovingly selected 13 pieces and missed every single one. But that failure is the best thing that happened to me that week because it made me ask the next question. I picked up a random shard. System, can you tell me what dynasty this is from? The system has determined the following item, a 1/26th fragment of a discarded double-eared white porcelain vase, 19 centimeters tall, manufactured in Jingdezhen on October 15, 2020, October 15th, to the day. I sat there for over an hour after that, working through the pile like a man with a metal detector on a beach. A bowl from a Guangdong kiln, January 3, 1924. A ballpoint pen off my own desk, City Stationery Factory, March 1, 2020, which I only tested because I wanted to see if it would refuse. By the end, my desk looked like an evidence table, dozens of labeled piles. And the depressing headline, nothing older than late HUA, and the 4 late HUA pieces were the size of peanuts, which is when my eye landed on my father's tea canister, 3 gin of leaves. He tells everyone it cost 400 yuan. Huh. I wonder what happens if you deconstruct tea. Money wasn't the motive before you ask. The motive was that Boss Guo's tea had been better than my father's tea, and my father had refused a gift box of good tea from Hebin that afternoon without hesitating for even a second. The owner has provided 2.93 jin of ordinary pre-Qingming Longjing. Deconstruction complete. Molecular replenishment complete. Rebuilding complete. Congratulations. The owner has obtained 1 kilogram of premium Longjing from the 18 tea trees of the Imperial Tea Garden. The canister got lighter in my hands and then heavier. 3 jin went in, 2 came out. The system had thrown away everything that wasn't tea and then topped up what was missing and told me, when I asked, that from my father's leaves alone, the theoretical maximum would have been about 5 taels. I looked it up. Top grade pre-Qingming Longjing runs around 50,000 a jin. Fine, nice tea. The 18 imperial trees are not that. 18 trees, about 400 buds each, 7,200 buds in total, which comes out to roughly 2 ounces of finished tea in a year. Harvesting for sale has been banned since 2014 to protect them. Poly auction, Beijing, 2018. 1 tael, 2.7 million yuan. I was holding a kilogram. 54 million yuan in a green metal canister on my desk at 1 in the morning in a 2-bedroom flat in a building with no elevator. I took out a few leaves and chewed them because I wanted to know. Pah, that's way too bitter. I spat about 1,000 yuan into my wastebasket and went to bed. In the morning, my father collected his shards, glanced at my labels, snorted, "Look at this kid, all he knows how to do is play games," and went off to work. And my mother took the tea canister off him at the door because she wanted to make tea eggs. I came out of my room about 20 minutes later and stopped in the doorway of the kitchen because I could smell it. "Wait, Comrade S.U. Xiaowei, are you making tea eggs?" "Over a pound of it, in the pot, boiling." I stood there and did the arithmetic silently and decided, on balance, not to say a single word because telling my mother what she had just done would have put her in the hospital. My father sat down and looked at his breakfast with the expression of a man attending a funeral for tea. "They smell really good today," he said. My mother was thrilled. "Old Chen, you actually bought some good tea for once. Tell you what, keep this can in the kitchen for tea eggs and buy yourself another one to drink." I inhaled part of my own soup. Then she put the exam ritual in front of me, which in our house is a fried sausage and 2 eggs, arranged to read 100. "Since when have I ever scored 100? I said. "Also, tomorrow's paper is out of 150. Smack. My father took the canister to work because he wasn't going to let it be martyred in a saucepan. I should tell you about my father's job because the next 10 minutes of his life were extremely funny and he did not enjoy any of them. Chen Guoliang, Vice President of Production, 5,000 a month. Arrives an hour early every day on an electric scooter, brews his tea in his own purple clay cup because his rank doesn't come with a tea set. CAO Tianpeng, the factory head, is near retirement and has spent half a month quietly deciding to promote my dad. He walked past the open door that morning, stopped, and came back. If I'm not mistaken, that's Longjing. Could you spare me a cup? My father, who is generous to a fault, packed him a small wooden box of it. The box cost 9 yuan 90 on the internet with free shipping, and CAO Tianpeng, being a careful man near the end of a clean career, asked the price, not out of greed, to make sure it wasn't a bribe. 1,400 a barrel. CAO looked at the little wooden box in his hand. He assumed the barrel was the box. 1,400 wen for 1 tael of tea on a 5,000 wen salary handed to your boss. He stood up to leave, and my father watched 40 years of reputation start walking out of the room and moved faster than he has moved since the 80s. He went and got the actual canister, 3 jin of it, 40 wen per 50 grams. Everybody laughed. The room relaxed. Great. 2 hours later, CAO Tianpeng came back through that door at speed with an old man in a tank suit behind him and slammed the wooden box down on the desk. "Lin Jianggo, explain to me, is this or is this not the 3 jin of tea you bought for 1,400 yuan? The old man in the tang suit was old Zhao, the appraiser, from the antique shop. He was already on the phone. "Chairman Guo, I've confirmed it. It's from the 18 trees, Imperial Dry Well Longjing." An hour after that, a Maybach pulled into the yard of a state-owned factory, and out of it came Guo Feng, chairman of the Guo Group. Clothing, food, housing, transport. There is not an adult in that city who doesn't know the name, and the man who had wired me 5 million yuan 2 days earlier. He didn't open the equipment case old Zhao had brought. He leaned over the canister, breathed in once, and straightened up. "No need for instruments. This is real." Then, in 2018, I paid 2.7 million for 1 tael at Poly, but every cup that's drunk is 1 less cup in the world, so I won't insult you with the 2018 price. 3.5 million per tael. I'll take all of it. Somebody in the room made a noise. In our city, 3.5 million buys a very nice villa. My father, who had gone a color not found in nature, reached for his cold morning tea and drank it to steady himself, and stopped. Hold on, this doesn't taste like the tea I had last night. He brewed a fresh cup from the canister while Guo Feng visibly ground his teeth at the sight of Imperial Longjing going into an enormous porcelain factory mug and confirmed it. Not his tea. Exactly one person had been alone with that canister overnight. He stepped into the corridor and called me, and this is a professional move and I want it noted. He did not ask a question. He made an accusation because a question gets you a denial. Tell me, who told you to change my tea? I folded in under a second. Oh, that. I ran into a tea cellar on the way home. The leaves looked good, so I swapped some in for you. No need to thank me. Your son is very filial. How much did you pay for it? It's not much. 30-something. Tell the truth. 300. Tell the truth. 3,000? He gave up on the price entirely and went for the kill. Someone here wants to buy this tea. Absolutely not, father. No matter what they offer. Do you know how much trouble I went to for that? They offered 3.5 million per tale. Silence on both ends of the line. Then my father, in a lowered voice that was not nearly as lowered as he thought it was, "Don't tell your mother about this." And my mother took the phone out of his hand 200 kilometers away. You've gotten very brave, Chen Guoliang. I'd love to hear what it is I'm not allowed to know. I would like to say I stood by my father. Mother, this has nothing to do with me. Old Chen has been hiding money in his shoes and he told me to smuggle it out for him. Then I ran into the hall and planted 2 of my own 100 yuan notes under the insole of his good shoes, whispered a short apology to the universe on the general principle that it's better for a friend to die than for me, and held my nose while she lifted it. It worked perfectly. You sneaky little man, Chen Guoliang, just wait until you get home. Then she smacked the back of my head anyway. And who gave you permission to speak? Get back to your practice paper. And at the door, on her way out, she pressed the 200 yuan into my hand. For your service in reporting this, consider it a reward. I have never felt so successful and so robbed at the same time. Back at the factory, the room was doing arithmetic. High school student, 5 million 2 days ago. Surname Chen, Guo Feng and old Zhao looked at each other. Mr. Chen, may I ask, is your son called Chen Han? Guo raised his offer to 4 million a tile, asked for 1 jin, and asked to speak to me himself. My mother put the call on speaker and picked up an arm exerciser so that nobody could leave the room. So my father and I conducted the entire negotiation in code. Father, you don't have to bribe me anymore. I already told Comrade Su Xiaowei about your secret stash. Translation. She is standing right there. Deal done in 2 sentences. And then Guo Feng, who meant nothing but kindness by it, closed the call with a warm blessing for my exam, and my mother's ear caught the number on the way past. 4 million per tale? You're talking about tea? Chen Guoliang wants to sell tea? And then, helpfully, into a speakerphone, in front of the chairman of the GUO group, the stuff in the big green canister? The one I used to boil the tea eggs this morning? You could hear the office in Qinhuangdao stop existing. Guo Feng, very carefully. Boil. Sister-in-law, do you mean to say that you used Imperial Dry Well Longjing to make tea eggs? I got the phone off her and killed the speaker and lied directly to my mother's face, which I would do again. That was father's 400 yuan tea, I told her. Mine was bought as an investment with the antique money, and it's somewhere safe. She believed me. She exhaled, her shoulders came down. Then she picked the arm exerciser back up and came for me anyway, switching to a slipper mid-approach for better control. I'm beating the traitor out of you. In the old days, you'd have been the first one in this village to go over to the enemy. And you're a high school student. What kind of person buys a car? 4 million? You have no idea how hard money is to make. I yelped on cue, because if she doesn't get the yelp, she doesn't get the satisfaction, and then I sat her down and rubbed her shoulders and offered her early retirement and a tour of the whole country. She thought about it. Give all the money to me and I'll save it for you. Because if you keep it, one of these days you'll buy me an airplane. Comrade Su Xiaowei, 2 years early on that one, and I want it noted that when it happened, it wasn't even the strangest thing in the room. Back at the factory, Guo Feng was still not finished. Could I buy 1 tea egg? I'd like to know what it tastes like brewed in Imperial Dry Well Longjing. There is not one other person in this country extravagant enough to want that. My father went to his desk drawer and produced a small plastic bag with the 4 uneaten ones still in it, green leaves stuck to the shells. 4 eggs. Let's say 100,000 each. Cao Tianpeng, who had just opened his mouth to ask for a bite, closed it again and did not speak for some time. My dad came home that evening with a platinum bank card in his shirt pocket and no expression left on his face. Oh, and one more thing from the factory. Old Zhao had gone through my shard labels while he was waiting, out of curiosity. He didn't find a single mistake. He also found correct answers for 3 fragments he himself hadn't been certain about, and he sat there for a while with his gloves in his hand and eventually said, to no one, that the younger generation surpasses the older. If you're reading this, Uncle Zhao, It was cue cards. I'm sorry. You were still the best eye in that city, and I was a kid with a cheat sheet. That night, I finally got a reply from naive girl. I'm doing a mock exam. Do your best tomorrow. So I punished her. Send me a selfie. 1809. Sorry, I hadn't looked at my phone. 1815. I don't know how to send photos. I've never used a mobile phone before. 1820. Are you angry? 1822. Shall I try? 1835. A photo. 1838. Did you get it? 1901. Let's stop chatting. I need to finish my practice exam. The photo was that girl in her enormous glasses, sitting at a desk, concentrating so hard on operating the camera that she looked like she was diffusing something. I saved it. Obviously, I saved it. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. Midnight. I wouldn't get another use during the exam, so I emptied the family medicine box onto my bed. System. Wake up and go pee. The system will not urinate. Please state the owner's question. 2 boxes of anti-inflammatories, 5 packs of cold capsules, gastrointestinal tablets, 2 bottles of quick-acting heart pills that my grandmother left behind, a box of plasters, and a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Congratulations. The owner has obtained 5 ordinary all-purpose medicine pills, a panacea, bottom grade. Works on everything, excels at nothing, because I had put in garbage and the system is not a magician, it's an accountant. I put them in a little bottle in my pocket and forgot about them for approximately 11 months, at which point one of them stopped me from dying on the floor of a hotel in the Persian Gulf. Exam morning. Both my parents took the day off to walk me there. My father refused to drive the Land Rover. That car is too good for me, and instead opened the back door for his wife like a chauffeur, and then, from the passenger seat, said thoughtfully, "You know, this luxury car really is more comfortable than our old van. Our old van cost 2,000 yuan and had a hole in the floor. At the gate, my mother did something rare. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." "Don't worry," I said. "I definitely won't put any pressure on myself." Then a microphone came at my face fast enough to remove teeth. Luo Jing, intern, Qinhuangdao TV, live streaming a segment called National College Entrance Examination in progress to a viewership of about 40 people, of whom I suspect 9 were her relatives. I straightened my collar because there was a camera and gave her the full smile, and then said no. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry to take an exam. If you want to interview me, wait until I come out." The chat, instantly. The host picked the wrong guy. Look at him, obviously a terrible student. So she pivoted to a tall girl in plain clothes walking past who said, "Sorry, I have an exam," and kept walking. That was Tang Ruoxi, number 1 in the grade. The chat filed her as a dropout in about 4 seconds. And a commenter with the handle, "I am a Harvard MBA," posted the line that would follow him for the rest of his natural life. Based on my analysis, these 2 are definitely poor students. If I'm wrong, I'll do a handstand and pee, live on air. Hold that thought for 2 days. Third try, she found an ordinary-looking boy and assumed she'd finally get the shy, grateful, nervous interview. Nervous? Why would I be nervous? I've got my boss backing me up. Besides, with my grades, a 985 or a 211 is easy. Hair toss, exit. Walking away to himself. The boss always talks like that and girls love it. Honestly, felt great. Zhou Jiahao. Ladies and gentlemen, the future executive vice president of a group with 5 subsidiaries, the chat, now 1,000 strong, Jing has interviewed 3 poor students in a row. We should rename her Poor Student Jing. And that guy said he has a boss. Now I really want to know who his boss is. Harvard MBA, doubling down. If that one isn't a poor student, I'll do a handstand and pee into my own mouth. Sir, I want you to know that I have thought about your comment more than you have. Inside, I slept on the playground. Then I slept at my desk. Then the Chinese paper opened and I started writing immediately, and I wrote fast enough that the chief proctor came down the aisle to stop the noise because he was certain I was copying the prompt out longhand the way panicking kids do. Then he looked at the page. It was the essay. These sentences. These quotations. This style. He taught maths. He stood there anyway and read it all the way to the last full stop, and by the end of it, the other proctors in the room were watching him instead of the students. I capped my pen and looked up and found a teacher hovering over me. "Excuse me, may I hand in my paper?" 12 minutes into a 2.5-hour exam, 40 people came to the same conclusion at the same moment. This boy is about to submit a blank sheet in the National College Entrance Examination. The proctor said very kindly, "Student, please take your time and check your previous answers. You can't hand in before the first hour is up anyway." That sentence confused the room significantly more than my request had, so I sat there, couldn't sleep, couldn't leave. I looked at a clock for 50 minutes. My hand was up on the second. They opened the school gate a full hour early, and the entire press pack out front went for the first boy through it the way cats go for a dropped fish. Luo Jing got there first with her TV pass, saw who it was, and asked me the sweetest poisoned question she had. You finished so quickly. You must have found this year's paper very easy. It was all right. The questions were simple. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got something important to do. Oh? Something more important than the National College Entrance Examination? I gave her a lovely smile. It's just a small test. Is it really necessary to take it this seriously? And I walked through the crowd. Chat. 100 out of 100 for showmanship. Harvard MBA. If this poor student's total score reaches 300, I'll live stream the handstand. Cut, if you like, to that man himself. A large gentleman working as a bath attendant at the Dashuo bathhouse on North Street, farming followers between customers. Hey, attendant, come scrub my back. Coming. Can I interest you in some bath salts, sir? Top quality, imported. Remember him. He's going to have the worst week of anybody in this story who doesn't own an oil company. My mother reached for her shoe when I turned up an hour early. If you don't clear 500 on this exam, I'll show you exactly why the flowers are so red. And then drove out to the antique market with me anyway, because she has never in her life let a threat interfere with a plan. The market was a disaster, shard after shard of modern fake at 20 yuan apiece, and the system pricing every one of them down to the month. Jing de Zhen, September 2017. Jing de Zhen, September 2017. Jing de Zhen, September 2017. My entire haul was one fingernail of Ru ware for 1 yuan, and I'd need 7 more like it before there was enough material to build the smallest possible whole object. And then Weasel turned up. Skinny guy, thin mustache, makes his living going out to the countryside and digging through old houses. He had a scroll under his arm that was visibly rotting and full of wormholes. He unrolled it, and it was a half-meter painting of a tiger asleep under a tree. The brushwork was extraordinary, fluid, confident, almost perfect. The tiger was sick, slant-eyed, white-browed, obviously unwell, and it had no fangs. None. And it was holding half a candied hawthorn skewer in its mouth. The crowd absolutely lost it. Somebody said it was Guan Yu riding a bicycle, and the whole street agreed. The stallholder shoved it back at him. Even a 3-year-old can see that isn't an antique. Weasel went red. I paid 350 for it in the countryside. Give me 300 and take it. My father, who knows nothing about paintings but knows a humiliation when he's standing in one, found it awkward and called me away. So naturally I walked straight over to Weasel. Uncle, this painting has a certain feel to it, quite similar to that Guan Yu on a bicycle I saw once. Laughter. Weasel nearly detonated. Don't misunderstand me. I mean it. I think it's interesting. It'd look good on a dorm wall. 250. Weasel took it in a heartbeat. He'd paid 50. He made 200 yuan of profit and did not care in the slightest that the number 250 is an insult in this country, which tells you everything about his margins. The crowd wrote me off as another rich kid with more money than sense. And I looked at 50 people who stand on that street every single day of their lives and thought, none of you can see. Then, outside the antique shop, we ran into Oal Zhao, who insisted on lunch and immediately phoned Guo Feng. My mother tugged my father's sleeve. Who is that? How does our son know someone that old? Have you heard of the GUO group? Private room upstairs at a plain restaurant that was completely packed, which is how you know it's good. Old Zhao put his gloves on and unrolled the scroll, and Guo Fengyi, who had personally turned that exact painting away at his own shop that morning, started gently covering for me. The mounting alone is worth 250, he said. Good paper. Then Old Zhao stopped. Wait, something's wrong here. Magnifying glass out. This paper is HUA. The brushwork is Qing at the earliest, and I cannot name one HUA or Qing painter who worked in a humorous style like this. I coughed. I feel this painting should be dated to the Hongji era. Old Zhao hit himself in the forehead. Tang Yin! And then the 3 keys came out one after another, and I have never enjoyed a conversation more. Key 1. The tiger is sick and has no fangs. That's Tang Yin's own career. The most gifted man of his generation, barred from office after an examination scandal, a tiger with its teeth pulled. Key 2, it's a white tiger. Bio Wang, his art name was Tang Bohu. Key 3, and this one, Old Xiao got himself, and he actually clapped. The crescent moon in the corner sits at exactly the hour of yin, 3 to 5 in the morning, Tang, yin. That last insight alone, said Old Xiao, makes this old man admit he is the lesser. And I sat there too embarrassed to keep going, because I was reading off cue cards printed in my own skull. Guo Feng didn't even negotiate. A treasure like this came into my shop and was turned away at the door. If that gets out, my shop is finished. One price, 60 million. I'll transfer it now. Old Zhao didn't blink. I didn't blink. My parents nearly went through the floor. But the real scene in that room wasn't the number. It was my mother. She watched her son sit across from a man in a Maybach and take 60 million yuan without changing expression, and something went out of her face. I've thought about it a lot since. She wasn't proud in that moment and she wasn't happy. She was looking at a person she didn't recognize and getting the specific hollow feeling of a woman realizing her child has finished growing up and is going to fly off somewhere she can't follow. My father saw it and quietly took her hand. She shook him off, disgusted, like he'd handed her a wet sock, and he relaxed completely, because that is his wife. Then I turned around and winked at her and pulled the most punchable smug face in my repertoire, demanding to be praised. And the worry went out of her all at once, because there he is. He hasn't changed at all. He's exactly as annoying as he was on Monday. The 60 million went to my father's new platinum card, not mine. It took 3 minutes. I'd like to pretend that was a grand gesture. It wasn't really. That was their retirement, and I had a machine in my head, and 100 million yuan had stopped being a goal and started being a Tuesday. Guo Feng looked at me while the transfer went through and thought, he told me this years later, that if his only daughter weren't in the 3rd grade, he'd be having a very different conversation with my parents. He asked permission to publicize the sale because otherwise the whole street would assume he'd set Weasel up to take a treasure off a poor man. Of course, if you ever need a shield, call me. On our way out, they were taking delivery of a shipment of jadit rough. My mother looked at the pile of gray lumps with total contempt. What's interesting about these little rocks? There are prettier ones in the hills back home. And a fat man walking past said, without stopping, ignorance. Plus something under his breath about how any Tom, Dick, and Harry gets let into this shop these days. I got a fistful of his collar and hauled him back one-handed. Apologize. I want to be precise here. If he had insulted me, I'd have let it go. I'd been insulted publicly twice a week since I was 14, and it cost me nothing. He had insulted my mother in a room full of strangers. He turned out to be M.A. Chiang, chairman of Daju Jewelry, the largest jeweler in the city, invited personally by Guo Feng. Do you know who I am, boy? If I wanted to, I could bury you in money. Security came running and then stopped, because both of us were guests of the boss, and there was no correct move available to a man on their salary. Then, Guo Feng arrived, and M.A. Chang beamed and started to explain, because when a chairman says brother in that room, he obviously means the other chairman. I wasn't asking you, Brother Chen. What happened? Everyone in that lobby recalculated the entire social order in under a second. M.A. Chiang turned and started apologizing to Guo Feng, who waved it away. There's no need for you to apologize to me for something that happened between the two of you. So the largest jeweler in the city bowed to my mother in front of essentially everyone who mattered in Qinhuangdao and said he was sorry. And walking out of there, my honest thought was not triumph. It was this: I'm still weak. If Guo Feng hadn't walked in when he did, that would not have ended well, and no amount of money in an account fixes that. Then my palm brushed one of the rough stones, and the system opened a 3rd door. Jadeite rough, mined February 2021, Hbacant mine. Contains 15% glutinous jadeite molecules. The system can rebuild it as 7.5% flawless icy jadeite, or 30% flawless glutinous. Guo Feng handed me a torch and started explaining how to read a stone, so I read it back to him. Huika mine material. Delicate wax skin, frog skin green, backlights well, tends to glutinous or icy, and this particular one will yield, but it won't be big. He put the torch down and laughed at himself for a while. I'm worse than you at antiques, so I thought I'd finally save some face and show off with stones. And here I am, the clown again. Reality check on the odds, by the way, because everyone thinks this business is a lottery and it isn't. It's worse. Out of roughly 100 stones in that shipment, 3 contained any jadeite at all. 3, 15%. 1.6%, and 63%. I took the palm-sized 63, and I refused to take it for free. I've made hundreds of millions in this shop. If you insist on giving it to me, I'll stop coming to you when I've got something good. 17,900 yuan. My parents exchanged one look, half a year of their combined salary, for a rock, and said absolutely nothing, which I appreciated more than I said at the time. Privately, walking out, I was kicking myself. Why did I have to be noble? He was giving it away. My father carried that stone out of the building clutched against his chest with both arms and kept carrying it like that after being told twice that you could hit it with a hammer and nothing would happen. Afternoon paper. Maths. 5 minutes. The press at the gate didn't even bother with me the second time. I waited outside the exam hall like somebody's parent, and when Tang Ruoxi came out, I stepped in front of her and said in a squeaky voice, "Hey little girl, you nearly walked into me." She apologized, twice, without looking up. An apology, is it? Fine. Your punishment is dinner with me. She looked up, saw who it was, and the whole grievance just went out of her face like water out of a sink. I flicked her on the nose. Look at you. All you ever do is apologize. Why don't you ever fight back? Then I walked off because I knew she'd follow, and Luo Jing filmed every second of it. From their little gestures, they're obviously a couple, high school students these days. Harvard MBA added a second bet on Tang Ruoxi this time, under 250 points, and he'd wash his hair upside down, and then a stranger with the handle Hao Xiaohao lit the fuse. I know this guy. He was in my junior high class, Chen Han, 3rd high school. I heard he never scores more than 30 in any subject. That was it. That was the whole ignition. The chat filled with, "Keep it up, Chen Han," and people started screenshotting. Somebody made a post called, "Cheering for Chen Han to 9999 plus exclamation mark," and it hit the top 10 on Weibo, and then number 1, because the platform's algorithm saw a wholesome exam story and put its shoulder into it. By evening, I was national. Now let me tell you what national actually looks like from the inside. I was driving home with my favorite song on when Guo Feng called, and his voice was different. Do you know what's happening online? Open Weibo, look at the top trending post, then look at the 9th. I'm putting my group's PR department on it right now. My pupils shrank because my first thought, the only thought I had for about 2 full seconds, was that somebody had found out about the system. It was worse and much, much stupider. Trending number 1 was thousands of strangers cheering me on, and directly underneath it, "What a disgrace. Does a student this bad deserve encouragement? Go for it, Chen, you academic disaster. Langxiang Vocational School is waving at you." I had a new nickname, Chen the Useless Underachiever, and it was climbing the trending list under its own power. Position 9 was the docs, my height, my weight, my old phone number, 3rd high school's best-looking boy, 1 disciplinary warning, 2 major demerits, approximately 300 absences. Somebody had gone and found out that a girl in the year above kissed me by force in elementary school and posted that too. And on the short video apps, on a loop, a clip captioned, "The first underachiever out of the exam hall." Me, smiling into a wall of microphones, saying the questions were very simple, and parting the crowd like a man leaving a press conference. Across the country that evening, parents held their phones out to their children at dinner tables. "See this? This is what happens if you don't study." He couldn't even sit still for 2.5 hours. I shrugged it off. China is enormous. Nobody survives contact with the second day of the exam. Zhou Jiahao couldn't reach me because I'd changed my number and hadn't told him, so his parents sent him round to my flat to check I was alive. Several other classmates did the same. Meanwhile, in the staff compound at 3rd High, our old principal, WU, was in the middle of a lecture to his granddaughter about how much time she spent on her phone when she handed him the phone. He read the post and put his teacup down hard enough to crack the saucer. Nonsense, Chen the Useless. If Chen Han is a poor student, then this country has no top students at all. There was something he hadn't told anybody. He'd already reported upward that 3rd High might produce a champion this year, and the city had promised to double his school's resources for the year if it turned out to be a provincial champion. Then Director Wang called him, furious. "Old Wu, what are you people doing over there? What is going on with this Chen Han?" And the two of them held an entire conversation at cross purposes, each perfectly clear and completely wrong about the other. One man trying to protect a national champion, and the other trying to have a boy expelled before he embarrassed the city any further. "We can comfort him," said Director Wang, "but he doesn't need to sit the rest of the exam." Principal Wu blinked slowly. "Chen Han doesn't need to sit the exam? You mean we don't need the top scorer in the country?" "The what?" So WU told him. The 5-minute perfect paper, in his own office, with his own English paper, graded by the woman who wrote it. Director Wang had checked the records. That boy had never once been in the grade's top 300. He was still on the phone when he started putting his trousers on, and the subject of the national conversation was, at that moment, circling his own block looking for a parking space and getting increasingly annoyed because our shabby old compound was full of cars he'd never seen. I haven't heard about anybody getting married. 12 meters from my own front door, a dozen reporters and self-media guys materialized out of the stairwell with shutters going. "Everyone online is calling you study poor Chen. Do you have any response? Chen, underachiever Chen. I run Manhwa Media. We can package you into a huge IP. 3 hours. From one post to a siege at my door." Then the stairwell door banged open and 3 teenagers came out fast, shoved 2 influencers sideways, grabbed me by both arms and dragged me inside. "Zhou Jiahao, you worthless dog. What are all of you doing in my house?" Quiet Zhou Jiahao. Never raises his voice. Always first into a fight. Let me tell you why, and then you'll understand the rest of this story. First year of high school. A group of seniors got him alone in a bathroom, beat him, and told him to kneel. He wouldn't kneel. I was asleep in the classroom. Somebody came and got me, and I came through that bathroom door with a stool, and I put the first one down with it and chased the rest of them all the way to the principal's office, where I smashed the stool against the wall outside the door because I wanted them to hear it. Result, those seniors were expelled, and I collected a disciplinary warning and academic probation in my first month of high school, which is the record at that institution and I believe still stands. Afterward, he apologized to me for dragging me into it, and I kicked him in the backside. You son of a bitch, what kind of hero are you pretending to be? If you can't win, run. Run back to the classroom and come get me. And now here he was in my living room, offering to repeat the entire year with me. Not as a gesture, he meant it. He'd already worked out how to tell his parents. My mother said very gently, "It's all right, son. If this year doesn't go well, we'll do it again next year. Retake it? When my results come out, Tsinghua and Peking are going to be fighting over me." Everybody laughed because obviously, and the whole mood in the room broke apart, which was the entire point of saying it. Right. Old Chen, where's that rock from lunchtime? You've all turned up at exactly the right moment. Let me show you what stone gambling actually is. 5 people crowded around my desk with a torch and looked at a rock. I gave them a full lecture on pine flower weathering and python skin patterning and how you read the window, and I might as well have delivered it to a wall because every person in that room was looking at a gray lump and thinking about a gray lump. Then Zaichou Jiahao said, "What if we go down to the basement and hit it with a hammer?" In the jade trade, that sentence is blasphemy. A hammer doesn't open a stone, it destroys what's inside it. An intact piece of icy purple jade at that size runs 300,000 to 600,000 yuan. Shattered, you'd be lucky to get 200,000. So I took it to the basement and hit it with a hammer. 400,000 yuan, gone in one swing, on purpose, because the system does not care in the slightest whether the pieces are whole. It only cares how much material is on the floor. The stone burst into 7 or 8 pieces, and every single piece had violet running through it. It was built like an egg, a centimeter of gray shell around a purple yolk. Zhou Jiahao, holding up a fragment. So, what, 3,000 yuan? Add 2 zeros. He put it down very carefully, using both hands, the way you set down someone else's baby. And then my phone rang, and the principal, the class teacher, and the head of moral education were standing at the bottom of my stairwell. So was the Harvard MBA. I should explain what had happened to him in the meantime, because his career trajectory that week was steeper than mine. He'd gained 30,000 followers in the time it took to scrub one customer's back. So he threw his towel down in the middle of the bathhouse, announced that he was a major internet celebrity now, and they could go find whoever they liked, quit on the spot, bought my home address online for 100 yuan, and rode a shared bicycle to my building. He was 1.50 meters. He was streaming to 20,000 people, and on the way over, he had placed a fresh bet, this time on Zhou Jiahao, over 250 points, and he'd do the handstand live. Meanwhile, Principal Wu was upstairs genuinely afraid that the national mockery had broken me. I came up out of a dark basement holding a handful of smashed rocks and apologized for being late because I'd been cutting stone. Zhou Jiahao and his 2 friends went down the fire stairs backwards rather than be in a room with a principal. "You graduate in 1 day, I said after them. "What are you even afraid of?" Later that evening, the city put out a statement. "Poor student or top student, let's wait and see." That is the single most carefully constructed sentence I have ever read. It works perfectly no matter which way the scores land. Somebody in that office deserved a raise. Then, on WeChat, "Don't be sad. If you're unhappy, read a book for a while and you'll feel better. Tomorrow night, I'll treat you to something nice." Read a book to cheer up. I genuinely do not know how that girl's brain is wired. So I wrote back, "I want lobster," with the mischievous face, purely so she'd know I was fine, and she wrote back immediately, and I could feel her relax through the screen. The principal offered to send a car for the next exam day. I declined. In the morning, my mother picked up the box by my pillow, and the broken stones rattled, and I realized I'd forgotten to set my midnight alarm. The system, helpfully, chose that moment to mention a thing it had never mentioned before. I could lock an item into system space for 24 hours and deconstruct it later. Then it clarified that full system space needed level 2, and that it would only ever hold things the system itself had made. I threw the stone in anyway. I literally just told myself it's pointless to take your trousers off to fart, I said out loud. And then I did exactly that. Both parents got dressed to walk me to the exam. Then my mother stopped and took her shoe back off and put it by the door. "Actually, your dad and I don't feel like going. Drive carefully." My father and I looked at each other. She told him afterwards, and her eyes went. Yesterday he was learning to say words. Today he goes on his own. And she'd spent 18 years complaining that he was a troublemaker, and now that he'd stopped being one, it frightened her more than the trouble ever had. My dad, who was not built for these conversations, thought about it for a long moment and then said, "How did the stinking kid grow up so fast? Honey, what do you think about having another one?" Downstairs, there was a wall of phones. "Underachiever Chen, let's talk sometime. Work with me and buying a Land Rover in 3 years is realistic." Nobody moved, so I walked through a skinny influencer in a full cartoon costume and a bicycle helmet who went over sideways with his half-eaten orange rolling away across the asphalt. "Make way!" Fully armed special police, sent to escort a candidate. I'm not riding in your car. That's too weird. I'll drive myself. Fine, you ride in front, said the captain, who had assumed I meant a bicycle. Meanwhile, his officers were working the courtyard, ticketing every illegally parked car that didn't belong to a resident, and they were closing in on a silver Range Rover that didn't yet have a compound pass. Gentlemen, have mercy. That one's mine. Headlights flashed. The influencer who had, 40 seconds earlier, promised on camera to make me rich enough for a Land Rover within 3 years was still streaming, and his own chat filled up with a single syllable repeated about 400 times. Within the hour, there was a fresh take trending. A high school student driving a Range Rover worth over $5 million. This is what excessive pampering produces. Parents, take heed. Underachiever Chen is a distorted product of overindulgence. Nobody in this country has ever needed the facts to have the take. New exam room, new proctors, and they recognized the name on my admission ticket because they'd been gossiping about the national poor student in the corridor 40 minutes earlier, and here he was, sitting in row 3. They looked at each other and silently agreed not to wake me up. I had planned to nap for 2 hours, but they kept glancing over and it got on my nerves, so I did the paper in 5 minutes and then slept until the hour was up. After I left, one of them turned my sheet over, and the science teacher in the room went pale. Every answer correct, better than the best combined science student in his own class. Underachiever Chen? Nonsense. Calling this kid a top student is underselling him. Then an inspection team came through and took the paper, and the head of it looked at the science section, discovered he could not read it, looked at the name, smiled a very tired smile, turned the page face down, and walked out. A young inspector in the corridor asked what had happened. Chen Han's exam paper. Upstairs, 5 men were watching me on a CCTV monitor in the principal's office. Principal Wu. I guarantee this boy clears 650, otherwise I resign. Director Wang, who had been silent for a while. 650, there are 10 people on this island who can do 650. I have already personally guaranteed the province that he will be the top scorer. WU through his teeth. Fine, if he doesn't hit 700, you'll get my resignation letter. And Director Wang relaxed completely because that's a man betting his career, and if you're going to bet yours, you may as well collect somebody else's. 2 grown men, both careers, on one 18-year-old asleep at a desk on a security camera. Old Liu, said Director Wang into his radio. Chen Han's coming out. Clear a path. Captain Liu was waiting for me again. What do you mean, are we on duty here? We're a special police unit. We are here specifically for you, kid. I didn't fancy the gauntlet of cameras, so I asked whether my car could be brought inside the cordon and handed him my keys and watched the captain of a special police unit hand a 5 million yuan Range Rover to a subordinate. Xiaolu, you're a good driver, don't scratch it. Sir, it's expensive, but which of our armored vehicles is worth less than $1 million? Excellent point, Xiaolu. The press, thrilled that I'd come out early again, watched me turn around and walk back into the school building and lost their minds trying to work out what it meant. Alone in the car behind a police cordon with the doors locked, I called Guo Feng. Which is worth more, 100 grams of high-ice jadeite or 400 grams of icy glutinous? He thought I was making fun of him, and honestly, fair. He had just finished cutting the 16 stones I'd read for him and found every single one exactly as described, down to a 9% green ratio. Is that even a question? A fingernail of glass type is worth more than a football of icy glutinous. Right. System. Take it as deep as it goes. Glass type violet. I don't care how small. And then, because I'd been thinking about it all morning, and make it a pair of pendants. Complicated, something with style. Congratulations. The owner has obtained a pair of glass type violet jadeite pendants. What came out was one piece. No seam anywhere on it that I could find with a fingernail. You rotate it clockwise and it clicks apart into 2. I was so worried I'd break it that I asked. Everything produced by the system is of the highest quality. Even if the pendant were joined and separated every second, the system guarantees a service life in excess of 100 years. Joined and separated every second. System, do you hear yourself? It did not respond to that, then or ever, but it did finally answer the question I'd been circling all week. After completing 10 deconstruction and rebuilding operations, the system will automatically advance to level 2. 10. I was on 8. And what does level 2 do? That is beyond the scope of the system's response. Explore it yourself. I spent an hour trying to get a straight answer out of that thing and collected unable to answer in about 12 different flavors. Walking back across campus, I got recognized approximately every 9 steps. Honestly, seeing underachiever Chen makes me feel better about myself. At least there's someone keeping me humble. The girls lit up anyway, which I have never once understood. And then a tall, self-conscious figure came out of the exam building and my face rearranged itself without asking me first. Hey, little girl, lift your head up and let me look at you. She looked up. enormous glasses, anxious. Are you all right? So I killed the smile, sighed like a man whose life has ended, and said, let's walk and talk, purely to find out what she'd do. What she did was follow me with her fist knotted in the hem of her shirt for about 30 meters, gathering herself, and then say it twice, because the first time it came out too quiet to hear. Please ignore them, okay? I believe you. Here is Tang Ruoxi's entire life up to that afternoon. Almost no friends, and not by accident. Her family had decided that was safer. Study, part-time work, and looking after her grandmother. That's the list. That's all of it. And then a very bossy boy walked into it and, against everything she had ever been taught to expect, did not make fun of her. She hadn't slept properly since the story broke, not because of what they said about me, because she couldn't do anything about it, so she bit her lip and walked up and hugged me, in the middle of a courtyard, in front of about 200 people, then let go instantly and went the color of a stop sign. You? Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to comfort you. I took her hand and pulled her through the whispering toward the car, opened the passenger door and leaned in after her, and she panicked and shoved at my chest with both hands. I pulled the seatbelt across her. Not wearing one gets my license plate fined. At the restaurant, she didn't get out. She was sitting there not moving, and after a second, I understood why. She didn't know how to undo a seatbelt. She had never been in a car often enough to learn, so I leaned over and unclipped it and found her eyes squeezed shut and her lashes shaking, and I kissed her. She didn't shout. She didn't hit me. She bit her lip and cried silently, without making any noise at all, and the tears went down her chin and landed on my forearm. I have had a gun pointed at my head since then, and I panicked less. There wasn't a single tissue in that entire brand new car, so I very carefully lifted the old glasses off her face and wiped it with my hand. I promise, I won't ever kiss you like that again without asking. Please stop crying, you're not pretty when you cry. And she said through it, promise me you'll ignore the people online. You're very clever. If you just work hard, you'll get into a good university. That was it. That was what she was crying about. Deal, be my girlfriend and I'll ignore all of them and study hard as well. She thought about it for a long time. Seriously, like an exam question. My grandmother said I shouldn't have a boyfriend so early. How about we're good friends first, and if you still like me after we graduate from university, then I'll be your girlfriend. 4 years. She counter-offered 4 years. I leaned in again, got a mouthful of salt, and discovered she'd started crying a second time, and heard myself repeat a promise I had made approximately 4 minutes earlier. Let's be friends first, okay? Sure, no problem, we're best friends now. You're a girl and I'm a boy, so technically we're best boyfriend and girlfriend. She took her hand back. I defended holding hands using a kindergarten song, complete with the hand movements, and then added that there were a lot of people up ahead and holding hands would stop her getting lost. She knew it was nonsense. She could not construct a rebuttal. Those are different things, and I have exploited the gap between them for years. We had lunch. Then I took her to the antique shop for chains for the pendants. The waitress watching us go. What a waste of a good-looking man. He's either blind or he's poor. The girl in the Cheongsam recognized me as the boss's friend. I put the pendant on the tray and split it in two with a flick of one finger, and Go Feng, arriving behind me, actually applauded the carving and asked which master had done the work. I winked at him. Street stall, 5 yuan the pair. They're glass. He didn't miss a beat. Ah, of course. Excellent value. Platinum chains, 1 thick, 1 thin, 10 minutes. I fastened hers myself, reaching around behind her neck, and then handed her mine. Do me too. She took an extraordinarily long time with that clasp. I wasn't in a hurry. GUO's private assessment, which he gave me later, high ice violet at absolute minimum, several million for the stone alone, and the chain by itself was 1,000 times 5 yuan. I can't accept it. We're good friends, aren't we? You won't take a necklace that cost a few dollars? Then Gu brought out 16 selected rough stones, and I read all 16 front and back in 3 minutes. This one probably has nothing. This one about 15% glutinous. This one icy, but no bigger than a fingernail. Go was scribbling on the slips trying to keep up. Is that all of them, brother Go? That's it? And an old man with a white goatee detonated behind me. Those 16 stones were his. He had selected them personally, over an entire day, out of a shipment of 100, and a child had just dismissed the lot in 3 minutes. He grabbed a gray-brown stone the size of a steamed bun. You say there's nothing in this one? Do you even know which mine it came from? Go started trying to smooth it over fast, because this was old Guan 6, the best jade consultant in the building, the man who led every buying trip they made, and a genuine name in the national stone gambling world. So I answered him with a knife wrapped in a compliment. The skin is genuinely good. Pine flowers, python pattern, white mist seeping through. It's beautiful. Everyone relaxed. But it's a disguise. It's like a man's life. That python belt on the outside only records past glory. However splendid the past was, it's still the past. His beard started moving on its own. Since you're so confident. If this stone is as empty as you say, then I, CA06, leave the Jade gambling world today. And if Jade comes out of it, you apologize publicly and you buy any stone I point at. Tang Ruoxi grabbed my arm. She was frightened for me. She thought I was about to lose money I didn't have. I pinched the tip of her nose. Relax. Your good boyfriend is really quite something. Then I rewrote his stake, because his version was worthless to me. You leaving the Jade world does nothing for me. I can't follow you around checking. Here's my version. If it's empty, you stay at this shop and work for this shop for 1 year, unpaid. And if so much as a sesame seed of Jade comes out, I'll apologize and buy you anything in the building. He cut it himself. He wouldn't have it. Having it would ruin the filling, he said, so he shaved the corners. First cut. Water over the face. White mist. White mist means a 70 to 80% chance of Jade underneath. He looked up at me with the most triumphant expression I have ever seen on a human being. I didn't look up. I was talking to Tang Ruoxi about what she wanted for dinner. Second cut. White mist. Fifth cut. White mist. 12th cut. Half an hour later, the steamed bun was the size of an egg, and there was not one thread of green anywhere in it, and his hands were shaking on the switch. The last cut split it in two, and both halves fell on the floor. He bent down, picked one up, straightened, and swayed. I caught him by the collar of his jacket before he hit the ground. Come on now. What bad intentions could I have? I'm about to start university. I'm hardly going to stand here and let you fall. Then I got about 10 steps away and turned around. Oh, Brother Guo, remember not to pay Master Guan's salary for the next 3 years. He's a man of principle. Paying him would be an insult. The bet had been 1 year. Go Feng didn't even try to keep a straight face. Xiaojiang, tell finance, and have legal draw up the agreement. He had all 16 cut after we left, out of sheer curiosity. I was right on everyone. Empty where the skin was gorgeous. Jade where the skin looked like a brick off a building site. His conclusion, which he wrote down that night. There is nobody in the entire Jade gambling world who can do that, and whatever it costs to keep this boy nearby, pay it. Old Guan Six's own summary of his week. All I did was scold a junior twice, and now look at me. Then I walked Tang Ruoxi into a women's clothing shop and she went silent. Her living allowance is 90 yuan a month, not a week, a month. The assistant took in the faded school uniform and my cheap shirt, filed us as browsing tourists, and stayed polite about it, which I respected. Then I said the word Chanel and the hand in mine stopped moving. I asked for the best outfit in the shop for her, price irrelevant. The assistant picked a light purple knee-length tulle dress with a silk bow and quoted it while walking slowly away, giving us room to retreat with dignity. It's only 18,888. Tang Ruoxi started towing me toward the door with both hands and discovered she could not move me. No, it's okay. I don't want to buy it. I don't like it. She wasn't protecting her own pride. She was protecting mine. She thought she was getting me out of a shop I couldn't afford before I had to say so out loud. I didn't buy it for you. I just want to see you try it on. Nobody in that shop believed that, including me. I handed over the card. Wrap it. The password is 6 zeros. The balance came up on the terminal, and it had 7 digits in it, and I watched a professional retail assistant's entire model of the universe rebuild itself in real time. The deal was, she models, I don't buy. She went into that fitting room 8 times in half an hour, and every single time the curtain closed, I bought the previous outfit. First one out was a chiffon top, jeans and sneakers, and the whole shop stopped because under 3 years of a school uniform shaped like a tent was a frame you would hire for a runway. She stood there tugging at her own exposed collarbones like a soldier who'd been sent into a field without her armor. Okay, I'm taking it off now. Then heels, and the head that had been down for 3 straight years came up all by itself, and I watched it happen, and I want to tell you that was better than the money. When she finally came out in the first dress, I was standing at the door behind 20 bags. About 300,000 yuan in 30 minutes. Her face started to go, so I shoved 2 bags into her hands. I can't carry all this. Help me? And towed her out of there before the tears could get organized. The assistant slipped me a note on the way past. A phone number, with a lipstick print on it. I asked to borrow the pen clipped to her chest. She misread the request comprehensively, went shy, and said, "Isn't this a bit fast? Shouldn't we talk things through first?" I nearly kicked her. Then I wrote down Zaichou Jiahao's number. His nickname's Zifeng. I've got an exam this afternoon, so I might be slow to reply. It's all yours, little brother. Don't let me down. Last stop, the optician. She came out with no glasses at all. They tested her. 2.0 in both eyes. She had never been short-sighted in her life. Here's why she wore them. Her grandmother told her she was too beautiful, and their family too weak to protect her, and that until she could protect herself, she was to keep her face covered in public. And I couldn't even argue with the old woman, because without a machine in my head, I'd never have looked at that girl twice either. Nobody had. That was the point. It had worked perfectly for 3 years. In the car, lift your head. With me here, nobody's going to bully you again. Her head went lower. Then she raised it, met my eyes for about a second and a half, and dropped it again. Let's be friends first, okay? I'll wait for you. And then, muttered down into her own collar, not intended for me. Who holds hands with their best friend, and kisses them? You bad man. You just bully me. I'm never speaking to you again. The entrance to the afternoon exam quietly rioted, and then the invigilator refused to let her in until she put the old glasses back on, because the face didn't match the photo on her admission ticket. By that evening, the entire school knew that Third High's #1 ugly girl was a stunning beauty, and every boy in the building was beating his own chest with both fists. Zhou Jiahao met us at the door of the teaching building, saw a beautiful girl standing behind his boss, and instantly concluded that I had picked somebody up during a national examination. He was about a third of the way into resenting me for not sharing when he recognized the way she holds her head. You're Xiao Zihan? Then he pivoted straight into debt collection. Have you forgotten who took the blame for you after that fight? Who cheered you on when your tire went flat? Who lent you a phone when you were bored in class? You coward. You took the blame because you were too scared to talk to the teacher, and I did the talking. You were riding behind me eating sunflower seeds and shouting encouragement while I pushed a bike with a flat tire for 3 kilometers. And the phone. You lent me an iPhone during Master Mi's lesson and then leaned over and whispered, "Hey Siri," while I was using it. My parents got called in. Is that even physically possible for a human being to do to a friend? Tang Ruoxi laughed out loud. First time I'd heard it. And then both of us stopped, because we'd both done the arithmetic at the same moment. After today, all of that is a memory. Our scores were going to put us in different cities. Zhou Jiahao waved it off, the way he does, and left. You poor dog, I shouted after him. Don't say I never did anything for you. Go and open WeChat. This time the press were already sitting in their cars and got sealed into the car park by red and blue lights the second we pulled out. I waved my thanks through the window and was 4 turns away before anyone got a door open. I fed her, packed a meal for her grandmother, and drove her home. Grandma Xiao came to the door and looked at the dress and the bags. She didn't say anything kind. She didn't say anything cruel. She stood there and watched her granddaughter go inside happy for once in her life. And then, alone in the yard, quietly, I've told you so many times not to show your face, silly girl. If it hadn't been for your mother's looks back then, you wouldn't be suffering all this now. God help me. Please don't let her be fooled. I didn't hear that. I found out about it a long time afterward, along with everything else about her mother. And it isn't my story to tell in the middle of this one. My own compound had shut its gates on the influencers. I drove at the ones standing in the road without lifting my foot, and they came apart like pigeons, and the security team, who had my plate on a list now, opened the gate and shut it behind me. Then I rolled the window down and handed out a carton of Zhonghua. Sorry for the trouble, everyone. Share these around. I'll buy you a meal when I've got time. The captain waved it away. Your father already brought us plenty of things. Of course he did. Everything I know about handling people I learned by watching a man on 5,000 a month. I pushed them into his hands anyway. Take them. I'm still a minor. You'd be solving a problem for me. Upstairs, my parents didn't get up. They'd already eaten. They glanced at 20 shopping bags exactly once and went back to the television, which is its own kind of statement. Then, Principal W.U. called for a score estimate. 2 words. Full marks. The bag from the antique shop was offcuts. Jade chips off the carving bench, the biggest a bottle cap, the smallest a sesame seed, about half of it plain stone. As raw feedstock for synthetic jade, it was worth maybe 10,000 yuan, 1 deconstruction, a palm-sized piece of glass-type jadeite, several million. That was number 8. Next day, I couldn't decide what to use it on, so I put my finger on the desk and counted to 66 around the room and landed on the Casio I bought in first year for 500 yuan. The owner has provided a Casio mechanical watch and a piece of glass-type jadeite. Molecular synthesis in progress. Wait, synthesis? Congratulations. The owner has obtained a pair of Patek Philippe Heart of the Emerald couple watches. That's how I found out that if you leave 2 objects lying next to each other, the system fuses them. 2 blue boxes on my desk, dials set with jade. Casebacks cut out of a single transparent piece so you could see the movement working through the stone. I looked them up because at this point looking things up had become a reflex with a small dread attached to it. 13 years in design. Released January 2021. Crystal grade jadeite valued at 20 million yuan per gram. 2 pairs exist in the world, 21.5 million US dollars each, about 141 million yuan apiece, nearly 300 million for the pair. out of a 500 yuan Casio. And here's the whole engine of my life in one image, if you want it. Take a precision component worth a few hundred yuan, melt it down, and make a nail out of it, and now it's worth pennies. Same atoms. Everything you paid for was the arrangement. The system runs that in reverse. That's it. That's the entire cheat. I shrugged and put 300 million yuan in a desk drawer, and then looked out the window and saw that influencers had gotten inside the compound. You know what would be handy right now? Superhuman strength. I could just walk through them. Sorry. The system cannot analyze unknown items. Worth a try. WeChat. What are you up to, friend? Did you miss me? She was washing clothes at the well in her yard. Her grandmother called out that the phone was ringing, and she dried her hands on her own clothes running across the yard, and then read it and went red and checked over her shoulder. I'm doing laundry. Can we talk later? Give me a kiss first and then you can go. No, my grandma's here. Grandma Xiao, when she'd gone back out to the well. Sigh, silly girl. I couldn't sleep either, so I lay there reading a web novel I'd been following before all of this started, called From Picking Up Trash to Becoming the World's Richest Man, into which I had just dropped 10,000 book coins. I have since become the world's richest man, and I would like the author to know his research was terrible. 10th Deconstruction. I fed it my ancient Xiaomi. Congratulations. The owner has obtained a 2100 smartphone. I didn't even look at it, because the next line was already coming. The master has completed 10 tiered reconstruction tasks. System upgrade in progress. Do not interrupt. 3 minutes of noises I can only describe as a computer from 1998 thinking, which I sat through with my eyes shut. System level 2. New quest system unlocked. Complete 10 quests to advance to level 3. 4 things changed. 1. My daily deconstructions now accumulate on a monthly cycle. No more racing midnight. No more finding a stone at noon and having to sit on my hands for 11 hours. 2. 1 free conversion of an item back and forth. 3 days, and this is the one that eventually cost a foreign navy an aircraft carrier. Molecular replenishment rose to 80%, meaning 20% of an object is now enough to rebuild the whole thing. Take 4 tires off a car, and I can give you back the car. Find the foot of a vase, and get the vase. 4 was the ability to break rebuilt items back down into a component state, which produces a half-finished product and struck me at the time as the single stupidest feature ever designed. Isn't this just pointless? I said, out loud, and filed it away. And I want you to remember that I said that. Full system space came on as a basic function, which raised the obvious question of what else was in there. Explore the other functions on your own. Then I picked up what used to be my Xiaomi. It was a transparent slab like a brick of glass, half a centimeter thick. No ports, no buttons, no wires. A screen smaller than an iPhone's. I touched a dip in the surface, and a golden Chinese dragon half a meter long rose a meter into the air above it, turned its head, looked me over with visible contempt, and dived back into the screen. I threw the phone across the desk. Is that a 6D projection? No headset, no glasses. A hologram standing in the air of my bedroom, and if I'd had to swear in court, I'd have said it was alive. The interface was mostly familiar. The little penguin icon had survived 100 years, which tells you something about this country. The camera had no lens on either face. You lay it flat like a torch, and everything in front of it comes up as a projection you can walk around. I photographed myself and then put my own hand straight through my own floating chest. Then, the first task of the system is now issued. Relying on yourself is worse than relying on the system. Establish a company with a market value of 10 billion yuan within 1 year. Penalty for failure, the system automatically downgrades to level 1. No reward, just the level, and the level only arrives after 10 of these. Hold on. In novels, system tasks are about showing off in front of beautiful women. Why does mine want a 10 billion yuan company? I stayed up until 4 in the morning taking that phone apart with my eyes, and then dreamed about being the richest man alive with Tang Ruoxi under one arm and a brick of cash under the other, which in retrospect was less a dream than a schedule. I slept in for 5 days straight because the deconstructions accumulate now, and there is no longer any such thing as a wasted midnight. On the 6th day, my mother pulled me out of bed by the ear. Somebody claiming to be the admissions office of Fudan University has called for you. Director Yu, very smooth. Your scores may have met our requirements. We can't confirm anything yet, obviously. But sign with us now, and we'll admit you early. I'll think about it. Click. My mother's reaction to this can be summarized as, Fudan University telephoned this house, offered before the results were even out, and you hung up on them. Here's what was actually happening. If they called, they already know my score, and it's above their line, and that contract is a fence. Sign it, and I'm locked out of anywhere better for the rest of my life. My father, who is the reason I know that, said it out loud before I could. Whoever it was knew his score was far higher than theirs. Otherwise, why call, days after the exam? Then the phone rang again. Beijing landline. Peking University. Identical script. And my father, who at that moment had absolutely no idea what his son had scored, picked it up like a man holding 4 aces. You can say whatever you'd like to say, but you don't need to repeat the flattery. Fudan already called and told us Chen Han's results. With grades like that, he can pick any school in the country. What I'm weighing up now is whether you are being honest with me. Peking panicked and tried to outbid Fudan with information. They only gave you the total. We can give you every subject separately. And my father waved a hand at the phone. Knowing the total and knowing the subject scores hardly makes a difference to us. And Peking University agreed with him. Haha, of course, my mistake. Chen Han's perfect score is a once-in-a-century achievement. If you know the total, you know every subject. My father's mouth stayed open for a genuinely impressive length of time. My mother burst into tears, and I, being the person I am, immediately turned the sincerity contest into a test. Check 2 more scores for me. Zichou Jiahao and Tang Ruoxi, 3 minutes. Tang Ruoxi, 726 points. Second in Hebei province, directly behind you. We can't find any Zhu Jiahao. He must be far below our line. Then my mother's phone rang. Xinghua. She was so dazed she answered it on speaker while Peking was still on speaker, and Peking, hearing hesitation in the room, started running Xinghua down. Xinghua heard every word of it. Ms. Su, Peking University is on the line with you right now, isn't it? Could you put me on speaker as well? I'd like a word with them. My father lined the 2 phones up on the table, side by side, deliberately, and let them go. Xinghua opened with the observation that those who argue loudest tend to be the least capable, and that their engineering is the best in the nation. Peking replied, "There's one thing you will never compete with us on. Our male-to-female ratio is 1-to-1. Xinghua, our campus is 3 times the size of yours. Peking, 1-to-1. Xinghua, we have the most canteens and the best dormitories in the country, bunk beds with desks underneath, a central hall, and you still can't house your own professional master's students. Peking, 1-to-1. Xinghua, running out of air. Do you dare to say literally anything else?" Then Xinghua tried reverse psychology and began praising Peking for being small and walkable while mocking their own royal gardens and lotus ponds. You'll need a bicycle to get anywhere, and you'll pass a senior at such speed that you'll both have finished smiling before you've met. Peking's counter was that their dorms are next to their classrooms, and if you want the lotus pond, you can borrow a bike. Xinghua's right next door. And incidentally, a Peking student card gets you into Xinghua, while a Xinghua card gets stopped at their gate. And also, 1-to-1. I hung both of them up before it came to blows. I'd already chosen. What I wanted now was terms. I called Tang Ruoxi at her well. Girl, if you scored 700 or above, where would you go? I haven't thought about it. I'll go wherever's cheapest. Cheapest. Cheap tuition, good scholarship. That was the entire search algorithm of the second highest scorer in a province of 70 million people. In that case, let's apply to the same one. She thought I might manage 400. She estimated herself at 630, and she said without hesitating, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Meanwhile, my mother had phoned her brother's family to show off and been informed to her face that she'd been scammed. Results aren't out for 15 days. My cousin Su Xiao sat this exam last year and got 590. And a boy the entire internet calls underachiever Chen with a perfect score? Dream on. 0 is more likely. I'm embarrassed to tell people he's my nephew. Then somebody knocked. Principal Wu, Director Wang, several city leaders, a cameraman, and Luo Jing, a grand slam. The first in the history of the exam. Nobody had believed it until they'd seen the sheet with their own eyes. Every teacher attached to me got paid on the spot. Master Mei got 100,000. Then Director Wang produced a red certificate, the Island Learning Star Award, and a scholarship of 1 million yuan. My parents stopped breathing. I took the certificate and handed it to my mother, and I handed the check back to my principal. Everything I've done, I owe to the school. Without Third High, I wouldn't be standing here. I'll keep the certificate. Leave the million with my alma mater, and don't waste it. Use it for students who can't afford to be here. The camera was running. My father, who is the one person in that room who could price the gesture, nodded once and said nothing. Our family did not need 1 million yuan. 1 million yuan was roughly 1 year's interest on what I had already made that month. It cost me nothing, and it will pay somebody's tuition for the next 20 years, which is the best exchange rate I have ever gotten on anything. And at the back of the room, Luo Jing, the intern whose stream started all of this, now 800,000 followers on the short video apps, 12 hours a night of content built on mocking me, had been quietly doing arithmetic about her own salary, 6,000 a month, 14 years to save 1 million yuan. And she said it out loud, in front of the city leadership. This is impossible. Boss, are you sure there hasn't been a mistake? How could he get good grades? He's underachiever Lin. Her own colleagues physically stepped away from her. Director Wang didn't turn around. Get out. On the stairs, she walked into a streamer called Big Face, who had bribed his way into the compound and was pointing his camera at my bedroom window for an audience of thousands. She saw herself on his screen, in the background, and thought it in exactly these words: "So the clown was me the whole time." Back in the van, career over, she reasoned her way to the only door she could see, leak the perfect score, be the woman who broke it, 10 million followers, one advertisement worth more than a year's salary. She started her stream and couldn't get through it because she kept retching, because she could not stop picturing the Harvard MBA settling his handstand bet. She got about 90 seconds in before she had to stop, and her chat drew its own conclusions, and none of them were kind. Cut to me on my own sofa, in front of the assembled leadership of the city, sneezing violently. Which dog is talking about me? Camera away, I stopped performing and stretched out. Principal, may I offer you some advice? Teacher Shu Tao. You know him? WU misread this completely and started promising bonuses. 100,000 for the class teacher, 30,000 each for the rest. I pressed on, absolutely straight-faced, and praised Teacher Xu's devotion to the school. To save money on furniture, I explained. He has half the class stand through his lessons, dozens of benches a year. And whenever the air in the room feels stale, he sends students out to breathe in the corridor for an entire period, purely out of concern for their lungs. Director Wang's face began to change shape, and then I shared the career advice Teacher Xu gave me personally. Prestigious institutions like the vocational school and the cram school chain, plus longer-term plans in the resource integration, recycling, and reuse industry, and possibly work as a mobile professional wealth manager. Director Wang. Wait, what are those? The first one is more commonly known as scavenging, collecting waste, and the second one is what most people would just call being a beggar. Director Wang hit the table. A cancer in the teaching profession. Old WU, investigate immediately, and if any of it holds up, get him out. I waved both hands. No. The state worked hard to train him. We should let him realize his full potential. Beat. Oh, principal, our school security department is always short-staffed, isn't it? 5 days later, Teacher Shu Tao was transferred to the school security department. I have been called many things. Patient is one of them. Admissions teams from Tsinghua, Peking, and half the famous universities in the country were quietly on the island by then, hunting 2 people, me and Tang Ruoxi, who turned down every single one of them, without exception, because she had promised to go wherever I went and had not yet worked out that I wasn't going to a vocational school. Some of them tried routing through the family. The uncle who had told my mother she'd been scammed turned up at our flat with a mountain of health supplements and a great deal to say about one particular university. My mother hummed for the rest of the evening. Her standing in her own family had finally moved, and it had taken 43 years. Then I called Tsinghua and asked for a meeting, and the instruction came down from the university. Bring him in at any cost, not for my marks, for the headline. The national top scorer chose Tsinghua without hesitation is worth an entire year of being the undisputed #1, and everybody in that room knew it. I had 2 conditions. 1, I will not attend regular classes. I'm starting a company. I need the school's support with venue, personnel, and everything else, except funding. Credits guaranteed. They relaxed at "except funding" and agreed on the spot, and every one of them missed the load-bearing word. Everything except funding includes research equipment, laboratory equipment, the kind an 18-year-old with 5 million in an account cannot buy at any price, because it isn't sold, it's allocated. That is the entire reason I chose the engineering school over Peking's liberal arts. I want to be very clear that the 1-to-1 ratio played no part in my decision. 2. Tang Ruoxi comes with me, and given her family's situation, I'd advise them to have prepared enough scholarship funding in advance. The room recalculated at speed. The girl ranked 2nd in the province. The one nobody could move. The one who kept saying no to everyone. That's why I said it out loud in front of 6 witnesses, so that nobody would try anything clever at signing. Both admitted. Any major we liked. When they put the Tsinghua letter into her hands, her disbelief lasted about 4 seconds and then turned into something I'd never seen on her face before, not because of her own place, because I'd gotten in, with a higher score than hers. At dinner that night, "Do you like magic shows?" She stopped eating, because that's her secret. Magic is the favorite thing in her life. She used to watch it on the television with her eyes glued to the screen and her chin on her knees, back when there was a television. "Give me a kiss and I'll do you a trick." She stood up, pecked my cheek like a chick pecking rice, and hid behind her own hair. I showed her my hands, both sides, empty. "Amitabha, grant me strength. Now kiss my hand and a miracle will occur." I opened my palms. A woman's Patek Philippe. Then I took her 2 hands and pressed them together, lifted them to my mouth, and opened them. The man's watch. In her own hands. She never felt a thing. She was looking at my face the entire time, That's system space. That's all it is. But she had just watched real magic happen at a dinner table from 20 centimeters away, and I have never in my life been looked at like that. She fastened my watch onto my wrist for me. Between the pendant and the watch, she was wearing over 200 million yuan and believed both were worth a few hundred and would have refused either instantly at 10,000, which is exactly why she was never told. June 23rd, results day. I woke up and both my parents were already sitting at my computer, fully dressed, waiting. Admission ticket, candidate number, last 6 digits of the ID enter, Chinese 150, Maths 150, Foreign language 150, Science comprehensive 300, total 750. My mother cried again. My father went out onto the balcony and stayed there for a while. Then Zhou Jiahao rang, glowing. 552, not top tier, but a solid university. Go and check yours. If you cleared 400, we'll find you a first-tier school with a second-tier major, and if that doesn't work, we'll just apply to the same place. The silence on my end alarmed him. Boss, don't tell me you got about 300. It's fine if you got 300. There are associate degree programs. They're perfectly respectable. I'm not bragging, but I could have beaten you with my eyes closed. Fine, I'll come clean. Perfect score. 750. Shh. If you got a perfect score, then everyone in the school got a perfect score. Meanwhile, the press had gotten hold of a photo of the transcript, and at 8:10 in the morning, the first headline went up. Underachiever Chen, the deception that fooled us all. The comments underneath it. Is this a paid post? Editor, your irony is masterful. Yes, 750. I believe you completely. I bet he'll get into Tsinghua and Peking is scrambling to admit him. Every follow-up article got read as sarcasm. The photograph of the actual transcript was universally dismissed as a bad Photoshop job. I watched several serious editors lose their minds in public over the course of a single morning. Underachiever Chen went back into the top 10 trending, and a whole new generation of schoolchildren received the one comfort available to them. No matter what happens, at least I'm still better than Underachiever Chen, right? Then Zhou Jiahao kicked my front door. In person, there are still shoe prints on the security door. He saw the score sheet on my monitor and reached the only conclusion available to him. Boss, your Photoshop skills are incredible. Change the name to mine. I want to post it. So I let him. He recorded a video of himself typing in his own name and his own admission number, narrating the whole way. Ta-da! Behold my results. A grand slam. Who else can compare? I'm asking you, who else can compare? Hit post, and the page loaded. Zhou Jiahao. Chinese 114, Maths 131, English 126, Science 181. Total, 552. It already had likes. He deleted it. He sat down. He breathed out. And then slowly, the actual question arrived on his face. Hold on. Why would the software give the top scorer a perfect sheet and give me my score? Because somebody had already forwarded his bragging video into the class group, so he did the only thing his brain offered, which was to bury it by posting photographs of my Tsinghua admission letter and my score sheet with the caption, Hey, I sent the wrong video earlier. I meant to film Chen Han's results. These are my results. Who else can compare? 2 birds, 1 stone, he thought. Our class monitor, Liu Daqiang, who had spent the entire morning using Zhou Jiahao's 552 as a backdrop for his own 631, went completely silent. The group refused to believe any of it, on solid grounds. Nobody has even filled in their applications yet, so nobody can have been admitted anywhere. Then our class teacher typed one line. 2 students from this class have been admitted to Tsinghua University early this year, Chen Han and Tang Ruoxi, because she had just seen what the university had put on its own website. Tsinghua University, official statement. Headline in the largest font they own. Please immediately stop your personal attacks. Underneath it, the admission letter, and the transcript that everybody in China had spent a day calling a bad Photoshop, plus a paragraph describing me as a once-in-a-century talent and thanking me warmly for choosing them, which also managed to establish Tsinghua as the discerning mentor who had recognized me first. That last part was not an accident. Nobody that university does with a press release is an accident. Top 5 trending inside half an hour. Every major outlet reprinted it within the hour. And in a rented flat on the 13th floor of a building overlooking my compound, a man was still streaming. I should update you on the Harvard MBA. He had spent 100,000 yuan on a high-definition telescope and rented that flat specifically for the sightline. He was pulling something like 300,000 a month. He was streaming 16 hours a day and had not looked at a news site in the better part of a week. He was, at that exact moment, narrating, "The poor student is getting into his Land Rover again," to 30,000 people. And his chat had begun forming an orderly queue. You may begin your performance. +999. We'll wait. Take your time. He opened the trending list. This can't be. This can't be. Wasn't he a terrible student? His viewer count went from 30,000 to 300,000, which is a number the biggest streamers in the country cannot buy, and every single line on his screen said the same thing, and somebody started a 3-minute countdown before a mass unfollow. And Zaicho Jiahao, sitting on my bed, cheerfully posted the rest of the invoice into that chat. 2 more poor students got their results today, one into Tsinghua, 1/500. The internet found the exact scores in under 4 minutes. Across the country that evening, children held their phones up at their parents. Tsinghua admitted underachiever Chen, and you told me not to be like him. He had 1 probation, 2 major demerits, and 300 absences, and he's going to Tsinghua. Do I have to get into the moon before you'll be satisfied? I want you to know that he paid. He said, guys, a bet is a bet, because the alternative was going back to scrubbing backs at the Dashuo bathhouse, and he went up that wall with a nimbleness that 1.5 meters of man has no right to, and I can only attribute it to years of physical labor. The chat filled with 6s and gifs, and halfway through the performance, the screen went black. This streamer is suspected of violating platform regulations and has been banned for 3,650 days, 10 years. He finished. He wiped his face. He picked up his phone. And a scream came out of a 13th floor window on the far side of the estate, and it carried beautifully across the courtyard on a warm summer evening. My stream, my money, I did that for nothing. Zhou Jiahao at my window. Boss, did you hear something? My parents came home that evening glowing. Their phones had been ringing since 8 in the morning. My father went and got the 1 small jar of Imperial Dry Well Longjing he had been hoarding like a squirrel and brewed the entire thing. So, what reward do you want? Forget the reward, but listen, old Chen. We're not short of money now. How about a villa? With a study just for making tea. The kitchen door opened. What house? That money is for my son's wedding. Stop fiddling with your leaves and come and pick vegetables. My father, who had not said 1 word, got scolded for it. That night, I took the family property deed out of the cabinet in the living room because I wanted to know. The system can create a legally valid deed for a property 80% larger. The deed will be genuine. The ownership will be real. Then the fine print. The original property corresponding to the deed will be decomposed at the same time, like the Cayenne. Our flat is on the 3rd floor of a 6-story building. So if my house suddenly stops existing, what happens to the 4 floors on top of it? I put the deed back in the cabinet. We're not short of money now. Let's not do something that stupid. Application day at school. I didn't need to go. Tang Ruoxi did, and she was no longer safely invisible, so I went. Zhou Jiahao and Wang Wentao turned up at my gate to be chauffeured. Isn't it obvious? When there's a Land Rover who rides a bicycle. Get in the back. That seat's reserved for my wife. Wang Wentao, who had been offline playing games for 4 days and had missed the entire national news cycle, spent the drive bragging on Zhou Jiahao's behalf about the 2 women currently pursuing him, the SIM card clerk and the Chanel assistant, both of whom I had personally arranged, and added generously that they were definitely much prettier than Tang Ruoxi. Then we pulled up at the roadside where a girl in a floral dress was waiting. Wang Wentao craned his neck out the window. Holy crap, look at that figure. You don't even need to see the face. He got smacked for it by me, without me taking my eyes off the road. She got in and handed me a bag. I made you steamed buns. Eat some while they're warm. Wang Wentao swallowed the words. Aren't we picking up Tang Ruoxi whole because he did not want to embarrass his boss in front of a beautiful woman and privately began to feel very sorry for me. Hey, I said, beautiful, would you like to introduce yourself? I am Tang Ruoxi. Zhou Jiahao, who had been holding it in for 11 minutes, folded in half. The second scandal of the school year detonated in the yard about 90 seconds after we parked, and every boy in that building spent the rest of the day recalculating 3 years of his life. Xuanrui Zhai, Guo Feng's jewelry hall. A new assistant took 1 look at us and filed us as a simp and a girl who was doing very well out of him and steered us toward the diamonds on commission. The hall is 500 square meters and built like a small palace, and in the middle of it, alone, was a pink diamond of nearly 100 carats, 700 million yuan. What I didn't know at the time, Guo Feng's group is enormous, but 2/3 of his personal wealth is physically inside that building. That's why he's always there. What the assistant didn't know, I was standing there stunned for the exact opposite reason to the one she assumed. Diamonds are worth far more per gram than jade, which meant the system had just been handed an entirely new business. GUO was across the hall showing the collection to a well-dressed middle-aged couple. The assistant hurried over to head us off before we could embarrass her, and Guo started walking toward us, smiling. So she smoothed her skirt down, concluded that the fortune teller had been right about her destiny after all, and stepped directly into his path. Hello, Chairman Guo, he grunted, walked around her and shook my hand. Then, over his shoulder, without turning, go and fetch your supervisor. I'd like a word with him. The couple were CAO Jin, everybody calls him Mr. CAO, and his wife. He owns Guangzhou Electronics, the largest electronics factory on the island and a serious name in Hong Kong. He had been hunting me for weeks, partly for the jade reading, mostly for the tea. He had seen Guo's Imperial Drywell Longjing and had not slept properly since. I refused at first, on the grounds that it was all for my father to drink, and then relented for Brother Gu's sake and promised him a few ounces. He was so happy he had to sit down. Understand what that tea is. He has billions of yuan and he cannot buy it. It isn't a luxury, it's a status object. It's the gift that the biggest names in this country physically cannot produce, and now he could put a box of it on a table in Hong Kong. If there's ever anything I can do for you, he said, just say it. And nobody at that table knew that my 10 billion yuan quest ran directly through an electronics factory, and one had just walked into the room and offered. Just as I was starting to doze, Go Feng brought me a pillow. Then both of them insisted on a first meeting gift for the girl, and Mrs. Cao took Tang Ruoxi's hand. Let the men talk business. We sisters will do our own thing. And Tang Ruoxi's hand started to pull back on instinct. 3 years of training, and then she glanced at my face and found nothing on it. No anxiety, no warning, nothing to be protected from, and she raised her head and smiled at Mrs. Cao. Mrs. Cao told her husband afterward that it was a beauty that could topple a kingdom. Both men gave me a thumbs up behind their teacups. But that wasn't the point. Here's the point, and it's the only thing in this section that actually mattered to me at the time. I can protect her for the rest of my life. I cannot spend the rest of my life protecting a woman who walks with her head down. Then Guo put 3 leather cases on the table. Over 200 million yuan of stones which, altogether, would not have filled an egg, and he tested me. He'd learned the pattern by then. He picked out something the size of a soybean. Go on, brother, tell me this diamond secret. A 4.16 carat, IF-grade diamond from Namibia. Brother Guo, what's a 4.16 carat, internally flawless stone from a Namibian mine worth these days? The room stopped. Because a cut diamond does not carry its origin. There is no mark. Lifelong dealers can sometimes guess a famous mine by eye, and they get it wrong regularly, and Guo Feng's own buyers cannot do it at all. Brother, he said after a while, if you keep doing this you'll have no friends left, and I got cornered into the persona and had to commit. Sigh, I really did just want to keep a low profile. Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I know diamonds, and it so happens I have a batch on hand. The plan I walked in with was to buy small stones and merge them. Then I found out about the offcut jars, diamond fragments, sold by weight. About 3,000 yuan a carat, 10 carats to a jar. And Guo hadn't even paid for his, they were thrown in free as sweeteners on a large purchase. Take them if you want, that stuff's the easiest thing in this building to get. I took 3, my arithmetic. 10 carats is the 20%, 80% replenishment, that's a 50 carat stone. His arithmetic, if I'd asked, a decent 50 carat stone is worth several hundred million yuan. Down in the car park, I put a bracelet on Tang Ruoxi's wrist and told her to keep it safe for me until I got a girlfriend, and kissed her cheek before she could construct an argument. Then I stood at the open tailgate pretending to rummage through bags. First, 10 jin of this year's Longjing, which the system cheerfully informed me had been produced in January 2016. 5-year-old stock. There is no merchant on this earth without guile. 2 jin of top-grade Yukian Longjing came back out. Then I grabbed all 3 diamond jars at once without thinking about it. The owner has recovered 30 carats of broken diamonds. Congratulations. The owner has acquired a 150 carat diamond from Namibia. There was an egg in my hand. I had wanted 50. I put it in my trouser pocket, and standing there at the back of the car, I finally started thinking properly about the company, not for the money. The money had stopped being interesting somewhere around the second time I made 100 million yuan in an afternoon, for cover, because if I keep producing miracles one at a time out of nowhere, sooner or later somebody clever will start asking where they come from. And the system is the one thing in my life that I cannot afford anybody to find. A company is an answer to that question. A company is a place where impossible things are allowed to come from. Upstairs, I passed the assistant on her way out with her luggage and an expression I felt on my skin and asked whether firing her wasn't a bit much. Guo and Cao looked at each other. Brother, said Guo, we concede on knowledge, but you are far too soft about running a group. 4 words, womanly compassion. You'll understand soon enough. Their shared read on me, which they discussed at length later and which was completely correct. Brilliant, unreadable, and entirely untested by real treachery. Both of them fully intended to be present when I learned. Which, in fairness, is exactly what happened on a factory floor about 10 months later. Then I drank my imperial tea in one swallow, like a cow eating a peony, which visibly hurt both of them. I produced the tea boxes, and then I pulled the diamond out of my trouser pocket and put it on the coffee table. Is that a diamond? Guo Feng handles 1 carat stones the way you'd handle a bird's egg. He eyeballed mine at 130 carats. The equipment came up, 150 carats exactly, and perfectly round, which he had never once seen in his life. He brought in independent valuation and insisted on the true price rather than his own offer, which cost him money and which he did anyway. 310 million yuan. From anybody else, that shop would have offered 260 and pocketed the difference. That's not slander, that's the business. Zhuo made 700,000 reselling my first stem cup and told me so to my face. Brother, are you actually going to sell? Of course. The only question is whether you'll take it. Cost of goods, 3 free jars. Maybe 10,000 yuan if I'd paid retail. Startup capital, solved. CAO paid for his tea on the spot and quietly reclassified me. I could see him do it, from a clever boy Gu has adopted to Gu's equal, which put me one level above himself, and he never treated me any other way again. We spent the afternoon shopping for university, had dinner, and I dropped her home. Then I drove into my own compound and found a banner over the main gate. Congratulations to Chen Han of our community on achieving a perfect score in the National College Entrance Examination. There was another from the Neighborhood Committee, and one from the Estate Sales Office, which described our compound as a place blessed with outstanding people and auspicious feng shui. And then every single business within walking distance had hung its own, all selling exactly the same product. Our feng shui produces national champions. The noodle shop had one. The noodle shop. There were real media vans at the gate now, and security was holding the influencers 10 meters back, which meant my parents could no longer get to work in the mornings because they got swarmed on foot. I never had that problem because my method is to accelerate and let people arrive at their own conclusions. The genuine reporters step aside and wave a microphone, and I stop and give them a few words, which is the entire reason the press had quietly gone from hostile to friendly over about 10 days. It costs nothing to be polite to somebody whose job is to describe you. Then, 3 days after the diamond sale, an influencer parked a Volkswagen Bora sideways across the compound gate and started narrating his own cleverness to his stream. The Range Rover did not slow down. It pushed that Bora several meters up the road. Then I reversed back inside the gate and called the police myself because leaving would be hit and run, and I am a model young citizen. Compound CCTV, liability determination, primary fault to the Bora, plus 7 days administrative detention for obstructing a public road. The influencers gave that car a wide berth from then on. Listening to the waves by the sea, best seaside villa estate on the island. Our consultant, Xiao Lu, had seen what we arrived in and was therefore respectful to a family dressed like absolutely nobody. Show us the best villa you have. We're not going to buy it. We just want to look. Whether you buy is your business. Serving you properly is mine. Villa number 1, mountain behind it, sea in front of it, and everything within a kilometer in every direction belongs to the house. 90 million yuan. And then an old man in a tang suit stepped in. Young man, you'd better not go and see that one. I've already reserved it. Outsiders aren't allowed to view it. His own saleswoman looked at our clothes and backed him instantly. Xiao Liu, let's not show that villa to the general public. And on her way past, to the old man, low. Brother Zhu, the loan is exactly as I explained. I'll try to get the time frame extended for you. Half an hour later, I handed Xiao Lu a black card. Swipe what? You want to buy it? And then, because my mother was 30 meters away in the garden and would have physically prevented the transaction, hey, the PIN is the last 6 digits of the card number. There's no money on it. I'm just messing with you. Off you go. Plus a wink. He drove back to the sales office with 90 million yuan in his shirt pocket and no idea. On the way in, he passed the saleswoman coming out of a private room with her lipstick gone and the old man following her on unsteady legs. She tried to hand Xiao Liu the job of driving the old man home. He refused because he had a customer to bill. And the old man, chest out, explained to everybody in the lobby what real wealth looks like. His village chicken farm and cattle farm were demolished for development. He received 33 apartments. The saleswoman did the arithmetic and started to sweat. 30 flats at $1 million each is 30 million on the outside. She asked, delicately, about his savings. At least $1 million in the bank, and all 30 are rented out at over 10,000 a year each. That's nearly $500,000 a year. Then she asked, with the last of her hope, exactly how he intended to pay for villa number 1. Well, each flat's worth about 800,000 now, so 9 million. I'll just sell a dozen of them. Who told you villa number 1 costs 9 million? He produced the brochure and pointed at the figure, which is printed large, in red, a 9, and then 7 zeros. That's 90 million, not 9. And he detonated. She was trying to cheat an old man. He'd known it all along. And, I'm quoting, "Don't think that just because I've been letting you have your way, I'll hand over money like that." He threw the brochure on the floor and walked out. She grabbed his arm. He went down, and something in him broke, and he lay on the marble and calmly took out an old push-button phone and called the police from the floor while she stood over him, and security came running from 2 directions. Behind the reception desk, meanwhile, the girls had gone very quiet at a screen. Xiao Liu came out of it first. Swipe the 90 million, quickly. Mr. Chen is still waiting at the villa. You son of a bitch, Liu Kai, you don't need to mock me. And then she looked at the screen. The card cleared. A police car and an ambulance passed Xiao Liu on his way back up the hill with the documents. Meanwhile, I had been keeping my mother occupied in the garden on the grounds that we were only here to learn from the decorating, and she was in the middle of a lecture about the crystal chandelier. It's pretty, but a thing like that costs tens of thousands. Only a fool would buy it. When Xiao Liu came running in. Mr. Chen, here's your card. The house is paid for, 90 million. And I've had 10 years of housekeeping approved for you free of charge. I pointed at my parents. Have my mom and dad sign the documents. Then I pointed at the chandelier. Sigh. I'm exactly the kind of fool you're describing. Down at the sales office, the developer himself came out and shook my father's hand, having drawn the obvious conclusion, and Xiao Liu did not correct him, which is why Xiao Liu is now a very senior man in that company. He threw in 5 years of property management and a dedicated security post at our gate, and at my request, he fenced the entire perimeter, which turns Villa Number 1 into a separate island inside a private estate with its own guard. I had reasons for that which I did not share with the developer. On the way out, the saleswoman was being walked to a car by 2 officers, Xiao Liu, delicately. My former colleague has been taken away over some activities during her employment. She's been dismissed. 3 days of furnishing, during which my mother fought every single purchase and lost every single time, on physics. Just bring the old things over. Mother, that's a 1.9-meter bedsheet. That bed is 3 meters. The television's perfectly good. It's 49 inches. In that living room, it looks like somebody hung a tablet on the wall. On the second day, the relatives were called in to help, and my second maternal aunt's family, supermarket owners, 100-square-meter flat, 300,000 yuan Audi, the ones who always got the last word at my grandmother's table, walked in, went quiet, put down their airs, and picked up a broom. On the third day, everybody was sitting in the pavilion by the pool, and I carried out a chilled watermelon and gave the first slice to my grandmother, who is 80 and who, 3 weeks earlier, had been using me as the cautionary example next to my cousin. She held it with both hands and didn't eat any of it for quite a while. I asked her to move in. My mother had wanted to and hadn't dared. Then we had a proper housewarming banquet, every relative from both sides, and one shy girl sitting beside my mother, whom I had argued into attending with the only lever available. I got into Tsinghua as my good friend. Aren't you going to celebrate with me? And 2 extra guests, because it turns out Guo Feng and Cao Jin both live in that estate. Phase 1. Villa Number 1 each. Guo had actually been intending to buy the new Villa Number 1 himself, and I got there first, which he found much funnier than I did. They came incognito at Guo's insistence so as not to change the atmosphere of a family dinner, and spent the entire evening drinking with my uncles, who had no idea who either of them was. Every cousin who had ever been held up as the standard spent that night being measured against me and Tang Ruoxi instead. I did not enjoy that as much as I'd expected to, and I noticed my grandmother didn't either. Then an uncle asked whether I could find work for his son, my cousin Da Guo. Da Guo had been fired from an electronics factory and cheated out of 3 months' wages. What happened was, a workshop supervisor's brother-in-law had been leaning on the people on his line, shaking them down for money, and Da Guo stepped in and shoved him off. He got beaten for it and dismissed the same day, and the worker he'd stood up for testified that Da Guo started it because she still had to work there in the morning. Cao Jin offered him a job across the table without hesitating. The owner of that factory was blind. Our factory isn't. Start tomorrow. And Guo Feng wanted to go and settle it in person, right then, that evening. You should know that 20 years ago, Guo Feng was called Guo Three Blades and was the most feared man on that island, and Cao caught the mood off him immediately, and for about a minute and a half 2 men worth roughly 20 billion yuan between them sat at my family's table itching to go and be street thugs again. Then Da Guo named the factory. It's Guangzhou Electronics. Let's all go together. Cao Jin sprayed tea across the table. He had just spent 5 minutes insulting his own company. I covered for him, gently, because a factory with thousands of workers cannot have every middle manager personally vetted by the owner, and that is not an excuse, it's just true. Cao asked for the name. He Chun, supervisor of Workshop 1. The brother-in-law was Liu Shan. He dialed. Tell He Chun to collect his wages from finance and get out. Tell Liu Shan to pack as well. And tomorrow this young man becomes supervisor of Production Workshop 1. Then, to my cousin, I'm sorry, that was my failure of management. Go to HR in the morning. Da Guo looked at him for a long moment. You could see it arriving. Oh, you're our factory's big boss. I've only ever seen you through a car window. My entire extended family recalculated me on the spot, and not one of them ever found out that the other quiet uncle at that table was the chairman of the GUO group. The house, since you're wondering, 5.5 floors and 2 basements. The grandmother's on the ground floor with doors straight into the garden. My parents on the second. Me alone on the 5th with a walk-in closet, a terrace, a loft, a study, and a games room. A living room 2 stories high. Underground, a garage for 4 cars, a private cinema, and a bar. My mother sitting on the sofa messaging Tang Ruoxi. Son, from now on, you are not allowed to bully my daughter-in-law. She has wanted a daughter her entire life and would have held the wedding that weekend if anyone had let her. Look how much you like her. You've never once spoken to me in that voice. The media found the estate about a week later and hit a wall, private security, a fenced compound, and a guard post that belongs to one house. At dinner, Mother, I'm thinking of going to Beijing early. Go on. Go quickly. My father caught my eye because he knew exactly what would be happening in the bedroom in 20 minutes. She has never once actually hit me. 18 years of theater, and the rolling pin is a prop. To make Beijing feel smaller, I bought my father a car over the phone. What's the best thing you have in stock right now? A black Range Rover autobiography. 2.97 million. And before the consultant could finish reading me the specification, that'll do. Give me an account number. Jiang Ling took that call in the middle of lunch with her colleagues. She has me saved in her contacts as Mr. Chen number 1, which is her filing system for young, rich, and good-looking. And I would like to state for the record that I only learned this much later. Start to finish, under 5 minutes. No negotiation. Nobody asked about the price, including me. Then I went upstairs, locked the door, and pulled a pile of components out of system space. Because I'd spent that entire week using the decomposition function on the phone from 2100. Piece by piece, take it apart, look, put it back, take it apart again. And I understood it. The transparency isn't a screen trick. It's light refraction and reflection off an array of internal micromirrors, presenting whatever is physically behind the phone at any angle with no discrepancy at all. It's simple to say, it's straightforward to describe, and nobody alive today can calculate it. The array has to solve for every viewing angle in real time, except somebody who has swallowed a blue pill that turned his head into a supercomputer. What I did not have was programming, which is why I chose the major I chose. The plan, from that afternoon, build an entirely new mobile phone brand, inside a year. Meanwhile, the delivery convoy was at the estate gate, and the boss of Xiaoshu Media was down there trying to buy his way in as a member of the unloading crew with an envelope. I came out with cartons of Zhonghua for the drivers and the crew. They'd come at night. They'd worked hard. And a thing my father taught me before I could ride a bike. It's the boss who makes the money, not them. Which is why my new car got unwrapped by the most careful men in Beijing. Jiang Ling did the paperwork and the temporary plate in a single visit, in a fitted blazer and heels, and privately began what I can only describe as a long campaign. Then the reveal, for my father's benefit. I'm your son, so obviously I get the new car. I'll take this one to Beijing. Father, you take mine. It's bigger, and a big car isn't convenient over there. The old car was 9 days old and worth 4 million yuan. He drove it for 6 years and only stopped because we moved. Departure got delayed a week because my parents decided to settle Tang Ruoxi first. They went to see Grandma Xiao with armfuls of health supplements, and whatever the 2 old women agreed on in that room, both of them came out smiling. 2 days later, every relative was back at the villa, and my mother said, "Go and fetch Ruoxi and her grandmother, and dress a bit more formally today." Grandma Xiao walked in, saw that house, and was frightened. I watched it happen. She had spent 18 years teaching that girl to hide her face because their family was too weak to protect her, and she was now standing in a place where a family could do whatever it liked to a girl, and nobody would ever hear about it. Then she watched how my mother held her granddaughter's hand, and she watched an entire room of people who did not look down on anybody at that table, and her face came apart into a smile. At dinner, my mother made it official, in her own way. Ruoxi, if Chen Han ever bullies you again, you tell me and I'll break his legs. I'm your son, do you remember that? Grandma Xiao moved into the villa, into a 20-square-meter room with its own bathroom and a door onto the garden, next to my grandmother, so that when Tang Ruoxi left for Beijing, there was nobody left alone in that yard. That was the actual reason, and my mother arranged the whole thing without ever saying it out loud. The night before we left, Tang Ruoxi slept in her grandmother's room. In the morning, her eyes were swollen shut. Family custom, dumplings before you board, noodles when you arrive. It's not like we're never coming back. We might be back for dinner tonight. Which broke the mood exactly as it was designed to. My mother, shouting at the taillights, "You little brat, what's the hurry? Slow down." Then rubbing her eyes with the back of her wrist. Grandma Xiao took her hand. "Don't worry, Xiao Ming. Han isn't an ordinary boy. The world outside will let him fly higher." My father noticed something about that sentence and mentioned it to me once, months later, and then never again. That is not how a village grandmother talks. I've thought about it more than I've said. 3 hours to Beijing, one stop for lunch that cost 3,000 yuan and was worse than the place by our old flat. Then, the Tsinghua Gate, the vice principal's office, and the deal restated out loud so that everybody had heard it. Full institutional support, one condition, cooperate with the school's publicity. Necessary publicity is fine. Unlimited, bottomless cooperation is not. I think you understand me. I paid for our suite at the university guest house myself. It's a 5-star hotel, and the suite is presidential grade, and I mention that only because paying for it myself is the reason nobody in that building ever had leverage over me. Then the campus tour, and the thing I'd actually come for. Tsinghua runs its own startup incubator. At my request, the school agreed to give me a 5-story, 3,000 square meter standalone building at half rent, 10 million yuan a year. Which sounds insane for a student, and is cheap for a building between the 4th and 5th ring roads that comes pre-wired with high-precision laboratory interfaces that civilian buildings are not permitted to have. They had expected me to ask for 600 square meters. Free. I walked the whole of Zone L that afternoon, counted 3 empty buildings in the middle of it, and started wondering whether to take all 3, and then whether to take all 16. Back at the room, I found Tang Ruoxi sitting cross-legged on the bed with a C language textbook because she'd heard me tell the vice principal I was going into computer science. Silly girl, you don't have to pick a major you don't like for my sake. I really do like it. I never had the chance to before. Now that I can choose, I want to choose something I like. I'm going to skip the rest of that night. We were both 18, both families had sat at the same table, and everybody who needed to know already knew. In the morning, I woke up before her, and the sun was coming across the bed, so I moved so that my shoulder was between it and her face, and lay there for a while making myself a promise, which was that she'd had the first half of her life, and I was going to be responsible for all of the second. Then I got up, and I was humming going down the corridor, and I remember thinking, life is short, and I'm 18, and I've already had 3 of the 3 great joys of life. And then I remembered the thing I had to do before anybody else in Beijing found out I existed, and I pulled over and started looking for a warehouse. Half an acre and a 500 square meter shed in an unglamorous corner of the city. 35,000 a month. I paid a full month in cash on the spot, which was the fastest lease anyone in that office had ever processed. Gate shut, cameras unplugged. I patted the roof of a 2-day-old Range Rover. Sorry, old friend, your level is honestly a bit low. The system can rebuild the item into any car type item with an 80% increase. Give me the best Land Rover there is. Congratulations. The owner has obtained a 2021 Land Rover Range Rover Flying Classic Retro Edition. It looked almost normal. Almost. It is a special commemorative edition Land Rover built in the year 2091, and the system had picked it specifically because the retro body shell passes for something you could see on a road today. You gave me a car from 70 years in the future, and it flies? How am I supposed to register this? This vehicle is the most reasonable item to be rebuilt following rigorous analysis. I got in. Welcome home, master. The voice came from nowhere in particular and asked me to give it a name. Little Creation. The temperature in that cabin dropped noticeably and stayed down for about a minute, and I wanted on record that a car sulked at me. Then Little Creation cheerfully gave me the specification. A WKAV air-powered engine. Flight mode up to 300 kilometers an hour at 3,500 meters. An air-nuclear hybrid system that this retro body shell can only take to 515 kilometers an hour and 6,000 meters, apologetically, as though that were a disappointment. Folding propellers of a special material, stored in the thickened roof and under the rear. It unfolds the way a convertible opens and becomes a helicopter shaped like a car, and I sat there in the driver's seat of a flying car, and the thing that stopped my breathing was none of that. It was the engine. It runs on air, just air. Nobody else goes into it. I parked the future in system space. I'd genuinely forgotten I could do that, and phoned Jiang Ling for a replacement and specified the lowest spec Range Rover the Beijing dealership had on the floor. Saleswoman Li Shui delivered it, decided to make an impression, and popped a button at me. I looked at the ceiling, thought about Tang Ruoxi, and handed the folder back slightly harder than the situation required. Second rebuild, with a warning attached this time. No futuristic cars, the highest-end Range Rover of this time period. Congratulations. The owner has obtained a specially customized 2021 Land Rover Range Rover, one in the world. The paperwork on the passenger seat explained it. Land Rover builds exactly one bespoke car a year. The UAE ordered the 2020. They ordered again in 2021, and that one was never delivered. Products which have not yet been delivered are considered tradable items by the system. Fine. System, you win. Then the actual problem, plates. As long as the owner provides the item, the system can legally rebuild. Paper temporary plates rebuild into paper. I tried, so I took a taxi across Beijing to a car recycling yard and bought a scrapped license plate cut in half for 500 yuan. A pair of Beijing license plates can be rebuilt into any iron item with an 80% increase, including but not limited to legal license plates. Note: attach a copy of the vehicle purchase contract in order to bind the plate to a specific vehicle. Then do it, and get me a good Beijing number. Congratulations. The owner has obtained the blue license plate Jing A00001, the #1 blue plate in Beijing, on the only bespoke Range Rover on the planet. Driving back, I stopped to buy something, came out, and found a traffic officer writing me up for parking in the bicycle lane. She looked up, situ XEA, young, extremely good-looking, 3 days into the job, and her eyes went over me and then over the car and froze solid. ID, driving license and vehicle registration. I have reason to suspect this vehicle is displaying a fake plate. It wasn't, and she knew it wasn't, because she'd run the VIN before she started writing. Some background I acquired later. She'd been moved to traffic off criminal investigation, because in a case where a girl had jumped off a building over a man, she had kicked the man. She had, in the 90 seconds available to her, decided exactly what kind of person I was, so I dumped the entire pile of paperwork into her hands. It was all finished today, it's a bit disorganized, have a dig through, sort it into order for me while you're in there. She threatened me with obstruction. I called her auntie officer. That was the actual mistake. She radioed for a tow truck on a channel that I'm fairly confident was dead and walked off with my documents. So I picked up my shopping, left the keys on the driver's seat, hailed a taxi, and said out the window, "Tow it if you like. I don't want it anymore." Which left a 3-day traffic officer standing in the road with a car she could not legally tow, could not abandon, and could not hand back without going and asking me for it. She drove it to work herself, on the theory that I was trying to be tough with her and would eventually have to beg. The entire 7th Traffic Police Brigade stopped moving when it came through the gate. Rolls-Royces are ordinary in Beijing. Jing A00001 is not. And there was a red compound pass on the windscreen, which several of those officers found considerably more alarming than the plate. Her brigade leader, to nobody. How did a woman this much trouble end up on my team? She sat in her office turning the key over and over in her fingers, and then made a call. "Xiao Qiao, help me look somebody up. Dinner at the Shangri-La, order whatever you like." Meanwhile, I rode a shared bicycle to the vice principal's office and put a small wooden box on his desk before he could brew his own tea. One taste, and a man who has been drinking tea seriously for a decade said he had never seen Longjing like it. Privately, he priced it at about 10,000 yuan, which is what allowed him to accept it with a clear conscience. And I did not correct him, because a man cannot enjoy a cup of tea worth 3 million yuan, and I am not a monster. Then came his ask. The school wanted to announce that I'd arrived early, meaning reporters. I couldn't have stopped it anyway. Fine. Oh, while I'm here, Principal Guo, there's something I need to discuss with you as well. I opened with all 13 empty buildings in Zone L, 10 million a year each, 130 million yuan. Old Guo sprayed his tea across his own desk. His defense was solid, to be fair. Each of the 3 occupied buildings in that zone houses 5 campus companies, and every one of those companies is required to turn over 50 million a year. So I dropped to 6. I don't have that much authority. You're a vice principal and you can't authorize 6 buildings? If you don't want to rent them to me, just say so. My authority only extends to 5. 5 will do nicely. Then I put the second wooden box on the table, another tin of Imperial Dry Well Longjing, from the 18 trees. His hands started shaking, which I found strange until I remembered that he had spat a mouthful of the first tin into a sink 2 weeks earlier while gargling. He insisted on paying by card. I let him, because a man like that has to be able to look at a tin of tea without flinching. We settled on 3 buildings, with a clause. If within 1 year I built a company worth 3 billion yuan, he'd apply for more. And I gave him something to put in the application. Within 1 year, I will create a company with a market value exceeding 50 billion. He asked what I actually intended to research, and I turned that into the second ask. Talent. Specifically, people who are extremely good with computers. He refused flatly. If I could organize talent for people, I'd go into business myself. So I said the word employment, which is the magic word for a vice principal, and settled for a list of names that I would recruit myself. He promised it by that evening. Then I walked to the university finance office and paid 30 million yuan on the strength of a note old Guo had written by hand and rode away on a shared bicycle with a lease for 3 buildings in the front basket. Guo, alone in his office, reached for the teapot. The brat had finished the entire thing. The name at the top of the list was a freshman who hadn't even enrolled yet, and my first assumption was that I was being fobbed off with a kid. Then Guo added, apologetically, that the boy's English score had been 8. 8 out of 150. And Xinhua had specially recruited him anyway. Everyone knows code is written in English, I said. Guo lowered his voice. You know about the intrusion into a certain country's national website a while back? I did. Everybody did. The main site went black, and 2 blood-red letters sat in the middle of it, S and B, and their entire national security apparatus plus every top-tier contractor they could find needed a full day and a night to take them down and never found a single trace of who had done it. Their media subsequently announced that SB was the code name of a new extremist organization, which every internet user in China found funnier than anything else that year. Universities with stronger computer science departments had to give this boy up to avoid the trouble, said Guo. Whether you can recruit him is entirely down to you. Tsinghua put a great deal of effort in. On my way over, I bought some more cars, a Lamborghini Urus for Tang Ruoxi, who does not have a license, plus a Beijing plate with 5 6s on it, and then knocked on a guest house door and waited a very long time. It opened on a young man about 1.80 meters with a bird's nest for a haircut, a week of stubble and hair that had not seen water in considerably longer. Who are you looking for? There was no household rubbish in that room at all. None. Just 7 or 8 computers with the paint peeling off them, a lot of hand-assembled hardware, and a floor made entirely of cable. I gave him the pitch. I'm a freshman too. I'm starting a company. I need a program development designer. Sorry, not interested. His family has no money. He spent their savings assembling that room. He was finally getting somewhere on his own, and he was not going to spend his 20s being somebody else's engineer. 50,000 a month base, as long as you pass my assessment, plus payment for research results. He opened his mouth to refuse again, so I got in first. And your first project at the company will be your current project. And when it's finished, the result belongs to you. He looked at me the way you look at a man selling watches out of a coat. Then what do you get? Your potential. 2 conditions. He passes a test, and he gets 2 months before the company launches, after which company projects come first. He agreed on the spot. Not because of the 50,000, because what he lacked was equipment. Then a dozen more, including 6 Tsinghua computer science postgraduates at 20,000 a month, all of them slightly awed at being shown 3 office buildings. Comrades, I'm going to assign you your first important task. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Yes. Excellent. Go to the 2nd floor and clean it. And to Xiao Haran, quietly, write down every piece of equipment you need and start thinking about what it would take to develop a mobile phone operating system. Guo, faced with several pages of equipment requests, pointed out that the school only owns one of some of those, and eventually conceded about 80%, with the rest rented out of the instrument room by the hour. Registration went green all the way down the line because a college student founding a high-tech company is the exact thing every office in that chain exists to approve. The name, Zaohe, create the core of all things. The idea being to turn made in China into created by China, which sounds like a slogan until you've watched a country spend 30 years assembling other people's designs. Building number 1 relaunched with the name lit up on the facade and a row of Range Rovers underneath it carrying consecutive plates from Jing AZH-001 to ZH-016, one for each of the 16 core members. Confetti, cheering, Vice Principal Guo standing there as witness, and me shouting the slogan at the top of my voice like an idiot. Everything can be created, so just create it. Then the Beijing hotel, and eat whatever you want, go all out, which several of them took very literally. First project. A programming language written in Chinese. That was Zhou Haoran's own dream, born from the fact that he cannot read English and originally intended to live on one hard drive forever and never be shown to a single human being. It took me a genuinely tiring argument to fix that. It was about a third finished, and more than half of that third had been done in the previous 2 days. By me, after reading the department's entire reference collection across 3 nights and absorbing everything Zhou Haoran knows in about 4 days. Terms, half a month. Zaohe takes 51%, he keeps 49%. Plus a rule I made for the whole company on the spot and never changed. The project lead is the lead of that project only, and on the next one he takes orders from whoever is leading that. Third ask. Third tin of tea. A special recruitment place for somebody who isn't from that school. How many points did he get? I would like to have covered my own face. Guo stared at me for a long moment and sighed. Just this once. 1 phone call. Buy a ticket to Beijing, immediately. Meanwhile, the top floor of Building 1 had quietly become my home, and behind a painting on the study bookshelf there is a fingerprint lock, and behind that, a stairway going down into the sealed 4th floor. No other entrance. The lift button was removed during the renovation. That's my laboratory. On a circular workbench 100 square meters across lies a flying Land Rover from 2091, disassembled by the system into every component it has. Around then, the industry did me an enormous favor. Apple had moved its factories out of China. Chinese electronics processors were drowning. Guangzhou, one of the giants, had been shedding plants, and the Guo Group had just quietly bought the island factory. I knew because my cousin works there. I called Guo. Brother Guo, I've started a small company and I'm looking to order a batch of electronic components. Fertile water shouldn't flow into other people's fields. He was quiet for a second, doing arithmetic on how fast this had happened. Even if my orders were piled up like mountains, I'd put yours first. Zhou Jiahao arrived, stood in the road looking up at 3 buildings with Zoe technology on them and a row of new Land Rovers underneath, and concluded that his friend had landed a very good job. I let him keep that. I dangled the Lamborghini key at him and drove him 3 hours south without telling him where we were going. Going home. At Guangzhou, Guo Feng was waiting outside the office. Hui Kun. Didn't you say you admired Chairman Guo of the Guo Group? Go on, say hello to Brother Guo. I watched all the blood leave my best friend's head. He was going to dine out on this for the rest of his life, and he knew it inside half a second. Then he shoved his phone into my hands and stalked out ahead so I could photograph him from behind, walking with a tycoon, and forgot to mute his shutter. Click, click, click. It's rare to meet a big shot, I said smoothly. He couldn't resist a souvenir. Guo didn't even break stride. Take a few more. I'll sign them. They'll be worth money soon enough. Inside. I'm planning to enter the mobile phone industry. And he told me the truth, which is what I keep him around for. A new phone brand is a furnace. You don't lose money on hardware, you lose it on advertising, and you lose it for years, and most of them die before the 3rd model. Then I laid a dozen small boxes on the coffee table. 5 or 6 engineers in white coats came in and looked at them, and I watched their eyebrows go down one at a time. Master Li, about 50, spoke for all of them. The equipment in that building is world class, and it can make these. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that not one of those components had any overlap with any mold in existence. Every single one needed a new special mold, forged to an exceptionally high standard. Cost, 50 to 70 million US dollars to convert the 5 workshops needed for a complete set, 250 to 350 million to convert all 35. Zhou Jiahao physically covered his own mouth with his hand. I took the entire risk myself because it was the only offer that could work. Zhao He bears the full mold cost until the profits from the orders repay it, and then ownership of the molds transfers to the factory. Guo offered 5 workshops. How many current orders do you actually have? Convert all the spare ones. And Guo Feng, for reasons that nobody at that table could explain, including him, agreed to convert all 25. Screen and battery needed other factories, and Mr. CAO turned out to own suitable ones. 10 days of traveling later, I was effectively broke. Everything I'd made, all of it, had gone out as prepayments to factories. Then I walked back into the office and got mobbed at the door. Boss, it's done! A fully Chinese assembly language existed. Zhou Haoran was unrecognizable, shaved, haircut, and it turned out, the loudest man in the building the moment he isn't working, which nobody had discovered in 3 months because he had never once not been working. Bonus, 50,000 each. Dinner at the Beijing hotel. Then I introduced Zhou Jiahao to the staff as Zhao Hei's housekeeper and handed him a bank card. There should be about 10 million left on this. Go and withdraw 2 million in cash. He held that card like it was made of uranium, and I sent 2 big lads with him. They came back an hour and a half later, drenched in sweat. Because none of the 4 of them has a driving license. They had brought 2 million yuan in cash back across Beijing on shared bicycles. One of them steering one-handed with an oversized suitcase in the other hand, with a brand new Land Rover key hanging off his belt the entire way. The suitcase unzipped on the conference table and the room inhaled, and I want you to understand why, because this is the single most useful thing I learned that year. A bank transfer is a number, cash is a fact, 50,000 each, 100,000 for the project lead, and Zhou Horan refused the double. I didn't do more than everyone else, and you provided most of the technical direction. 50,000 yuan is 2 years of his family's income, so I turned it into policy instead, which is the only way to do a kindness to a man like that. Every project lead gets double, and the smaller the team, the bigger each share. Form your own teams. Go on. He also received Zaoki Honor Badge number 0001, solid gold. A 5-clawed dragon in flight, the same dragon as the phone's boot animation, with anti-counterfeiting work on the back that nobody outside that building could reproduce. And the money in that room stopped being the interesting thing. Zhou Jiahao got 50,000 as well for the errands and had to sit down. Then the 2 real projects. 1. A brand new phone operating system to beat iOS and Android, written entirely in a programming language that had existed for 11 days. Every face in the room fell at once. I know what you're all thinking, but this project comes with a cheat code. It isn't really development. We have an existing system. All we have to do is copy it. 2. Hardware replication from the boxes. And Hui Kun, order a large glass display case for the open office. Put 1 million yuan inside it. A standing bounty. Any project that reaches top grade takes the case. Zaichou Haran raised the correct objection, which was the one I'd been waiting for. A brand new operating system has no software. Nobody will write for it. It won't need anybody to. The Zioki system carries a built-in emulator so fast you can't see it working. It runs any other platform's applications automatically in the background. It runs iOS applications faster than iOS does. 9 boxes, 9 self-organized groups, 1 to 3 people each free to recruit classmates. NDA first, then interviews by Zhou Jiahao and by me. Buildings 2 and 3 got carved up into a floor per team. My word for that growth model was nuclear fission, and within a fortnight it was living up to the name. Zhou Haoran moved a bed into his office. Half the team copied him inside a week, so I had 10 square meter restrooms built on every floor, nicer than any dormitory in this country, and the 3 women on the team moved in as well. Behind all the smiling from day one, that company had exactly one non-negotiable rule. 100% obedience to any reasonable instruction from a superior, no refusals, no delays, and the penalty for breaking it, whatever the circumstances, is identical. Pack your bags. Nobody tested it before the cash landed on the table. Nobody wanted to test it afterward, because a boss like that does not come along twice, and every one of them knew it. Then I stepped out of the lift one morning and got saluted by 2 men in black, security guards, hired by Supervisor Zhou Jiahao's account of it. Xinhua would only allow ex-military. They wouldn't even take men discharged a day too long. But boss, your name works. I said Zhaohe Technology, and the vice principal put us straight through to the military. 6 elite soldiers arrived last night. We were past 90 people. We went past 100 that afternoon. And all of it was burning money that I was paying out of my own pocket, which meant days shuttling between the antique market and the auction houses, feeding a steady stream of deconstructed antiques, jades and diamonds into auctions and taking the payouts in installments. My own muttered joke, every single time, on the pavement outside another auction house. Are they all wasting their lives on this money-burning company? If I just opened a jadeite rough shop and used the system, I could make 50 billion a year with my feet up. But there is no version of my life where I spend it reselling stones. Not with that machine in my head, and not in this country, and not in this decade. GUO called. The 11th batch of test samples matched the reference perfectly. I hit the cafeteria table hard enough to turn every head in the building, apologized to a hall full of undergraduates, and drove south with Zhou Haoran and his instruments, the only man I had with the breadth to test anything and the discipline to say nothing about it afterward. Over 1 billion yuan was riding on the contents of that box because Guo had bought that factory intending to strip it and lease out the shell, and had instead sunk hundreds of millions into converting it, for exactly one reason. Me. Zhou Haoran peeled his gloves off, with intolerance. Mass production was a week out. Guo quietly put him in a company car back to Beijing so the boy wouldn't lose a night on a train, and arranged it so it looked like a coincidence. Then a barbecue outside the villa, where my father already had the grill going, and Guo Feng refused every drink I poured him because he was driving, and then drank bottle for bottle with my dad until past 10. Morning call from Mr. CAO. His components and the battery had cleared factory testing. Samples already couriered. Later start, earlier finish. That is the difference between an electronics man and a jade man who bought a factory, and neither of them ever mentioned it to the other. Back in Beijing, Zhou Jiahao met me in a suit, white shirt, and a fresh buzz cut in 35-degree heat, having been left alone to do 2 people's interviews. Damn, boss, you actually know the way back. I'm nothing, stuck on a sinking ship. It's bad enough being a housekeeper, but now even receiving packages is my problem. Ground floor of building 3 does not type. It works. Metal cutting, a desktop high-temperature furnace, racks of raw stock, and mountains, genuine mountains, of glass spheres. Because the hardest component in that entire phone is not the operating system, and it is not the motherboard, it is the shell, fully transparent tempered glass which has to survive being dropped when there is no other material anywhere in the device to protect it, and which has to carry the internal refraction angles that make the whole thing invisible. 17 materials science PhDs headhunted through every contact I had. They took one look at the sample and offered to work for free if they could study it. I refused, made them all sign NDAs, and promised to patent and publish the glass strengthening technology the moment it worked. What can never be published is the shape. The transparency is about 30% internal component geometry and 70% shell. Machine number 71 finally hit the refractive index. Strength, no. Drop test, 1 meter, corner first. The entire body came apart. Assembly attempt 1, a click, and the shell crazed into 5mm squares held together by nothing but glue. Attempt 2, identical. Then I worked out why, and it was me. I'd over-torqued a crystal screw. That shell is not the future shell. It cannot take my hands. Attempt 3. Gentle on the last screw. Intact. 5 taps on the groove, and a golden dragon came up out of a phone assembled entirely from Chinese-made parts in a room in Beijing and swam once around the light fitting, and every man in that room made a noise. Everything worked. All that was left was Ziechao Horan's operating system and Wang Bo's shell, and a marketing plan, which I wrote out over lunch on the back of a canteen receipt. Old Guo got a phone call inviting him to a meal and knew exactly what that meant, because by then I had asked that man for approximately a dozen small favors, so I played wounded. I'm definitely not asking for your help today, and let the silence do the work. Then I offered him the one thing he'd been asking me for and being refused for 2 solid months: the exclusive interview. He was delighted and slightly ashamed of himself, which is a combination that makes men generous, and booked it for the following day. And then he had the idea himself. Oh, by the way, how about we hold the interview at your Zhaohe technology? Which is precisely the thing I could not have asked for without showing my entire hand. 6:30 in the morning, a wake-up call, and breakfast in a Tsinghua canteen with the host of a national interview program that my own father watches every week. Tao Yu handed me an A4 sheet of questions. I flipped through it in a few seconds and handed it back. No need, it's all in here. She filed that under top scorer showing off rather than believing it, which was the correct professional response. Her working assumption about Zhaohe technology was a 10 square meter studio with 3 people in it. That's why she had scheduled a quick pickup shot there and the real interview in the vice principal's office. Old Guo, absolutely straight-faced. I think the interview can be held in Chen Han's office. That boy understands how to enjoy life much better than I do. Guo's office, for the record, is smaller than my bathroom. He also knew that Zhaohe had a KJHD-01 supercomputer, the most advanced in the world, export blocked to this country, owned by 5 nations and 1 American software company. Tencent has wanted one for years and cannot get one. He had no idea how a 19-year-old had obtained it. He had decided not to ask, which is the single most useful quality a vice principal can have. My own private complaint was that I'd had to settle for that obsolete American machine instead of building something out of the future, purely so nobody would ask questions. Drone shots outside the gate. Then, Guo pointed down the road at 3 buildings that looked nothing like anything else in that park. I had rebuilt the renovation plans through the system, and the result reads like the headquarters of a listed group. Tao Yu, memorizing her script, looked up and started admiring the architecture in a general sort of way. The bearded photographer read the name off the facade. Then he read it again, then a 3rd time, and his camera nearly came off his shoulder because he had connected it and she hadn't. What? Do you know whose company that is? Guo, enjoying himself more than any man his age should. Haha, what do you think, Xiao Tao? Chen Han's Zhaohe technology. Not bad, is it? Security saluted at the door and I nodded back, which impressed her considerably more than the building did. 8 square meters per person, a lounge that looks like a coffee shop, a 3-story climbing wall, a full gym, and then an office of nearly 1,000 square meters, at which point the photographer stopped filming and just stood there. Somewhere between the lift and the sofa, she stopped saying Student Chen and started saying General Manager Chen and remembered what I'd told her over breakfast. The environment where I am is passable. It should be good enough to take pictures in. They set the cameras up against the slogan wall. Everything can be created, so just create it. The logo and a map of the world behind it, the mystery guest introduction, the joke, which landed, the questions about study habits and why Tsinghua, which is what the school had paid for, and then the pivot the show could not resist, which was Zhaohe, and finally the question she'd been holding all morning. Mr. Chen, what are the main products of Zhaohe technology? Old Guo leaned forward because he was just as curious. He knew at least 300 million yuan had gone into that company, and he knew both my parents were ordinary office workers. My phone rang. Sorry, I forgot to switch it off. And a 3-dimensional girl appeared standing in the air in the middle of the room. The camera shook. Somebody behind it swore, "My girlfriend's calling. Apologies." Then I tapped at my own hand, and a 5-clawed golden dragon a meter long rose up into that office, swam a slow circle around the 4 of them, turned its head, looked each of them over, roared, and dived back into my palm. The call was arranged in advance, obviously. I'd had Tang Ruoxi ring me at 10:40 exactly. Nobody in that room could remember what the question had been. Was that caused by that thing in your hand? You mean the virtual reality thing? Yeah, he did it. So? Tao Yu picked it up and found herself holding a brick of glass, completely transparent, and told me twice that it wasn't a phone. There's a small groove on the side. Tap it 5 times. The dragon came out of her hand. She shrieked and threw the phone. and the dragon turned in the air and tracked the falling phone like it was alive, and then soared up and dissolved through the ceiling from the top down, and the photographer sat down on the floor. I was privately extremely relieved that I'd swapped in the system-made shell the night before. Wang Bo's version would have been powder. Then she photographed herself with the front camera, and I pointed at the projection button, and a second Tao Yu appeared standing motionless in the room. She walked up and put her hand through it. No beam, no projector, and when she stood in front of it, no shadow. And at exactly that moment, I took the phone back, switched it off, and set it face down on the table. That's enough of that. We can't reveal too much. We haven't launched yet, so we need to keep some mystery. Now, where were we? Old Guo sat back and looked at me for a long moment. Because he had just worked out what had happened to him, Tsinghua University had arranged, at its own request and its own expense, for a national broadcaster to advertise Zhaohe technology and an unreleased product wrapped inside the most followed human interest story in the country, with the founder visibly refusing to reveal anything. It would do more than any launch event in the world, and it cost me a wooden box of tea. Tao Yu asked, half embarrassed, whether she could pre-order one. So did the photographer. Both were promised units. Then at the car, I handed all three of them a small Zhaohe tote bag. A few little gadgets our company makes. Take them home for the children to play with. In the car, Tao Yu opened hers and her pupils shrank, and she closed it and put it in her backpack and kept her hand on it. Old Guo, on the pavement, not quite smiling. You've had a really tough day today, kid. Hey, what's a bit of extra effort for the school? 2 messages, a week later. Tao Yu. The episode airs tonight at 8, and because of my internet celebrity status, the station will simulcast it live online, which that station has never done for anything except a gala. Wang Bo. At dawn, the newest generation of shell passed everything, high drop, pressure, all of it. And it is tougher than the future original, because even in 2091 that phone was not top of the line and they had used cheaper materials, and it has one property the original does not. The finished shell cannot be opened. Force it, and it shatters, and the internal refraction geometry goes with it, and the processor is unharmed and completely useless, which means a faulty Zhaohe phone cannot be repaired anywhere on this planet except by Zhaohe, and every single repair costs a new shell. I did not plan that. I would like to claim I planned that. Broadcast night, at the villa, my father, remote in hand. That stinking kid being all secretive. Why are we watching this? Did he end up on the show or something? 8 o'clock. GUO appeared on screen, and then both of them spotted their son smirking at the edge of frame. My mother photographed the television, fired it into the family group chat, got no reply, and dropped a 200 yuan red envelope in after it. The group lit up in 4 seconds, which also pinged the phone in my pocket as I was crawling out from under a production line. Then Zhaohe appeared on screen, and the whole family went quiet. Because the company is many times larger than my father's factory, my mother cried, my father's teacup rattled against the saucer, and Grandma Xiao watched the whole segment without saying anything, and then said one word to herself. Ambitious. Then the doorbell. A courier with a package requiring a signature held at the estate gate. Silver metal boxes. The one I'd had put in my mother's hands was engraved 0001. 2 more for the grandmothers, 1 for my father. And on the television at that exact moment, the phone was doing what it does. In another villa in the same estate, Guo Feng was watching with the same transparent phone in his hand. Looks like I bet right. The kid's got guts. When I was his age, I was still hanging around behind other people. The simulcast went to the top of the live charts on both short video platforms. 500,000 viewers per platform. The chat became physically unreadable. Ordinary viewers priced that office at a few 100 million yuan, and a Fudan computer science student going by the handle Xiao Tao priced the equipment visible on camera at over 3 billion, then broke his own estimate live. I take it back. That's a KJHD-01. That supercomputer costs over 1 billion yuan, and there is one in the entire country. He and 3 roommates screenshotted the whole broadcast and had a Weibo post up in 10 minutes titled On the Core Strengths of Zhaohe Technology. Then the projection hit the screen, and all 4 of them shouted the same thing at the same time. VA Static Projection Technology, which is the project of Fudan's most famous doctoral supervisor, Professor Guo Wei, 2 years in, which has just managed 2-dimensional planar projection. Xiao Tao called his supervisor to report that their work had been stolen and got a flat, quiet answer that I've thought about many times since. It isn't that our technology was copied, it's that we started too late. Are you watching Chen Han's interview? Keep watching. His technology is more than a little ahead of ours. Then the dragon came out of the phone, and that dormitory went numb, because theirs is a tadpole, and this was an adult, and then the stubbornness kicked in, which is the reason I have never once been worried about this country. If that poor student Chen can do it, we can too. Let's go back to the professor and start a second project, a fully Chinese assembly language. I refuse to believe we can't beat underachiever Chen. Guo Wei agreed instantly. Neither side ever knew the other was doing it, and the losers of that race went on to do work I use every day. Elsewhere, game companies started drafting partnership proposals before the episode had even finished airing, and in an extremely exclusive compound in Beijing, a woman eating an apple in front of a television stopped mid-bite. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Wait, holographic projection? Isn't that still under development? No, I have to call my second brother. That was Situ Xia, the traffic officer, the one currently driving my one-of-one Range Rover to work every day. Her brother opened with, haha, what trouble have you got yourself into now, little miss? Am I the sort of person who causes trouble? Then why did I hear you're driving a Land Rover, one of one in the world, with the plate Jing A 00001? Some background on that woman, since she's about to become permanent. She is the only girl in the third generation of that family, spoiled comprehensively by a grandfather she resembles exactly. At 15, she gathered up every child in the compound and went and threw bricks at the gate of a foreign embassy over something the old man had said at dinner. His entire response to the resulting diplomatic complaints was, if you don't like it, get out. Her brother is Situ Dong. He watched the episode again, rewound it, and said out loud to an empty room, that's holographic reality projection. He knew about Fudan's work and considered it far behind what he was looking at. He also knew that the military had been researching the same thing for 5 years and had got as far as murky line projections for a battle sand table, worse than a badly compressed video file, and only under very specific ambient light, which is why it had never been fielded. Zhao Hei's was a complex human figure, high definition, in a brightly lit room, on a phone, one phone call. Get me the number and everything you have on whoever runs Zhao Hei technology. 3 minutes later, he had a file covering everything since my birth, plus both parents. And there was nothing anomalous in it anywhere, because the system rationalizes every trace it leaves. A boy who caught fire academically before the exams, learned antiques at his father's elbow, made his first pot of gold on porcelain, and then rose with the wind. Then he got to the photograph and recognized the face. This is the kid whose car my sister has. 9:30 at night, he drove to Tsinghua. My phone lit up with secure call, a number that no caller ID in this country can display. I assumed it was a scam, so I used the phone from 2100 to unmask it, got an ordinary Beijing landline, rejected the call, and dialed the number back myself. And Situ Dong sat in his car, staring at his screen, and said to nobody, "This is actually Chen Han's number?" Here's the thing about that number. Nobody outside can display it, not the police, not senior executives at the carrier. It exists specifically so that it cannot be looked at. And a college student had called it back inside 60 seconds. Chen Han, how did you get this number? Brother, I was going to ask you the same thing. You called me first. He drew 2 conclusions in about 4 seconds. 1. This kid genuinely has no idea who I am. 2. This kid just cracked a state-protected number faster than my own specialist could. I'm downstairs at your company. Oh, and I'm Situ Xia's brother. Click. I stood in my own car park holding a dead phone. Who is Situ Xia? I haven't been drunk lately, have I? Then I spotted the vehicle, green Jeep, white plates. I have been a military enthusiast since I was 9. I know exactly what white plates mean. A lieutenant colonel in civilian clothes got out. I know all about you and Xiao Gaie. Just call me second brother. No, hold on. What is it that you know? Xiao Gaie is... It's fine. I won't interfere in your business with Xiao Gaie. As long as you can tame that girl, the whole Situ family will thank you. I stood there running through my recent life at speed. Is this getting more outrageous by the sentence, or have I somehow slept with this man's sister without noticing? Then he got to the actual business. Holographic reality stereoscopic projection. We've been researching it for 5 years, and we haven't succeeded. Neither have the Americans. Whoever masters it first is ahead of the world in about a dozen fields at once. You understand what I mean? I held out my hand. I'd like to see your identification first. I ran it past the system while I was turning it over and handed it back. Then I'll license this technology to you for free, but you can't use it commercially in any form. And that turned out to be the wrong gift, because free wasn't what they wanted. What they wanted was for it to be sealed, invisible, for 20 years or more, the way a blockade works when it's aimed at us. And free licensing achieves nothing if the same technology is sitting in every phone shop in the country. Can we not release it to the public? We won't take it for nothing. We'll guarantee your personal safety, and there will be unexpected benefits. He was not bluffing about the safety, by the way. Releasing that technology attracts attention from people who do not file paperwork. He was being kind. Give me an explanation. So he explained the blockade logic in full, patiently, the way you explain to a clever child. No. He stood there with his mouth open. I'll say it again. Free to you, because that's the duty of any citizen. But it goes on sale. That's the bottom line. You don't know us yet, so here, take this home and try to replicate it. If you can, Ziohe will give you the technology for nothing. And I handed him a production unit off the line. Shell, motherboard and chips all destroy themselves if opened. User data stored separately, so nothing personal is lost when they do. The software drops into permanent dormancy if it's cracked and can only be revived by factory equipment. No aftermarket flashing. Not ever. He drove off mid-sentence. I don't care what you and Xiao Zi are up to. Work is work. I don't know any of your sisters. He sneezed twice on the ring road and then phoned his uncle, Situ Saye's father, to share the happy news. Meanwhile, the actual Situ Saye was conducting a war of attrition over an impounded car. She wouldn't call me, I wouldn't call her, and she couldn't book it into the pound because a plate like that would have had her entire brigade phoning the registered owner within the hour, so she just kept driving it. And that night she dreamed about me and spent the following morning under the covers explaining to herself at length that dreams mean the opposite. In a laboratory in Beijing, Situ Dong and every project lead he could summon stood around a table. The initial tests had been a delight. That phone exceeded their expectations in ways they had not thought to expect. Then they opened it. A crisp crack. The shell became fragments. The chip circuitry became mush, and the inside of the processor became powder. Not damaged. Powder. They could not even reassemble the pieces to see what the pieces had been. He carried the box of wreckage to my office and set it on my desk. Can you guarantee the security measures are identical on every single phone? Everyone. And there's something else you'll be interested in. Everyone who uses this phone has to activate it with real identity information. Pause. Including foreigners. I watched his eyes come up. Chinese personal data is strictly confidential. Obviously, don't waste a second worrying about that. But our resources are limited. I was hoping we could cooperate on a database for information from overseas. Done. Instantly. And then both of us started laughing. Because for years, everybody in this country has said that a certain brand of phone and a certain brand of car are spies with a warranty. Now it was our turn. That arrangement has never been made public, and I would appreciate it if you kept it to yourself. Zhaohe is a wholly private company and has to survive investigation from every direction, forever. He took personal charge of the whole thing. On his way out the door, oh, by the way, little brother-in-law, do you have any other skills? What did you just call me? 3 days, the first 20,000 shells passed inspection. A week, 100,000 finished phones sitting in warehouses behind Zone L, with the line running at 10,000 a day, which is nothing next to the big brands and extraordinary for a company that was 3 months old. Online, roughly half the internet was me. A clip of the phone would take 1,000 likes before the poster had finished typing the caption. Influencer posts were breaking 1 million views a day, and the industry voices pushed back from a professional perspective. It's special effects, it's post-production. And while we're here, he cheated on the exam, and here's an old report about his absences. In a meeting room across town, the founder of one of the biggest domestic phone brands told his secretary to make contact with Zhaohe Technology about cooperation. He was not the only one. Zhou Jiahao burst in, drank a cup of 2-day-old tea in one swallow. A little dirt never hurt anyone, and dropped a stack of invitations on my desk. Every major manufacturer in the country. Do you think we should go? I think we let them cool off. They should be the ones asking. I didn't expect you to have grown so much. He then demanded to know what creature was impersonating his boss, because that is not a sentence I have ever said in his hearing. Then he mentioned in passing that he'd need a car for the start of term, and I remembered what I'd been holding for 3 weeks. Half an hour later, he walked out of old Guo's office in a daze with a Xinhua admission letter in his hand, and laughed so hard in the passenger seat that the Lamborghini nearly ended up in a flower bed. I never thought that I, Zhou Jiahao, would be admitted to Xinhua. Heaven has eyes. Could you have literally any ambition at all? He kissed the letter, he photographed it, and then he pointed out that unlike some people, he had only scored a little over 500, so this was a genuine miracle rather than a formality. Then the Zaoki community. Games, live streams, video, novels, downloads, its own search engine, all of it written in an assembly language that had existed for 6 weeks. And games that run without installing, out of a 1 GB folder, auto-updating, so the phone never fills up, ever, no matter how many titles you play. Only fully functional on a Guohe phone, and unbreakable because the server is a supercomputer from the future and the operating system is ours. Zhou Haoran, who wrote half of it and who once put 2 letters on the front page of a superpower, Cannot get into it. He offered, incidentally, to erase every hater I had off the Chinese internet. His department could walk into the back end of any platform in the country, and he said so the way you'd offer to carry a bag. I said no. Partly the waste of energy, mostly because it's free promotion. The launch plan. Community app goes live on Friday night, and on Saturday, the first 10,000 phones are given away. Free. No purchase. No threshold. Download, register, comment on the lottery page. And 2 days after that, every winner fills in a questionnaire, and one of the questions is what they would have paid. I tested the community myself, which is how I lost an afternoon. I opened a battle royale game with the projection on, and the battlefield unrolled in the air in front of me, and I could see people behind cover. I won every round, as a beginner, which I am told does not happen. I was still playing when Zhou Jiahao opened the door to inform me that the executive meeting had started 15 minutes earlier. 4 matches and an hour of video. Several hours gone, and I still hadn't finished testing, which is, on reflection, the most encouraging test result available. Launch day. The reporters were bussed in and fed in the Zone L canteen, and old Guo stood there watching them photograph the canteen sign with the satisfaction of a man watching an investment mature. And out of a Qinhuangdao TV van stepped Luo Jing. Her bonus had been docked. She'd had to write a self-criticism. And she had spent the intervening weeks deciding that she should have gone after this boy the moment she learned his score, and that a woman with her face and her years in the workplace could certainly handle a 19-year-old. She talked her way past a junior employee by claiming to be an old friend of both me and Zhou Jiahao, and then staged a small panic. I've lost my colleagues, directly in my path. My entire response, hello Reporter Luo. The reporters are in the canteen. Xiao Lu, take Reporter Luo to the canteen, and I kept walking. She added the junior employee on WeChat instead, an informant, for later. She is not stupid. She has never been stupid. That's what makes her dangerous. Zhao Hei's own accounts and Xinghua's streamed the launch on every platform, and the scoreboard was brutal. Our room hit 200,000 while the best television stations held at 30,000, and Qinhuangdao TVs had a few hundred. Old Go gave a flawless opening, unscripted. Then me, in a casual suit. Everyone's very enthusiastic, but take it easy. Even if those cameras belong to the government, you can't hog them like that. Hello everyone, I'm Underachiever Chen. I'll say a few words. And I said 2 sentences and waved the tray forward. That room had been trained on hour-long speeches. They did not know what to do with their hands. Chat. Every time our principal says he'll say a few words, it takes an hour. Chat. I've already taken my trousers off, and this is what you show me. 2 announcements before the red cloth came off. 1. The operating system is the Xiaoki system, not Android, not iOS. Typed character by Zhao Hei's own staff. The room detonated. Online, everybody assumed a foreign kernel with a domestic skin on it. Another homegrown product, I'm laughing, which is a completely fair assumption based on the last 20 years. 2. The assembly language this operating system is written in is pure Chinese, developed by our own chief engineer, including the kernel. Silence, and then noise I could feel in the floor. Old Guo, who had been carrying that phone in his pocket for a week without knowing that part, could not sit still and phoned the university president, who was abroad, and who instantly regretted answering. Under the red cloth, a square box of pure silver carved with a dragon in clouds, serial numbered, anti-counterfeited. You read that correctly. Pure silver, only for the first 10,000. Later boxes will be the same design, silver-plated. Relief in the room, and then renewed uproar, because silver-plated is still silver. You may not understand this yet, but this phone box is not going to remain a phone box. I pressed the mechanism, and the little lock opened, and once it opens, it can never be closed again. Then, the glass brick. I brought a random female reporter up on stage to switch it on herself, because a thing you do yourself is a thing you believe. Every function shown, phones handed down into the audience to be passed around. And when I casually opened a battle royale game inside the community and the battlefield unrolled in midair over the front row, the live chat became one continuous demand to be allowed to buy it. I switched it off in the middle of the demonstration. We've left some important features for you to discover on your own. What's the price? That will depend on all of you. 10,000 people were about to receive a free phone, and every one of them would name an acceptable price on a questionnaire, and the release price would be chosen from those 10,000 answers. You can rest assured that it will not be higher than the release price of the latest Apple. And every manufacturer in that room did the arithmetic at the same moment. The latest Apple is 8,499. He has just given away roughly 85 million yuan of hardware, and he has told the entire industry 2 things in one sentence. He is going for Apple's share of this market, and the window for cooperation is open now. In their own conference rooms, some of those men had been praying I'd price it at 100,000 and stay up in a luxury niche where nobody had to compete with me. Now they understood that the day this shipped, every phone any of them made would be called an old person's phone. Several secretaries started booking flights to Beijing during the applause. Then I called Zhou Jiahao up on stage with no warning whatsoever, purely as training. He walked up gripping his own cuff, which has been his tell since he was 6 years old, and opened with, "You might not know who I am. Search for Li Huikun, who is nothing, and you should find me." That meme is Luo Jing's own work. Of the 3 poor students she interviewed and mocked outside an exam hall, one became the national champion, one became the provincial runner-up, and the third scored a little over 500. So the internet named him Nobody. And he was standing on that stage as an executive of the most talked about company in China, while roughly 500,000 people worked out that they had personally outscored him and were watching this from bed. Then the community went live, a counter on the big screen starting at 0, unreadable within seconds, past 1 million in 5 minutes, 4.7 million by the end of the conference, 30 million within 12 hours. Afterward, I took 500 and some employees to the Beijing Grand Hotel, into the largest banquet hall in the building, and got made to give a toast. Thank you, all of you. Hui Kun, arrange it so that first thing tomorrow, every employee receives one of our new phones, and the company is allocating 100 million yuan in bonuses. Zhao He Technology, just do it. Ladies, please yourselves. Brothers, cheers. The hall came apart. Zhou Jiahao did the sums where he stood and quietly bled from somewhere internal. 100 million tonight, another 100 million in phones tomorrow, 500 million spent in a few months, and not 1 yuan earned yet. Walking to the cars afterward, Jiahao were. What do you think Zhao He is lacking? Money? Money, money, money. Look at them all waiting for taxis. Order 20 minibuses. He'd been about to say 10. In the car, Tang Ruoxi said quietly that after tomorrow, the company account would have under 100 million left in it. Don't worry, soon you'll be counting money you can't finish counting. Zaoki community passed 30 million downloads overnight, and the supercomputer never went above 1% utilization with tens of millions of people on it, and every single person in the network technology department had bloodshot eyes because not one of them had gone home, so I lost my temper at people for working overtime. Go back to sleep, all of you. Xiaotang, you watch the data. Then I caught Zhou Jiahao in the same condition. Then I found managers asleep at their own desks. I know everybody wants to win the first battle. This is the beginning. If every leader in this company works through the night, how does the company function tomorrow? 3 shifts, and the shift that stays sleeps at its workstation. I have been told, more than once and by different people, that a boss who gets angry about overtime was the strangest thing any of them had ever encountered, and that it was also the reason they stayed. Bonus structure, 26 senior managers at 1 million each, 73 middle managers at 500,000. Permanent staff 50,000. Temporary and probationary 10. Plus, my addition, an anonymous all-staff vote for the top 3 departments who get honor awards of 1 million, 500,000 and 300,000 to spend however they like. And then 3 armored bank trucks arrived and armed guards carried crates into conference room 1. Because Zhou Jiahao had taken the phrase 100 million yuan in bonuses entirely literally and brought 100 million yuan in cash, it was stacked higher than a man. The finance team came in and stopped in the doorway one at a time, like birds landing on a wire. It took them 2 hours to count it. Then the departments filed in and stopped in exactly the same place. Zhou Horan was called first, received 1 million yuan, and was handed a microphone. What I most want to say right now is, this million is really heavy. In the materials department, there were 2 roommates. Lai Jixing had been in the building 2 weeks and was expecting perhaps 500 yuan. She achieved social death twice inside 4 minutes, first by shrieking her roommate's name across a completely silent conference room when the figure was 50,000, and then again at her own 10, and at the end I called back the 2 people Zhou Jiahao had left off the list, Zhou Jiahao and Tang Ruoxi, 1 million each. He tried to give it back. Aren't you a Zaoki employee? Aren't you a Zaoki executive? At midnight, I pressed enter and 9,000 names appeared. The other 1,000 phones went to people who had suggested names for it. Winners ranged from migrant workers to streamers to rich heirs who had paid crowds of strangers to register on their behalf. Among them, a famous rich second-generation critic, who everybody calls Principal Lai, who had publicly declared that I was a dreamer chasing attention, that he would have one of these phones within 12 hours, and that if it disappointed him, he would buy Zhao He Technology and turn it into a balloon factory. I never replied, and then I forgot he existed, which annoyed him considerably more than a reply would have. He bought a construction worker's winning phone off him for a fistful of new hundreds. The worker counted out 1,000 and handed it to his foreman before the man could relax. Netizens went through the published winners list looking for his name, couldn't find it, and demanded to know how he had one. He unboxed the silver dragon box on camera, found a completely transparent brick, could not locate a power button, and had to read the instructions on a live stream. Then he tapped the groove. The dragon came out of the air. He shouted. He landed on his backside. He reached out toward it, and the dragon's eyes came round and met his, and he snatched his hand back. He had a prepared list of complaints. I've seen the list. He published it afterward. Complaint 1 died when the phone went solid the instant the display lit and turned out to have no bezel at all, not a thin bezel, none, which makes every 100% full screen on the market a lie, and he said so. Complaint 2 died when the interface turned out to be like nothing he had ever used and smoother than all of it. Complaint 3 was whether the glass would survive a drop, and he abandoned that one because he had decided he would rather not find out. Then he opened a MOBA inside the community without downloading it, and it ran faster than on his customized Apple, and he read the 30-page manual, other phones get a folded sheet, and turned on the projection and played for half an hour. Afterward, he sat in silence for a while. Then he pulled the SIM out of his Apple, dropped the Apple in the bin, and posted one line to an internet that had been sitting there all day with sunflower seeds waiting for him to tear Zhaohe apart. From now on, I'll only follow my beloved Zhaoqi. Across the country, the other 9,000 did what people do. Idols projected in bedrooms, gamers, primary school children, game companies drafting partnership proposals before dinner, and every manufacturer in the industry bought units off winners at a heavy premium in order to study the enemy. Old Situ, in a car to Beijing, held one and watched his own confidence come apart in his hands. His sales channels were worthless because Zhaohe would have a shortage no channel could fix. His own hunger marketing had always been a choice. Mine was going to be a fact. And there was no technology to trade because the two companies were not on the same rung of the same ladder. Xiao Li, drive faster. The name took longer than the operating system. Thousands of suggestions, none of them better than making one up. Zhou Jiahao, who had been reading names all day on top of running a company, gave up face down on my sofa. Let's just call it the Zhaohao phone. I had a headache and I slammed the folder shut. Screw it, let's call it Fruit Core. Tang Ruoxi looked up over her anti-glare glasses. Fruit core, that's a seed. A seed is the origin of everything. A tiny seed can change the whole world. That's a very good meaning. Zhou Jiahao slapped his own thigh, and the name became profound in under 4 seconds. Boss, how did you come up with that? I didn't see it anywhere in the files. He didn't see it in the files because it isn't in the files. It's the name the system used for the phone, and I grabbed it because I was too tired to read another page. I coughed. That's easy. Think about why the company is called ZAOHE. He nodded slowly, deeply impressed, and I have never corrected him. My real bottleneck around then was not technology. Technical talent is lying around Tsinghua like gravel. Managerial talent is not. Zhou Jiahao's loyalty and execution are perfect, and his decision-making was not there yet, and I could not be in 9 rooms at once. Then old Situ was downstairs. I went down to meet him personally and introduced Zhou Jiahao in public for the first time, not as the housekeeper, but as executive vice president of Zhaohe Technology. Half an hour of tea and nothing said. Then the pricing file arrived. The 10,000 users' average answer was 30,000 yuan. The finance department's cost accounting said the phone costs 2,153 yuan and 71 cents to build and proposed selling it at 7,350, which is a thin margin in an industry where a phone that costs 1,000 sells for 5 or 6. I crossed out their number, wrote my own, added one line on the back, and handed it back. Then another chairman arrived. And in the corridor, apropos of absolutely nothing, with his face perfectly still, old Situ said, "The equipment upgrade across our group's 600 factories will likely take at least several months. Translation, we will be your processing plant, please." He was sweating. The other chairman greeted old Situ first and me second deliberately to remind the boy in the room who the industry's elders were. I read him in one handshake and filed him as unusable, and I was right, and it cost him about 8 billion yuan. Then a group came in through the gate that was not phone manufacturers, the founder of the country's biggest online retailer. 2 men whose names are on half the buildings in this nation. Haha, Brother Chen, we heard you were holding a signing, so we came uninvited. And the chairman, who had just staged his careful little snub and who had not even received his sample phone yet, watched it get erased from the room without anybody mentioning it. Conference room 1, now with foreign press in it. Name announced, the first generation Guohe phone, Fruit Core. Then the price, delivered through a projection screen hanging in the air a meter in front of me because I am not above theater. The final price is 30,096 yuan. Uproar. The live chat filled with the word profiteer and the manufacturers in the front row physically relaxed because at that price they could all still live. I let it run for about 8 seconds. It seems you didn't understand me. That is the price of the overseas version. I explained it as a language conversion cost with a completely straight face. Then, having noticed 2 impatient commenters by name in the chat, I gave them each a free phone on the spot, which I recommend to anyone who ever has to hold a room. And then, to keep my promise, I've set the price at a number much lower than the Apple 12, and one we Chinese particularly like, 6,666. Silence. Then that room came apart, and I watched a chairman's smile leave his face without him noticing it had gone, and I watched old Situ smile bitterly and be enormously, visibly relieved that he had declared himself first. Then a blonde woman stood up without waiting to be called. I'm Emma, New York Weekly. Why do the phones sold to us cost 30,000 while your own people pay 6? Is this hostility? Hello, miss. I hope in future you'll raise your hand before asking a question. You've clearly been in China a while. I hope you can learn our most basic etiquette, she pressed. Adding a language costs nothing. It's 5 times the price. We need fairness. The word fairness made me smile, and the entire room laughed with me, and I did not have to explain the joke to a single Chinese person in that building. Then I shut the other door too, and don't bother thinking about buying the domestic version and carrying it out. The domestic version has no English at all, and taking one abroad requires applying through the community in advance, with real-time tracking. Overstay without reapplying, and the phone goes to sleep until it comes home. 5,000 overseas units and 100,000 domestic went onto the shelf at those 2 prices with a real-time counter driven by the supercomputer. 6 digits became 5, then 2, then 0, 10.74 seconds. For scale, the industry record everybody in that room knew was 100,000 units in 90 seconds against 7 million pre-orders. Then the back-end number went up on the wall. 56.8 million people had taken part. Zaoki community had 70 million downloads and nearly 60 million active users after a few days, which is within sight of the largest messaging platform in the country. And my reaction, on stage, live, to 60 million people, was to slap my own forehead. Why are there so many of you waiting? We're finished. Even if we emptied out the entire company, we couldn't make this many. We Jia Hauer, how many do we have in stock? After the overseas units and what just sold, 700,000, 60 million buyers, 700,000 phones. Old Situ's eyes lit up like a slot machine because he had come to Beijing afraid of overcapacity, and shortage is an entirely different conversation. Anyone who had already bought was locked out. The 700,000 went in 16 seconds. Then the foreign reporter raised her hand properly, and I called on her, and she demanded to know why 800,000 units had been listed domestically and 5,000 for the entire rest of the world. Otherwise, I will consider this blatant discrimination. I glanced at the shelf. Chinese version, 0. Overseas version, 2,863 unsold. Take the overseas version down, move them to the domestic shelf, change the built-in English, and ship them. 60 million people watching that stream came apart at once. She threw her press badge on the floor. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Let me tell you, I am not just a reporter. And walked out with our security captain and 2 female guards keeping pace beside her. Then Zho Horan in my earpiece with a bitter little laugh. Boss, I found out who she is. She's the head of public relations for Microsoft. She came in as a reporter to collect intelligence. Question from the floor. When's the next batch? Capacity is about 1,000 a day, and Zhaohe will not stockpile. So the mall releases 990 domestic units and 10 overseas units at a fixed time every day until the factories expand. The 10 overseas units were a slap, and every person in that room knew it. They cheered for losing 10 places. At the end, I thanked the press with lunch in the Tsinghua canteen and a free Guohe phone each on the way out, which landed harder than any cash envelope because the phone cannot be bought. Then I took the tycoons to eat in a student canteen and called them seniors, which made several of them go pink. I had just moved 800,000 units at 6,666 yuan and taken in over 5.3 billion in an afternoon, which is more than some of the men at that table make in years. And that's before the daily drip of 6.66 million. Walking over, I started working old Guo about bottlenecks and how we'd need to expand. He cut me off. The school has already agreed you can have the entire L district, free, including the buildings you're currently renting. One condition. You complete your master's and your doctorate at this university. I did the arithmetic while walking. 10 more years at Tsinghua means 10 more years of Zhaohe at Tsinghua. By the end of it, you cannot say one name without the other. So I asked, sweetly, what kind of sincerity I might expect from Peking University regarding a graduate place. And then agreed, sincerely. Because that man backed me when I was a 19-year-old asking for 13 buildings, and I remember. My own plan for those 16 buildings, which I have never said out loud to anybody. 13 major projects over my university years, each one no smaller than the phone, each in its own building. Old Guo excused himself with a fake phone call so the real conversation could happen at that table. The chairman broke first, and broke badly. Your phone is far ahead of our technology. We'll all have a hard time. Some of us may have to close. Surely that isn't what anybody here wants to see. An open threat, delivered to the one man at the table holding every card, in front of 8 of his own competitors. Not one of them backed him up. I watched them all become extremely interested in their tea. Then, Mr. Chen, I'm willing to give 30% of my group's shares to Zhao He in return for the projection technology and the usage rights. And every manufacturer at that table leaned in, because that is what all of them came to say. I tapped my finger on the tablecloth, let the silence run for about as long as it could be run, and asked, "Is this what the rest of you mean as well?" Everybody except Old Situ flinched. 10 seconds of nothing, then Old Situ evenly. "We're willing to discuss processing cooperation. Our group owns nearly 600 factories, and since Guohei's capacity is insufficient, we can go deeper than that. I'll send the details tonight." The first man in the industry to surrender, in the first minute, on purpose. I raised a glass of orange juice to the table, which was my answer to the other chairman, whose face went gray and stayed that way. Same afternoon, executive meeting. Zhao He Technology enters group mode, with Guohei Technology as its first wholly owned subsidiary. Tang Ruoxi and Zhou Jiahao, executive vice presidents of the Zhao He Group. Zhou Jiahao, also executive vice president of Guohei. Zhou Haoran and Tang Ying, vice presidents of network technology. Wang Bo, vice president of materials R&D. Zhou Kai, deputy general manager of materials at Guohei. Zhou Jiahao audibly stopped breathing, nominally third in command of a group and second in command of a subsidiary, and he could not for the life of him work out what he had done to deserve it. The answer is that he handled every single task he was ever given, without once asking what it was for. And then, Mihei Technology, a joint company built out of Old Situ's factories, converted with Guohei's technology, with Guohei taking 49% for the technology alone. That is the template for everything that came after. Every subsidiary gets an external partner company so that graduating employees have somewhere to go instead of leaving. As long as you work hard enough, I can guarantee you'll be executive vice presidents of your own branches. The half of that sentence I did not say out loud. These are the best people I am ever going to get my hands on, and I have no intention of watching a single one of them walk out of the gate at graduation. I have a name for it, the Seedling Project. One major project a year. Each incoming class takes one over, mature by the time they graduate. Then quietly, an order to Zho Horan. Network technology now works on computer operating systems. 1 month for a fully independent Zaoki OS. Hire whoever you need. I'll get you a master template to work from. And the reason was not ambition, it was defense. Once those overseas units are in foreign manufacturers' hands and they discover the phone cannot be cracked, the response will not be above board. It will be the playbook that was run on a company much bigger than mine 2 years earlier. Don't fight the company, apply pressure to the country. My counter was Situ Dong on one side, and on the other, controlling as many of their lifelines as I could get my hands on first. Then I went down to the sealed laboratory, past a flying Land Rover still lying in pieces on the round table. "Don't worry, your chance to shine is coming," and fed the system a brand new laptop. "Congratulations, the owner has obtained a 2031 laptop, with a Chinese operating system that turned out to be, essentially, Windows with the words changed. 10 years ahead is nothing next to a phone from 2100. So I went and fetched 3 more laptops out of the administration department, fleeing an employee who looked at me the way a cat looks at a mouse, and specified something better this time. Virtual operation, not a projection you look at, one you reach into and manipulate directly in the air. For the computer now, and for the fruit core too later. Congratulations. The owner has obtained a 2103 Apple laptop. Apple, it turns out, is still around in 2103. I sat there for a while with that. More laptops went in. A 2104. And then a 2041 labeled first generation, which told me that a company I was about to help build would still exist in 80 years. Which is also where I settled a thing I had been avoiding. The stuff the system makes comes from a parallel line. Dragging technology out of 2100 takes nothing away from them. Even if I push this world up to their level, that world is still at 2100. I worked that out before I ever used a single piece of foreign technology because I wanted to be able to sleep. I also refused to think about whether there is another me over there. Then, 3 hours on my own future supercomputer stripping the logos, the dates, and every brand name out of 3 operating systems and saving them, nameless, onto one hard drive. Damn it. This job is inhuman. Past 8 in the evening, all 3 buildings were lit. In network technology, Zhou Haran and a dozen others were still hammering keyboards. What time do you people get off work? 8:36? Why, boss? This man is brilliant right up until he touches a computer, at which point his entire brain goes inside it and does not come out. His defense was shameless. This is a special period. The community has just opened to the public. We can't rest easy. Ask anyone. And everyone backed him. I have never in my life heard of an employee arguing his boss into more overtime, and I lost my temper about it. 9:30 at the latest. Overtime pay is 5 times normal. Every other department in the building was doing exactly the same thing with exactly the same excuses. So I called Zhou Jiahao and had an entire building, number 4, redesigned as a luxury restaurant and lounge. Open to all staff. Free. 24 hours. Boss. You mean to dedicate an entire building? Awesome, right? All 800,000 phones delivered. Zaoki community passed 100 million daily active users. And on the community forum, users started discovering hidden features of the phone faster than the R&D staff who had built it. Freshman registration. I went in a mask and a cap because how can you say you've been to university if you've never registered as a freshman? Zhou Jiahao's private translation of that sentence was, he's going to look at the freshman girls. And I want to point out that he said it out loud in front of Tang Ruoxi. A group of girls stopped me for directions to Zone L. They were going to try their luck buying a phone. They turned out to be members of the Harem Group, which is my own hardcore fan club, who call me Husband Chen, one of whom had cancelled her plans to study abroad and applied to Tsinghua specifically because of me, which I found genuinely alarming, and who tore a passing stranger apart for saying the words underachiever Chen out loud within their hearing. They demanded to see my phone. I couldn't show them mine because mine is the original from 2100 and does not have a logo on it. So I gave them a password to say to the security guard instead. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Hui Kun is 1.5 meters tall. Then I phoned the security captain and Zhou Jiahao to make absolutely sure it would work. It worked. The guards saluted, and one of them finally placed the eyes and the walk. That was Mr. Lin. That was that little brother from just now. The group beat its collective chest in the middle of a company lobby. Then their leader, Song Ting Ting, rallied them. Since Husband Chen tricked us, we take our revenge another way. 10 each. Keep what we need and sell the rest. At the absolute minimum, we should be earning this semester's living expenses off him. Which was not unreasonable because Guohei phones were going for 15,000 on the resale sites against a list price of 6,666, and even at that they sold the instant they were listed. Zaoki Mall's countermeasures, 1 purchase per verified identity, plus quiet detection of same network, same device, same delivery address, which doesn't block scalpers so much as bury their odds under a mountain. Meanwhile, one of them, Wu Huanhuan, Mercedes S-Class, father's company worth about 100 million, absolute princess of her hometown, walked deeper into Zaohei and had the worst afternoon of her life discovering that she is a frog in a well because the Guohei sales manager who received them is a university student 2 years older than they are, and who has spent months negotiating with men who own 600 factories, and who now carries more presence in a room than the general manager of Wu Huanhuan's father's company. The girls who came in to buy 10 each bought 1 each and left very quietly. Wu Huanchuan left, having decided to join Zaohei and take that woman's job, and the sales manager was left holding her own phone, unable to work out how to repeat the password out loud to her boss until Zhou Jiahao rang, delighted to find out what the second half of it was. Mr. Zhou, the code is a bit. Is the code about me? Just say it. It has nothing to do with you. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Hui Kun is 1.5 meters tall. Zhou Jiahao, to himself, in a corridor. I have to admit, it does rhyme. Since you were ruthless first, boss, don't blame me for what happens next. The registration desk had already processed 3 students called Chen Han that morning, so the senior on duty barely looked up. It's a good name. Shame that people with the same name have such different fates. Dormitory 204. 3 roommates. Wang Donghai from Hangzhou, Wen Rui from Shanghai, and Emma Tiantian from Huludao, whom everyone calls Ma Wu within about a minute of meeting him. Chen Han, born January 2002, from the city. Ma Tiantian dropped the basin he was holding. I took the mask off and they had a look and collectively decided I was a look-alike. Then Wen Rui produced a Guohei phone he had paid 20,000 yuan for on a resale site in order to compare photographs, and there was a live stream running on it in which Zhou Jiahao was cheerfully telling several 100,000 people that brother Chen was in Hangzhou inspecting factories. Everybody relaxed enormously. They pitied me for sharing a name with a legend. They offered to help me make my bed, and they cheerfully explained their plan to go and apply for jobs at the Zaohei group after dinner. We cycled over to Zone L together. The gate guard saluted their fourth roommate, and they decided the company was so grand that it salutes passers-by. In the canteen, in casual clothes among white-collar staff, Ma Tiantian lost his nerve and suggested we eat somewhere else. Then a group of Guohei employees came the other way, stopped dead, lined up, and said it in chorus, "Hello, Chairman Lin." And their fourth roommate answered them warmly, asked whether they'd eaten, and mentioned that Building 4 would be finished soon. Wen Rui, who had spent 20 minutes bragging about a 20,000 yuan phone to the man who makes them, said it out loud to himself in a canteen queue. I sat bolt upright in my deathbed, startled. The clown was actually myself. A private room, 4 seats, and an atmosphere that nobody in that room was able to fix. Are you really Chairman Chen? And the words, underachiever Chen, caught halfway out of somebody's mouth and got swallowed. I tried. It's not that serious. Come on. First meeting. Let's have a toast. I'm busy over here, so I'll be relying on you 3 for attendance. 1 beer, then no more. Ma Tiantian got drunk enough to be honest and slammed the table. I'm still living off my parents and you built that thing by yourself. No way. You have to teach me. Wang Donghai and Wen Rui laughed in all the right places and stayed careful the entire evening. I saw it. I didn't call it out. I put them in a company car and sent them back to the dormitory. And I didn't go back to the dormitory at all. I got the university orientation I wanted. And the most important thing I learned from it is that I can't fit in with them anymore. That one cost more than it looks like on the page. Then richest man Li called to invite me to tea, so I drove out on 1 beer into a drink-driving checkpoint and remembered the beer at approximately the moment the tube touched my lips. The officer looked up. It's you. What? You're not going to give me my car back? Hey, you filthy scoundrel, you have the nerve? You dumped a car on me and then abandoned me. Her colleagues quietly went and worked at the other end of the road. Nobody in that detachment provokes the little Tyrannosaurus, and I would learn why. The tube came away from my mouth without registering anything, and I kept my license through pure luck and the passage of about 4 hours. I held my hand out for the keys as a diversionary tactic, and she put them in it. Keys she carries on her at all times, with a cartoon keyring of a girl in stockings and heels holding an assault rifle and a matching silicone sleeve, because she had been driving that car to work every day for weeks and had very nearly forgotten whose it was. The car's at the station. Go and get it yourself, and remember to pay the storage fee. Then a young officer wandered over grinning. You must be Chairman Chen? I never imagined you were Captain Ying's boyfriend. We're all Fruit Core fans on this team. Phones are no problem. Everyone works hard. I'll get supplies out to you early. However, Captain Situ and I are not. I understand completely. Don't worry, I won't say anything out of the ordinary. He told the entire detachment inside 60 seconds, using 2 clues. He's still in college, and he's a big shot on the level of the man who runs Tencent. Situ Exide punched her own steering wheel. I'll never buy your national mobile phone. I wouldn't take one if it were free. And then her brother rang to say he'd got her one, and she forgot she'd said it. Old Zhao had booked a private tea house. I got 4 steps inside before a waitress recognized me, and every woman in that building, staff and jeweled customers alike, converged on me shouting for autographs. You can have the autograph. Don't touch me. I fought my way back to the car and sat in it breathing for a while. Old Zhao came out disheveled, made 1 phone call, and a joint law enforcement inspection team was on its way to that tea house before we'd left the car park. We went to his house instead. His estate is inside the second ring road, which is a statement that does not require elaboration. My own villa quietly became a humble abode somewhere on the drive up. On the steps we met his son, Principal Lai, black-faced, mumbling, "Father," trying to get past us. And old Zhao stopped him. Can't you see we have important guests? Call him Uncle Lin. We both nearly choked. We settled on Brother Chen. The son, who had set out to destroy the Guohei phone and now could not put it down, did not mind at all. He looked unwell, so I kindly suggested he take some medicine or possibly get a drip. Which happens to be the exact wording of 2 separate memes then circulating nationwide about me. He spent a full minute trying to work out whether he was being mocked, and I spent a full minute trying to work out how to explain that I wasn't, and neither of us managed it. Then, his father's opening. Bida runs the largest cinema chain in this country. Virtual reality is a revolutionary product. Our combined strength maximizes benefits, which is a polite way of saying, once every family in China can watch a film standing in the air of their own living room, nobody is going to pay to sit in a dark room and be told it's 3D. And it isn't just cinemas. A dozen industries had woken up that month with 2 options: partner with Zhaohe or be removed by the market. I handed him the initiative on purpose. Tell me your terms. As long as I don't lose money, it's settled. And he laid the trap beautifully. Bida Group pays $8 billion for a long-term license. $8 billion, with no word anywhere restricting it to cinemas, which would have let Bida build phones with my technology. My own internal target had been 5, so I took his number and added my own hooks. A week of promotion across a community with 100 million users, free equipment for 5 years, and 2 maintenance teams whose salaries Bida pays. Final, 8 billion, 5 years. Exclusive to Bida cinemas and nowhere else on earth. Priority renewal afterward. 2 foxes, 1 afternoon, and both of us went home pleased. Then his legal department produced the contract. 30 pages, nearly 700 clauses, drafted by people whose traps are invisible to most professionals. I can memorize every word of that document in 4 minutes, and I understand approximately none of it. And I said so, out loud, to the man across the table, which impressed old Zhao considerably more than bluffing would have, and which is the single most useful thing I did that year. Then I phoned the only well-connected man I know. Old Guo was at that moment sitting in a closed meeting of the university's principals, discussing how to maximize the profits of the Zhaohe group. The president stopped the meeting so he could take it in the room. Guo relayed the problem, laughing that the boy had finally hit something he couldn't do, and every head in that room turned toward a gray-haired man at the front. Baiwei, vice principal, dean of the law school, one of the biggest names in Chinese law, full stop. The president, delicately, old Bai, this is a rare opportunity. A real contract worth tens of billions. You must seize it. Translation. Free practical training for our law school on somebody else's 10 billion yuan deal. Baiwei answered in the language of duty. Zhaohe is a campus enterprise. We cannot sit idly by, and announced that he would personally lead the school's elite team. The president, to be absolutely sure, bring more people. 20 minutes later, old Guo was standing in front of a 38-seat bus, full to the last seat, swallowing. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were going to fight somebody. And the real payoff, which Guo saw before I did. From that day, everyone in the country knew that the entire Tsinghua Law School stood behind Chen Han, and anybody drafting a contract for Zhaohe would think very carefully first. Old Zhao and I watched a bus in the law school's livery pull up outside his house and unload a dean, a dozen professors, and a dozen students. Meanwhile, Bida's chief lawyer, Guo Liman, standing director of the National Lawyers Association, headhunted at great expense, was told that the other side had brought 30-odd students. He decided this was an insult and promised his team they would give the children some experience. He walked in confident, didn't look at the room, greeted the 2 bosses, and then his eyes reached the sofa. President Yan, what brings you here? Heh, so you drafted the contract. That explains a great deal. His entire team swallowed every sentence they had prepared in the car. Bai Wei read 30 pages in 5 minutes. He has the statutes memorized. He was only checking the wording. Then he handed it back with one instruction, and the students split into groups, got electronic copies, opened laptops, and produced a fully revised contract in about half an hour. I memorized the new version and ran it against the old one in my head. Dozens of clauses subtly adjusted, several of them by nothing but punctuation. Every single change flipping the meaning of the sentence. Old Zhao flipped through his copy and could see no difference at all. Golemon read his and developed an expression I can only describe as constipated, because every buried detail had been found and the gaps he had deliberately left had been filled in. Then I handed old Zhao his own line back, word for word. Take a look. If there are no problems, you can arrange the payment. I signed and produced the Zhaohe Group seal from my pocket, which is to say, from System Space, in front of 40 lawyers. Baiwei and old Guo refused dinner and left because they had a meeting to finish. And I watched old Zhao reprice my standing at that university entirely, in real time, because he was asking himself the only question available. What does it take to make a university's leadership pause a meeting and drive across Beijing for you? 8 billion transferred. Zhou Jiahao got the implementation. I collected the Range Rover from the traffic detachment and found it parked in the open space in front of the main building, spotless, with a pressed police uniform hanging behind the driver's seat and an interior considerably cleaner than I keep it. I got in and drove out without asking anybody's permission. The gate guard saluted the car. And on the 3rd floor, a fairly handsome young man watched it go and said to a window, "Even if you are the king of heaven, I will make you pay the price," and knocked a flower pot off the sill, then opened his office door to his own subordinates with a completely different face on. That is Captain Xu. Remember him. He is not important yet. By the time Situ Xia got back, the entire detachment knew that underachiever Chen was Captain Situ's boyfriend because he had driven away the car she lets nobody touch, using her own keys. Packing her belongings out of that car, I found, in order, several things that went straight into the box without being looked at. Then, the passes on the windscreen. Beijing No. 1 Family Compound, Ministry of Public Security, Yuquan Mountain. That last one opens essentially any door in this city, and it told me exactly what kind of family this woman comes from. Then her work, ID Situ Xia, 26 years old, 6 years older than me. Situ, Xiao Chia. Is this the sister Ouyang Lei kept talking about? And everything that Lieutenant Colonel had said and everything he had refused to let me finish saying reassembled itself into a shape I could see all at once, and I put my head against the steering wheel. Then a small leather case in the boot fell open, and I am going to skip most of what happened next. She called. "Where are my things?" I performed indifference, and she read the change in my voice inside one sentence: 2 years in criminal investigation and a psychology qualification, and was there in 10 minutes. In a short dress, flat strappy sandals, and enormous sunglasses, transformed into somebody who could have stood next to Tang Ruoxi without losing anything. And then she slammed the car door hard enough to break the illusion. "Move it to my car. Don't you have hands?" She stared at me for a moment. I don't believe anybody had spoken to her like that since she was 9. Then she picked the box up herself, and that is when I saw that her left hand was bandaged and that there was fresh blood coming through the gauze from carrying it. She ignored the question completely. So I went after her to take the rest of it and grabbed, and she flinched away, and the whole stack went on the ground, and something private of hers ended up on the pavement between us. Neither of us was able to look at the other for the rest of that encounter. She drove off. I stood there. And then Tang Ruoxi appeared at the far end of the car park, at the worst possible moment in the history of car parks, and I panicked and ordered an emergency deconstruction of the object at my feet. Congratulations. 18 kinds of martial arts, automatically stored in the master's mind, retrievable at any time. I want to be very clear that this is a genuinely new capability. It has saved my life since, and I acquired it by accident, at the least dignified moment of my entire life, standing in a car park with my ears on fire. Then I told Tang Ruoxi the whole Sidu Xia story from the beginning, omitting precisely one item, and she said, "Han, I will believe you unconditionally," which made the omission considerably worse, and I have never brought it up again. Meanwhile, off the back of that bus, I arranged priority discounted phones for the law school's graduating year. And on the third day, a Zaohe Group Service Department sign went up at the entrance to the law school's administration building. Every Zaohe contract is now graded and assigned to a student team, supervised by professors, paid per contract, plus a 500 million yuan annual Zaoki Scholarship Fund, an entire law school as one company's legal department. Nobody had done it before. And after it became known, some companies stopped drafting contracts with Zaohe at all and simply asked Zaohe to draft them. Ding. The owner's net worth now exceeds 10 billion yuan. 4 months and 7 days since the first task was issued. First system task, 100% complete. It had only registered that day when the Bida money actually started moving. And the catch attached to task 2 was heavier than the first. Fail it, and the system drops to level 1, and the upgrade path closes permanently. Back to 1 deconstruction a day, no storage space, forever. I stood at the window and looked down at my own staff crossing the courtyard, several hundred of them, and did the arithmetic. When a man dies, he goes to the sky. If he doesn't die, he lives 10,000 years. Even at level 1, Zaohe is enough to live on. Issue the second task. Task 2, brand recognition above 100 million within 1 year. Ding. The master's current fame exceeds 300 million, 1 minute since issue, 100% complete. The system has determined the master exceeded requirements and, as a special reward, has reduced the total number of tasks by 1. I sat down. Task 4 then, skipping 3 entirely. For the sake of national dignity, single-handedly drive 3 global technological innovations in China within 1 year. Completion, 23%, and I already had a wholly domestic operating system and holographic projection, which is 2 of the 3. Jiwo Feng came to Tsinghua, and I drove an electric buggy down to the gate to fetch him personally, which moved that man more than anything else I ever did for him. His problem was that our cooperation had gone too well. He had moved everything out of the antique business into Guangzhou, bought several hundred acres next door, started building a new factory, every yuan he had, plus $1 billion still to come. And then Guohei's components moved to Mihei Technology, and his orders were ending. He offered me his 2 factories, into Mihei, knowing perfectly well that meant handing over 51% of everything he owns. When I was at my lowest point, you were always there. How could I do something that opportunistic? And I gave him the version I'd been holding for 2 weeks. Guangzhou's phone business stops, and Guangzhou becomes the Zaohe Group's exclusive laboratory factory. Not a partner of Guohei Technology, a partner of the group. Every future product goes through R&D in our lab and second phase experimental production at yours. Don't fit out the new factory yet. Build the perimeter wall and wait for my design team. He sat there with a teacup halfway to his mouth for quite a long time. He had come hoping for a sip of soup, and I had handed him the pot. There was one small problem with that, which is that I did not have a design team. So I went to old Guo, who took me straight to the dean of the Design Institute, who summoned his professors, who set the entire institute a task. If you were to design laboratories and testing facilities at every level for the Zhaohe Group, how would you design them? Sponsored by a 10 million yuan prize. Anyone who tells you 10 million could have just bought a blueprint is missing what I actually bought, which was the whole institute thinking about my problem for 2 days. 2 days later, the Zhaohe Design Department existed on the 6th floor of Building 2. Current footprint. Building 1 is headquarters, reception, the press hall, subsidiary heads, finance, meeting rooms, my sealed laboratory, my study, and my home on the top floor. Building 2 is R&D, legal and design. Building 3 is Guohe and Mihei. Building 4 is becoming a canteen the size of a hotel. Outside, Mihei Technology had already converted more than 100 factories across tens of thousands of acres, which is the scale of the biggest contract manufacturer on the planet, and the conversion was 1/3 done. Overseas allocation was still exactly 100 units a day and still sold out instantly. I was holding it there deliberately, waiting. ZHO Horan's computer operating system reached final testing. Thousands of runs, no faults. The whole group's computers were getting it the next morning as an internal test. It's not that I'm confident. The technology you gave me was already mature. I'm just copying it. And his eyes when he said that were full of admiration for me, which is exactly the cover I want. To the world, these miracles come out of Tsinghua's talent pool. That is the story. That has always been the story. Meanwhile, in a tower on the other side of the ocean, a vice president called Roland signed an order, handed it to his secretary, they can take it and implement it, and sat back turning a transparent glass brick over in his hands. He is the father of the woman I threw out of my launch event. He was not there about his daughter. This is just an appetizer. Zhaohe Chen, I hope you won't disappoint me. Tang Ruoxi was dizzy and nauseous and rummaging through a medicine box, so I drove her to hospital where the parking barrier opened for that license plate while 100 cars waited. She is terrified of needles. She cried silently through the blood draw without making one sound, which was worse than screaming. The doctor spent the entire consultation being cold to me and warm to her. Then she read the result and asked the girl gently whether her family knew about her boyfriend. Because she had seen too many student couples end this the other way, and she was trying to work out which kind we were. Then she learned that we had been engaged before term started, with both families at the table, and her face changed completely. Yes, according to the blood work, she is a month and a half pregnant. What are your plans? I didn't answer the question. I laughed out loud in a consulting room and hugged Tang Ruoxi and put my hand flat on her stomach and answered it that way. Then, Doctor, is it a boy or a girl? Even if I were permitted to tell you, at this stage I couldn't. My mother was so shocked on the phone that I assumed the signal had dropped and hung up on her. I carried Tang Ruoxi to bed over her objections, covered her, and kissed her forehead. Go and rest properly. Your husband is going to go and earn money for you. She waited about 10 minutes and then snuck straight back down to the finance department. Then I opened the Zhaohe Group's all-staff chat, 3,000 people across Zhaohe, Guohe, and Mihei, and dropped in a 3 million yuan red envelope, randomized, floor of 666 per person. Tang Ruoxi, at her desk, opened one for 888 yuan and 88 cents and felt a small pang of heartache about the remaining balance because she is the group's executive vice president and she cannot stop being the girl with 90 yuan a month. Zhou Jiahao. Holy crap, what good news did the boss get? Ha ha ha, my brother's going to be a dad. Jealous, single dogs? What the computer operating system does, since you asked, it merges with any operating system on the market and carries a one-click phone mode. Put it on Guohe's own hardware and the computer gets holographic virtual reality too, and being bigger, it gets more of it. Guohe computer went into trials that month. Elsewhere in the group, Wang Bo's materials department was developing pure air energy out of components I had handed down, which came out of the engine of a car built in 2091. Tang Ying's team was on the fruit core too. Zho Kai's team was on the computer's body. And I burn my accumulated monthly deconstructions on the last day of every month, whether I need them or not, which is why my laboratory is full of objects I cannot explain to anybody. Then I decided what to do with the flying car. China's airspace will never permit that thing to be sold, so rather than let it lie there, I'd hand it over. Good for the country, good for Zhaohe's standing, and it gets a 2-ton problem off my workbench. I phoned Situ Dong to donate it, and to kill the brother-in-law jokes once and for all, I opened with something unambiguous. I'm calling to share some good news. I'm going to be a dad. Ha ha ha, not bad kid. I didn't expect you to subdue my sister that quickly. Don't worry, I'll speak to Grandpa about it right away and get you two married as soon as possible. Click, and then his line was permanently busy. Cut, if you want, to Situ Xia at a shooting range, emptying magazines into a 3-dimensional holographic projection of me, thrown up off her own Guohe phone underneath the target, and then doing the same thing to a sandbag with her hands, because of the thing on the ground. And because when she rang to get it back, I stammered that I'd thrown it away, and she could hear the lie and could not bring herself to ask which bin. Her brother phoned to confirm the happy news. She said nothing and fired a burst. He took silence as confirmation and called her father. Situ Jianjun, her father, and the #1 man in this city, had been briefed on me a long time before. The technology given to the state for nothing. The plan he and Situ Dong had signed. The fact that if it worked, this boy was a major contributor to the country. He said one sentence. Invite Chen Han to dinner at Yuquan Mountain tonight. I accepted without asking why, because I was driving over anyway to hand over the flying car's documentation, and only when I typed the address into the navigation did I discover that it is a military restricted zone, so I took the Yuquan Mountain Pass out of the armrest and put it on the windscreen. At the foot of the mountain, a camouflaged Mengshi was waiting with Situ Dong leaning against it. Then, the first checkpoint. They searched Situ Dong's vehicle and waved mine through with a salute. Because it is Situ Xia's car, there were at least 10 more checkpoints on the way up. I stopped counting somewhere around the point where the road stopped appearing on maps. In the garden, 2 old men were playing chess, and one of them was a face I had seen on television since I was a child. Grandpa Situ, 90-something. He looked me up and down and approved of me. We should never forget that we are descendants of Bai and Huang. I already know about your relationship with Xiao Xie. Let's have your parents over for a meal. Which, from a man at that altitude, means the marriage is settled and the paperwork is a formality. And I looked him straight in the eye and said it. Grandpa Situ. There is nothing between Situ Xie and me. I already have a girlfriend, and it was her pregnancy I told Brother Dong about. We'll probably marry in a few months. Bang. His hand came down on the chess table, and he turned to his grandson. Give me an explanation. I started to defend Situ Dong, and he cut me off. Of course I know it can't all be his fault. Now I'm asking you, do you like my granddaughter or not? And the pressure that comes off a man like that is not something a system can help you with. For a couple of seconds, I genuinely could not hold his eyes. Then my own stubbornness came up out of wherever it lives, and I lifted my head and met the stare and said one word. Dislike. 90 years of authority, refused to his face about his own granddaughter in his own garden. See our visitor out. I kept my manners on the way to the door because that man gave his entire life to this country, and that is worth respect regardless of how the evening was going. I got 2 steps before the noise behind me. He was on the ground. Dr. Tao, the resident health doctor, was shouting for medicine. A full medical team came out of the house with a stretcher within 30 seconds because there is a room in that villa equivalent to an emergency department and a team that lives on site. I didn't leave. And then I heard the doctor tell Situ Dong to call the family. No heartbeat. The heart is failing. Situ Dong started dialing. And at my feet, pushed out of the scrum along with me, was Dr. Tao's leather medicine case. I picked it up, walked to my own car for the benefit of anything that might be watching, got into the back seat, and said, System. Deconstruct all of this into one drug, preferably one with a miraculous effect on heart disease. Congratulations, owner. You have received 2 super fast-acting heart-saving pills, 2 small blue pills. Why is it that almost everything you produce is a small blue pill? Anybody who didn't know better would assume you'd broken it down into something entirely different. Then I went through the medical team like a door. Get out of the way. Let go of that old man. Let me handle this. And because the doctors had already braced his mouth open, the pill went in, disguised as a hand sweeping past his lips. Then I put my palm on his carotid as if checking a pulse, and jabbed about a dozen entirely random points around his body so that the cure would have something visible to be blamed on. Guards dragged me off, over my shoulder at the top of my voice. Yangguan acupoint. Quick. 3 pressures, then 2 light ones. Hurry. Now. Dr. Tao happens to know exactly what the Yangguan acupoint is for. Lumbosacral pain, weakness of the lower limbs, and, specifically, the reproductive system, and that it has nothing whatsoever to do with a failing heart. I know that it is a point somewhere on the back. That is the entire extent of my knowledge, and I shouted it at a national emergency. Then the color came back into the old man's face, his eyes opened, and he pushed himself upright without help. Phew! I was suffocating. Dr. Tao assumed this was the last flare before the end. The old man waved the guards off me, so I marched back over and slapped him on the back several times, and heard rifles being chambered behind me. Then he laughed and sent everybody away, and told his grandson to take Chen Kid to the living room and wait. Situ Dong watched his grandfather stand up, stretch, and kick his own legs about, and burst into tears, certain that this was the end, and got a slap on the head exactly as hard as the ones he received as a child, which is not a force his grandfather's body had been able to produce in years. You bastard, what are you crying for? Your grandpa isn't dead yet. Wah, grandpa, please hit me again. Hit me harder. He got a boot print on his backside instead, and the old man, walking back inside, to nobody in particular. I must say, Chen Kid's technique was really quite comfortable. Half the Situ family came through that door braced for the worst, saw Situ Dong staring into space and Dr. Tao doing the same, and the eldest of them staggered. Dr. Tao! The old man. Reporting to the commander, the old man is discussing matters with Chen Han in his study. Situ Dong, faced with a room full of elders he had forgotten to phone back, immediately dragged somebody down with him and told the entire story. Dr. Tao filled in the medical half, and the family arrived at the only explanation they could accept, which is that the boy has some remarkable medical skill. Then Situ Xia walked in at the back of the crowd. Haha, it looks like the second son has found himself a good son-in-law. Pa, who cares about him? Uncle, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll have your car towed. In the study, aren't you going to tell me the truth, kid? Your eyes have already given you away. Tell me what you gave me to eat. For one genuinely bad second, I thought he had worked out the system, and the relief when it turned out to be only the pill very nearly gave me away a second time. The cover story I invented on the spot. A new heart medication Zhaohe is developing in secret, still in confidential clinical trials, administered because Dr. Tao had already written him off. Well, it's in the clinical stage, but the technology is quite mature. You can't accuse me of using you as a guinea pig. His expression, on discovering that he was patient number 1, is something I will take to my grave with real pleasure. Then that old man, 1 hour off dying, asked the only question he cared about. What stage is it at? Shall I have the Drug Institute fast-track the trials? On one condition, the Chinese people get it first. And I, improvising, committed out loud to something I have never gone back on. Once costs and operations are covered, the drug sells at cost. A zero-profit plan for the entire Drug Institute, not 1 yuan of margin, on a pill that people would queue around a city to buy at $1 million each because nobody has ever once underestimated what a human being will pay to keep living. His verdict, privately, which his son told me years later, this is exactly the kind of young man this country needs, and on the strength of one pill, he can be called a national hero. He also tested the marriage question again. He got the same answer, and he let it go, with genuine regret, and never raised it again. I left that study looking like I'd been in a fight, greeted a hallway full of Ouyangs, and fled before anybody could keep me for dinner and relabel me a son-in-law. Behind me, Dr. Tao came out with fresh test results and one sentence that stopped that entire room. The old man's previously weakened physical functions appear to have improved. Back at Zhaohe, I found Tang Ruoxi at her desk, eating out of a lunchbox, took a grain of rice off her lip and ate it, and negotiated a truce. Work if you must, but rest on schedule. Then my mother called from the gate, where the security guard had just told her, politely and immovably, that visitors must come down and register in person, and had hung up on her son before he could get a word in. That was my father's doing, incidentally. Had it been left to my mother, she'd have announced whose mother she was in the first sentence. We took the buggy down, the guard saluted, and got a lesson in family dynamics instead. You brat! Why did you let Ruoxi come down in this heat? And then, to the founder and chairman of the company, a slap on the arm. Why didn't you tell me about something this big sooner? Is this how you look after Ruoxi? Look how pale she is. Mother made you some soup. My parents moved to Beijing about a month later. My father was installed as chief executive of Tianhe, the pharmaceutical arm, and spent the first week practicing being a chief executive in a mirror. My mother's only question, asked at increasing volume over 4 weeks, was when the wedding was. Around then, I made myself a super magnifying glass out of a pile of ordinary magnifiers, which resolves detail down to the molecular level and then crumbles in your hand 90 seconds after you stop looking through it. Single use. I got what I needed out of it, so I suppose that's on me. And then Microsoft made its move. They announced that they would be suspending security updates for every version of Windows below 10 in this country, not worldwide. Here. Understand what that is. That is not a business decision. That is a hand on a throat. Banks run on those machines. Hospitals, government terminals, half the industrial control systems in the country, and the timing was not subtle. It arrived 9 days after they discovered that the Guohe phone could not be opened. My phone rang at 11 at night and it was Situ Dong, and he did not say hello. I told him to come over, and then I did not offer to start developing an operating system. I walked into that room carrying a finished one, the Tianhe operating system, complete, tested, compatible with every legacy program in the country, written in an assembly language that has no English in it anywhere. We wrote the ownership split on a sheet of A4 in my study. Zhaohe 75%, the state 25, and one hard clause, which I insisted on and which is the reason I sleep at night. Tianhe never goes public, never listed, never sold, not as a company, not as a stake, not ever. Situ Dong's hands were not steady when he read it. You're handing me the thing they've been trying to buy off this country for 30 years and you want to do it on a napkin? Launch was at the Great Hall, hosted by one of the most recognizable men on national television. Price, 8,888 overseas. 8 when 88 domestic, which is symbolic, and everybody knew it was symbolic. Roughly 9 million installations in the first hour, and the servers held because we had built our own. A foreign correspondent asked about compatibility. I answered with a live demonstration instead of a promise, which is the only honest way to answer that question. Inside 48 hours, Microsoft publicly withdrew the update suspension. Nobody in China cared by then. You cannot unring a bell that 9 million people have already installed. Ding. Task 4. Completion rate, 125%. Ding. 5th system task issued. Earned $7.5 billion in foreign exchange within 1 year. I sat down on the edge of my own desk because it had finally stopped asking me for money and started asking me for geopolitics. Around then, Zhou Haoran walked into Roland's private phone. Not his work phone, his private one. The boy with an English exam score of 8, who cannot read a sentence of it, went through a foreign vice president's personal line the way you'd walk through an unlocked gate, and what he found was this. Microsoft had opened exactly one Guohe store in the entire United States, at $4,000 a unit. And they were stockpiling every single phone they could get. They were not selling them, they were buying them to break them. Then Wang Bo's team finished what they had been chewing on for 4 months, the aerodynamic kinetic engine. It takes in air. Nobody else goes into it. There is no fuel. There is no tank. There is no charging port. It exhausts oxygen, 0 to 100 in about 2 seconds. And its theoretical range is unlimited, which is a phrase I had to read 4 times. I called Situ Dong, and his reaction was not joy, it was fear. You've just made every oil state on Earth your personal enemy. Do you understand that? Not their governments, their families. I said I did. I did not, yet. I would in about 6 weeks, on a beach in the Persian Gulf. Then I traded a promised near-beam fighter design for a piece of restricted land the size of a small district that everybody calls Cannon Hill. The generals went home convinced they had robbed me. I went home convinced I had robbed them, and neither of us has ever settled it. I also handed the dean of the Design Institute blueprints for a fully automated industrial park. He read 3 pages and asked me what year I was from. I changed the subject. Tang Ruoxi was showing by then, and the entire family had opinions. My mother wanted a boy. My grandmother wanted a boy. My father, who has never once had an opinion about anything in front of his wife, wanted a boy. I said it was a daughter. I was right, and I have never explained how, and my mother has been suspicious of me about it for years. Then Zhaohe automobile. 5 models. Every one of them starts at 99,900 yuan. The tiering isn't the model, it's the badge. A silver dragon on the base car and a supreme gold dragon at 5 million, and every single one of them has the same engine. Overseas price, exactly 10 times domestic, stated openly at the launch, in Chinese, without apology. And the engine license is free to every Chinese manufacturer, on one condition: it never leaves China. There were men in that room who had spent 30 years building car companies, and 2 of them cried, and I am not making a joke. Then, because I had 900 million yuan of gold sitting in a warehouse and nothing to do with a Wednesday, I built the armor. Let me back up. I'd wanted an Iron Man suit since I was 11, which I accept is not a serious reason to spend 30 million yuan. I gave up on the weapon systems early because you cannot buy ammunition materials in this country, and settled on the thing that actually mattered, which was the metal. Gold titanium alloy. 3:30 in the morning, I phoned Situ Dong to ask how one might obtain some. There was a silence on that line I could have parked a car in. Gold titanium alloy is an absolutely controlled metal. Besides rockets, the only other use for it is intercontinental ballistic missiles. Why? No reason. Then the system, cheerfully, while I was still holding a dead phone, 5 grams of titanium rod plus 1 kilogram of 85% gold yields 4,275 grams of gold titanium alloy. I needed about 21 kilograms of gold, 8.4 million yuan of raw material. I spent over 30 million because I wanted margin, and because at that point in my life, buying gold bricks had become a way of relaxing. And while I was waiting for the materials to be assembled, I went for a walk around my own factory, Assembly Workshop 13. Mihei Technology, Plant Number 1. Me in sportswear, hands in pockets, nobody looking twice, and I walked into a man firing a trainee. Her name is XU Fang, Workstation 2156. Director Guo was fining her and dismissing her on the spot in front of 40 people over equipment that had been switched on when it shouldn't have been. Guo's nephew, Guo Hao, was standing right there lying about it to his uncle's face, and the CCTV, everybody agreed, was broken. So I said something. Director Guo threatened me. Then a man called President Chen arrived and improved on it. Which workshop are you from, you son of a bitch? I took my phone out and called Mi Fang. Production head Liu Hua arrived at a dead run about 90 seconds later, took one look and bowed. Hello, Chairman Chen. I'm Liu Hua, head of the production department. You could hear the workshop stop. Summon all senior managers currently in the factory area. Executive Vice President Shi Jun arrived out of breath and took the blame instantly and completely, without one word of excuse, because he has been in a workplace long enough to know that the boss does not want excuses. And then a middle-aged voice came out of the crowd, shaking slightly. Mr. He, Chairman Chen, the monitoring system on Assembly Line 13 has been working normally. I just checked. I'm the supervisor for surveillance in this area. Director Guo and his nephew went the color of paper. Are you certain? It hasn't been broken at all during this period? Chairman Chen, we test in shifts, 24 hours a day. There is absolutely no gap in the monitoring. Then I turned to the girl and dropped my voice. When did this happen and at what time? Don't feel pressured. If things are as you say, just concentrate on your work. Of course, if you really are responsible, you'll take the corresponding punishment. She told him the time. He ran for the monitoring room. Mi Fang arrived with his shirt soaked through and dust all over his shoes, having run from another building. I didn't stand on ceremony. Does Mihei Technology no longer have a human resources department? People are being fired this easily. When exactly did HR's authority get delegated to middle and lower management? Handle everyone involved according to the rules. And put every senior manager in the conference room. Then I walked out, and behind me, the finest piece of workplace theater I have ever been adjacent to began. President Chen, who had just worked out that he might be fired and could not survive it, junior college diploma, no other company would give him an assistant manager's job, found his outlet. He pointed at Director Guo with a trembling finger. You son of a bitch, you've really got guts. You actually shoved your way into Chairman Chen's face? Why don't you just fly to the moon? If you don't want to work here, don't drag me down with you. And then a man of considerable weight took 2 steps forward and delivered a genuinely beautiful flying kick. It connected. Director Guo, who is nearly 60, rolled across the floor. And then President Chen, having launched a flying kick without any prior planning regarding what happens afterward, discovered gravity and landed extremely hard on his own back. At which point Guo Hao, seeing his uncle on the ground, rushed forward and started stomping the fallen President Chen. The workers, every single one of whom had been shaken down or shouted at by one or both of these men, felt a great and quiet satisfaction. Somebody started whistling, then the security guards arrived and produced a masterpiece. Each one grabbed a bystander and began shouting at the man he was holding. Hey, don't hold me back, I'm going to break up this fight. Hey, don't kick him in the head, that could kill someone. One worker, being physically restrained, looked down at the hand gripping his sleeve and said, in genuine confusion, Bro, weren't you the one pulling me? The guard showed no embarrassment whatsoever, lurched toward the crowd and shouted, Hey, don't pull me! The same maneuver was occurring simultaneously across the entire security detail. Eventually, they surged in and pulled the 3 men apart, and by the time they had, everybody involved was in visibly worse condition than before, and even President Chen's already sparse hair had suffered losses. And then the first guard, who had taken a friendly fire kick to the thigh from a colleague, received an apologetic smile and decided not to let it go to waste, lay down on the floor and grabbed his own leg. Ow! Mr. Li, you're too ruthless. I think you've broken a bone. Liu Hua looked at the scene, took a very long breath, and pointed. Take him to the infirmary. If it's serious, hospital. All medical expenses and lost wages will be covered by General Manager Li. Everyone else disperse. Then to the girl in a completely different voice. I already know what happened. The monitoring room just called. It was Guo Hao who switched your equipment on. This has nothing to do with you. Go back to work. And the rest of the security team watched their colleague being stretchered off towards several days of paid leave and were consumed with envy. Why wasn't I that clever? Why didn't I lie down and roll around? The meeting was shorter than the fight. Everyone directly involved, dismissed the same afternoon. Every senior manager involved, demoted 1 level. And Liu Hua, who had done nothing wrong, who had come running, who had handled it correctly, demoted to workshop director of Assembly 13. Because a thing like that doesn't start on a Tuesday. A production head who doesn't know what happens in his own workshops isn't a production head. He's a title. Xu Fang got the vacated team leader position, subject to assessment, which she passed. And then the thing that made every scalp in that room tighten, the Zyoki Audit Department, overt and covert investigation of every subsidiary in the group, no distinction between a senior executive and a line worker, including Mi Fang himself, and I said his name out loud while looking at him. 3 findings, and you're finished. He decided before leaving the room to build Mihei's own audit department immediately so as to solve everything before headquarters arrived, which is exactly what that announcement was for. Afterward, T in his office and a man decades older than me was nervous around me for the first time. So I let it go, because 1 reprimand is enough and a grudge is a waste of a good executive. All right, old Situ, let it rest. That's not why I came today, and handed him a sheet of paper. Everything on that list was in stock. 10 minutes later, a fat man in a suit hauled a large case in personally, sweating and smiling far too much, the lowest-ranked man in that morning's meeting. I nodded and said nothing. I developed no fondness for him, and I also didn't hold it against him. A man's quality isn't visible in whether he carries a case. Back at the laboratory, with a mountain of gold bricks on the workbench glowing under the lights like something out of a story. System. Check whether these items are enough to build the Mark III. Items required for the Mark III warframe have been detected. Detection complete. The system could not detect the items required for ammunition. Would you like to proceed? And then I asked the smart question, which I would like credit for. If we build it now, will the rebuilt armor still be able to take weapons later? This rebuilt armor is the Mark III prototype. All weapon systems are present, only the matching ammunition is missing. And if I supply ammunition materials later, can you manufacture the matching rounds? The system can recreate the item as needed, provided the owner supplies the corresponding item. Right. Congratulations. You have acquired a Mark III prototype armor. Note, the armor has been custom modified to fit the user's physique. The donning system has been optimized. Place your hand on the fingerprint sensor on the case handle. Donning time, 3 seconds. A metal briefcase landed silently on the bench. I want to note that a pile of objects worth 30 million yuan vanished, and what came back was a suitcase, and I laughed out loud alone in a sealed room. Then I picked it up and nearly took my own back off. 200 pounds of case, and I'm not a small man. I dragged it into the open area, braced, and put my hand on the sensor. The case exploded open and pieces of armor went past my head at speeds I could not track. 3 seconds is not a long time, and it is not a short time either. Before I could react, the whole thing had closed over me, and the mask came down with a click, and rows of data began appearing directly on my retinas, in Chinese, all of it. The original navigation system had been replaced by the Tianhe system, and I had never asked for that, and I want it on the record that the machine did that by itself. I had not discussed it, I had not mentioned it, it just decided. This system is as much of a hothead as I am. Beep. First activation, locking on owner's iris. Please keep your eyes open. Beep. Iris lock complete. This mech can only be used by its owner. Self-check. Status system. Complete. Flight. Complete. Anti-icing. Complete. Flight stability. Complete. Tianhe navigation. Complete. Weapon systems. Arc pulse cannon. Normal. Micro missiles. Abnormal. Decoy missiles. Abnormal. Dual shoulder 6-barrel mini cannons. Abnormal. Ammunition low. Please replenish immediately. Defense. Enhanced composite armor. Normal. Gold titanium alloy. Normal. Fiberglass, normal. Then a very clear, very melodious, extremely sweet female voice arrived in my ear. It is ready to await the master's command at any time. The master may give it a name. Wow, it can act cute. And the voice is sweet enough to send a chill up your spine. Imagine Iron Man in the middle of a fight suddenly hearing, "Master, you're so powerful." I could not stop imagining it. We'll do names later. Right now I want to know how to control this thing and speak more normally. The coquettishness dialed down to merely cloying, which is apparently the floor. Control, in summary, 1-to-1 body sensors, so when I walk it walks and when I sit it sits. Or brainwave mode, where I think about activating something and it activates. Vision is wider than my naked eye, with a rear feed in the corner, which means eyes in the back of my head. I tried a small jump on my toes and hit the ceiling. Right, we can't test this in a lab. Later I gave it a proper instruction. Change the voice and tone. This is a combat suit. Female warrior. Decisive. Understood, master. Better. Much better. If a machine can talk, it should be able to stand on its own 2 feet. Then I stored the whole thing in system space because that's the real feature. Nobody finds it, nobody photographs it, and it comes out anywhere, instantly, if I need it. I did not know how soon. Meanwhile, the data report on Microsoft landed on my desk. Roughly 100 Guohe phones destroyed every single day in their laboratories. 1 store open, enormous orders, tiny activations. Under the contract, they paid 30% on collection, with the balance based on activations recorded in our back end. They had ordered close to $1 billion of phones and activated almost none of them. From today, stop supplying them. Notify them that 30% prepayment is dead, 100% cash on delivery. The remaining 70% on everything already ordered is due within 2 days, or we unilaterally terminate. And tell them several large companies, including Apple, have already contacted us. The head of the Foreign Trade Department nodded and turned to leave. And show some backbone, we Zaoki people. If they want goods, let them come and beg for them. Let them look up at us. Then I had the department post a rumor on the international forums about a mysterious new partner, purely for the benefit of people I knew were reading. Roland threw the new contract in his bin. Tell them to wait. If they won't continue under the previous contract, the final payment is indefinitely postponed. He was holding nearly $1 billion of my hardware, and he was certain that made him the one with the grip. Then he went down to the advanced laboratory with his coffee and asked the white-bearded man in charge how it was going. Professor Miller had a bitter expression and no progress. Don't worry, boss. Every time we open the lid, there's a small explosion and a fire. We've started opening them under liquid nitrogen, like this. And at that moment, every activated Guohei phone in that building spontaneously combusted at once. A technician picked up a bucket and smothered one with a practiced motion that told Roland more than any report had. Trumball grabbed an unopened unit, disassembled and activated it, and it turned into a fireball in his hand. Remote self-destruct. 2 days later, they paid in full, same day. And when they called the Foreign Trade Department, they were told that the contract could not be signed in the short term on account of Microsoft's previous breach, and that the business department had begun connecting with other companies. Roland spent a while that afternoon describing me as a cunning fox, and I, at my desk, checking a quest bar, sneezed 4 times in a row. Being too popular is a problem as well. People think about me every day. Achoo, there it goes again. Meanwhile, my father's research turned up something none of us were prepared for. Working from the drugs I'd supplied, his team found an entirely new, previously unknown element in the human body. The application went to the authorities that night, and by morning there were medical experts landing in Beijing from 4 continents and reporters camped outside Tsinghua's gates. A pharmaceutical product that concerns everybody's health frightens and excites people in a way that a phone never will. The comedy at the gate was extraordinary. I am a professor at the largest pharmaceutical research laboratory in the United States. With my involvement, your research speed will increase several times over. Security ignored every one of them, because anybody genuinely important was at that moment sitting in a negotiation somewhere, and men with real standing do not queue at a gate. I never appeared on camera once. My father did all of it. He gave a statement about serving the country and its people and dedicating one's life to the rejuvenation of the nation, and it went straight on to the national news, and he became a beloved veteran scientist to the entire population. Following underachiever Chen, old Chen also became a walking internet celebrity. Medical schools tried every route they had to make him an honorary professor. And in public he was calm and gracious, and at home he was quietly terrified because the responsibility on his shoulders was too heavy and he could not let the country down. So Chen Guoliang, aged 50-something ex-workshop director, started studying medical textbooks in his spare time and found it extremely hard going, which is fair. Nobody starts organic chemistry at 53, so I bought a large quantity of brain supplements at a pharmacy, went home, and made 7 super brain-boosting pills. Small, blue, of course. Apart from 2 cold capsules right at the start, every single medicine this system has ever produced has been the same small blue pill, and it has never once explained itself, and I have stopped asking. I did ask one thing first. Will these have any effect on a pregnant woman? Everything produced by the system is of the highest quality. It can be taken by people of any constitution and species, and there are absolutely no side effects. Any species, meaning an animal, could eat this and develop. I abandoned all thought of mass production on the spot, permanently. I took them to my father's study. Is this the medicine you gave me before? More or less, but not the same. It's a drug I developed from the element you found. For various reasons, there are only 7. It's extremely effective for memory. Try one. He tossed it into his mouth without hesitating, which tells you everything about how that man trusts his son. Then he went still. Hey, you know what? After taking that, my mind feels clearer than it ever has. I wonder how long it lasts. Give me another one and I'll set up a research team specifically for this. Father, the effect isn't short-term, it's permanent. And it can't be announced, and it's not the time to study it. He understood immediately and never mentioned it again. When you go back, give one to Mother and one to Ruoxi. Say it's a new experimental product from your department. Don't say it's permanent. Call it a stimulant. And keep it quiet. The rest I'm giving to Zaichou Jiahao without telling him anything. My father thought about that for a moment and improved on it. Don't tell Mother and Ruoxi either. Disguise it. Old Ginger is spicier. So I went downstairs, got a box of chewing gum out of the staff lounge, opened it, and looked at the assortment of colors and sizes inside. Honestly, the little blue pill looked quite natural in there. Then I strolled into Zaichou Jiahao's office where he was buried in execution documents. Holy crap. What wind blew you in, boss? Get lost. Aren't we leaving for Dubai the day after tomorrow? I came to ask how it's going. I sat on his desk, pulled a handful of gum out of my pocket, poured some into my own mouth, and tossed him the remaining half box. And Zhou Jiahao, multimillionaire, executive vice president of a group with 5 subsidiaries, holder of 4 job titles, grabbed that half box without a second's hesitation and poured the entire thing into his mouth at once. Holy crap, are you trying to rip me off? Leave me some. I finally got that from the cafeteria. He chewed a permanent neurological upgrade in with about 40 pieces of mint gum and complained about the mint. Damn, there's mint in this too. He drank some water. But you know what? I've never eaten it like that before, and it feels good. My mind's clearer. Then we talked about Dubai, and I left. And shortly afterward, Zhou Jiahao sat in his own office and started to worry. Why is my brain so clear today? Here's what actually happened, and I want to tell it properly, because this is my best friend and it's the best thing I ever did for him. Zhou Jiahao is not naturally brilliant. He got thrown into an enormous job because he was the only person on Earth I trusted completely, and the pressure of it had been grinding him down for a year, and he had gotten through it by gritting his teeth every single day, and now his mind was clear, and every method he had ever watched a big shot use came back to him in order. Reports produced themselves. He could see a false figure at a glance. A task that normally took half a day took under an hour. He sat and stared at a finished stack of documents for a long time. Then he went for a walk around his own company, which he had never once done, and watched employees hurrying past greeting him and thought, holy crap, so this is where I work. And the depression of several months came off him all at once. Then he wandered into the lounge and saw the free chewing gum in the snack area. Could it be the candy? From that day, no matter when or where, the executive vice president of the Zhaohe group has carried a box of cafeteria chewing gum in his suit pocket. He also, in his newfound good mood, walked into his own university lecture for the first time, got mobbed. Mr. Zho, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies. Was dragged onto the stage and delivered 40 minutes on the importance of learning and life planning to continuous applause, and walked out finally understanding why the boss never comes to class. My mother objected to Dubai. You've got all those people under you, why do you have to go? Because the wedding was months away and Ruoxi's belly was getting bigger by the week, and my mother had reached the stage of the pregnancy where she wanted everybody within 1 kilometer at all times. Tang Ruoxi straightened my collar and answered for me. It's okay, mother, he can go and do his thing. Besides, it doesn't matter whether he's home. You're the one taking care of me every day. That girl is very good at talking. My mother rolled her eyes at me. Look how sensible your wife is. Fine, go, come back soon. Be careful over there. There's chaos and war over there. Don't wander around. I'm going to Dubai, not Afghanistan. The invitation had come from Zhou Jiahao a week earlier. The Middle East Auto Show. They'd asked for me specifically. My instructions on that call: set up a special Middle Eastern edition of the option store. Base model starts at 5 million. Tell the technicians to loosen the engine restrictions and get 0 to 100 down to 2.3 seconds. Mark up every optional part by a factor of dozens. No ceiling. And a special note, any single order over 50 million gets a one-of-one specification that will never exist twice anywhere on Earth. Zhou Jiahao nearly dropped his phone. 99,000 at home. 5 million there. That's 50 domestic cars for one. They're easy targets. If you don't rip them off, you're doing them a disservice. And I had my own reason for going, which I did not tell anybody. Private ownership of weapons is not permitted in this country. Dubai is a very good option. And in Dubai, if somebody sees a flying suit of armor, they will assume it is a rich man's toy, because in that city, that is the likeliest explanation. I also wanted to meet a few people. Car companies from every country are all incredibly wealthy, and every one of them is a layman in electronics, which makes them ideal partners. Nobody is more attractive than money, regardless of technology. In the first-class lounge at the airport, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie sat down next to us, looked at 2 young men in sportswear and sneakers, and could not stop himself. Young man, this is the first-class waiting area. Nobody other than first-class passengers is permitted in here, and waved his lounge card. We ignored him and carried on our conversation, because people who flaunt their status everywhere are usually nobody, and both of us have been that guy's target often enough to know it costs nothing. It was his first time in first class. Economy had sold out, and the company had considered the waiting time and the risk of him missing a supplier conference, and had agreed to let him pay half the difference. He had not slept the night before out of excitement, and had spent hours online researching first-class travel tips. Then, boarding. Dear Mr. Zhou, it's an honor to serve you. I'll be your personal concierge for this journey. The middle-aged man watched a one-to-one attendant walk us to our seats and became extremely excited about his own imminent one-to-one attendant. Sir, please watch your step. All right, let's go. The flight attendant blinked. How can I help, sir? Your seat is 7 liters. Please walk straight to the back. Aren't you coming with me? She was a professional, and she lowered her voice so as not to embarrass him in front of the queue, and he did not take the exit she offered. HMPH, is my ticket fake? Those 2 got one-to-one service. You are the worst first-class crew I have ever flown with, and I will be filing a complaint. The whole queue looked at him. Eventually, a man of about his own age patted his shoulder and explained kindly that becoming a Diamond 5 IP requires either several thousand first-class flights or a pre-deposit of several $1,000,000. He went red. He had been thinking he could buy a card for 1,000 yuan to prove a point. His company's total assets are worth about 1,000,000, and then the attendant he had just publicly abused smiled and bowed very politely. Sir, please come with me. I'll personally guide you through the process of obtaining our Diamond VIP membership. That one nearly killed him. He managed, forget it for next time, I'm in a hurry, slunk into the cabin, and did not utter one further word for the entire flight. Across the aisle was a woman of about 30 who had overheard the words Diamond 5 YP. She crossed her legs at us and introduced herself as somebody who had just come back from abroad and casually invested a few billion in a new energy vehicle factory and who was going to the Dubai show to join in the fun. We told her we were college students doing part-time work to support ourselves. Zhou Jiahao said that, not me. He had nothing to do and decided to amuse himself. Her eyes lit up. Freshman. Perfect. Almost certainly their work-study boss arranged the tickets. A little demonstration of capability, and they'd bow down obediently. She might not have to spend the night alone in Dubai after all. You two are both top students. How about coming to work at my company? Salary and benefits negotiable. Then a man 2 rows ahead turned around, having heard the words, Dubai Auto Show. Oh, beautiful lady, you're going too? What a coincidence. I forgot to introduce myself. Hugh Yang, chairman of Pegasus Motors. We deal in imported and exported car brands. Our domestic brand awareness might be a bit low, but our market value is close to 2 billion, and produced a business card. We were not offered one, which neither of us minded. She looked at the card and at him, and experienced a wave of nausea that had nothing to do with turbulence, and made polite conversation anyway because he was a CEO. For the entire flight, she tried to get back to me, and Hu Yang blocked her every time. Landing, she caught my sleeve and pressed a folded sticky note into my palm, and a warm breath went past my ear. Handsome young man, I'll be here a week. My hotel and room number are on there. Come over and play cards sometime. And strode off toward the door on some genuinely impressive legs, tossing her hair past my eyes on the way. Zhou Jiahao clicked his tongue at me. I shook my head sadly. Being handsome means you get noticed everywhere. And slipped the note into the suit pocket of the chairman of Pegasus Motors, who was standing directly in front of me. Zhou Jiahao mourned her silently for 3 seconds. Now, Pegasus Motors, in reality, manufactures mobility scooters for the elderly. Annual turnover, at the absolute outside, 1 million yuan. He was at the show to take detailed measurements of other people's cars so he could produce scaled-down versions of them. He was staying in a very small hotel for reasons of cost, and in the taxi he reached for his phone and something fell out of his pocket. A folded note, an airline logo, a large red lipstick print. There had been exactly one woman in that cabin who wasn't crew and the color matched, and he had been staring at her the entire flight. I thought she hadn't noticed me at all. Turns out she's the repressed, secretly passionate type. Inside, a hotel name, a room number, and 1 sentence. I'll be waiting for you to play cards tonight. He had the taxi turn around and pointed at the hotel name and gestured broadly while speaking very slowly. No, go here, work here. You understand? Okay? The driver nodded and said, hold on tight in fluent standard Mandarin, and Chu Yang sat there with his mouth open for several kilometers. Brother, you speak Chinese? The driver rolled his eyes. Absolutely. These days, if you can't speak a few words of Chinese, you can't show your face in public. I went straight to the hotel and to bed. Hu Yang rang that doorbell 3 times, was led in by an arm around his shoulder and a voice saying, little brat, I thought you weren't coming, lunged, and found himself on his knees looking at a gold-plated pistol. He confessed everything inside 4 seconds, including the scooters, and left on foot with several heel-shaped marks on him. The next morning she caught us coming out of the restaurant in our actual clothes and adopted us. When did you two get here? Why didn't you come and find your sister? Wait, let me grab breakfast. I'll show you around today. And on the walk to the venue she briefed us extensively. Today is a high-level networking event. Business tycoons from all over the world, some of the biggest names in the Chinese car industry are here. You two stay by my side and don't say a word. Even someone like me, with a net worth over 1 billion, is nothing compared to them. At the door, her pass admitted 1 person. She started to sweat because she had promised to broaden our horizons and we could not get through the door, which is a slap at her own face. Then Zhou Jiahao produced 2 passes from his pocket. The girl checking them read the contents, and her expression froze, and she bowed and returned them with both hands. Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhou, welcome, please come in. The woman stared at his pocket. You have passes too? These aren't just handed out. And Zhou Jiahao, God bless him, glanced around and lowered his voice. Shh, keep it down. I found them at the restaurant. And she believed him, instantly, because 90% of the guests at that hotel were attending, and someone could easily have left a pass on a breakfast table. Inside, she took us to meet a very important person, an auto parts magnate worth tens of billions, whom she introduced us to as her assistants, both college students, and asked to please take care of us in the future. He glanced at us for about a second and a half and then ignored us entirely because we were greenhorns who hadn't graduated and had no right to speak to him. The people standing nearby had been about to come over. We were both dressed properly and carrying ourselves properly, and then heard the word assistant and turned back to their own conversations. We didn't mind at all. We were busy. Because a group of businessmen next to us were discussing Xiaohe automobile. In my judgment, this Xiaohe automobile is the same as everything else in that group. It's meant to crush every other car company. They develop the technology themselves. They won't stop until they've had their fill. And then the magnate thoughtfully, I do think Xiaohe wouldn't be that stupid. Since ancient times, the nail that sticks out gets hammered first. My impression is that they're playing a very big game of chess. What they really want is to be China's Samsung. Everybody nodded and said he was truly amazing. We stood there listening to complete strangers construct increasingly elaborate theories about our own 5-year plan, and the best of them was that Xiaohe intends to monopolize every industry in China. Honestly, several times I thought it was a shame these people don't write novels. Then the seating announcement. We took out our passes to check the numbers, and she snatched mine out of my hand and stuffed it back in my pocket. Put that away. What, you're planning to sit in the seats printed on it? Don't forget where you got it. Perfect seats are in the back row. You can sit with me. Everyone here is at least a billionaire. Observe more. Speak less. What you learn is what belongs to you. Her own pass said row 19, seat 37. She got a few steps and realized we weren't following, and turned around to find us walking forward. She caught up at row 15, which is where the auto parts magnate was sitting. Where are you going? Did I talk to you for nothing? Don't go any further. I can't guarantee I can protect you. And she pointed discreetly at the magnate. Look. Even CEO BAI, who's worth billions, only ranks here. Imagine what's ahead of him. Come back with me. I decided to be honest. Hey, all right. I've stopped joking. You may have misunderstood us, actually. And a voice cut across me. Hey, Mr. Liu, where are you going? I saw your seats over there. The magnate pointing at the back row, smiling. She went stiff, and then a commotion started in the aisle, and a group of people came through surrounding a middle-aged man, and the room went quiet. Move. Get out of the way. That's Mr. Zhou from one of the giants of the Chinese auto industry. We did not move. I want to be precise about why, because it wasn't arrogance. I will step aside for a homeless man. I will step aside for anybody. But in that room, at that moment, Zhou, Jiahao, and I were not two people. We were the Xiaohe group, and a body that steps aside is a company that steps aside, and 100 people would have understood exactly what it meant. She was already sidling away from us, thinking clearly, you two idiots don't drag me down with you. And the magnate's voice, mocking beside her, hey, Mr. Liu's 2 young assistants really are inexperienced. The procession stopped. Several people prepared to step forward and tell 2 young men to get lost. And then Mr. Zhou broke into a warm smile and walked toward us with his hand already out from 3 meters away. Ha ha! Chairman Chen, we didn't expect you two to arrive so early. We were wondering why we hadn't seen you. Turns out you came straight to the venue. Nobody moved. Both of them assumed he was talking to somebody behind us and looked, and there was nobody behind us. The front row had already worked it out. Several of them knew Zhao Jiahao personally. It was simply that their circles do not overlap with the small parts magnates, which is why we hadn't been noticed. Then the rest of the entourage came forward one at a time. Chairman Chen, hello, I'm Liu, from one of the electric brands. I've always admired you. You must do me the honor of a photograph later. Chairman Chen, hello, I'm CAO. Every one of them wealthier than the man who had looked through us, and the same thing was happening on Zhou Jiahao's side. Mr. Zhou, I came to visit before and you weren't there. So glad to finally meet you. I kept smiling, and I was, honestly, quite uncomfortable. The being ignored had been considerably more relaxing. Then a shout, far too loud for the occasion. Holy crap! You're Zhao Heilin! Every head in the hall turned to the source, which was the auto parts magnate, who regretted it before he had finished the sentence. The woman beside him still looked bewildered. She had genuinely never heard the name. She had been abroad and had only come home for the parts negotiation, and Xiaohe is deliberately underreported outside China. And then she watched a man worth tens of billions go pale and bow deeply to a 19-year-old. I'm so sorry. I was blind. Please don't hold it against me, Chairman Chen. Her mouth opened. Not just her. Every person in that group had just spent 10 minutes analyzing the future strategy of the Xiaohe group directly in front of the chairman of the Xiaohe group. I waved it off. Mr. BAI, you're too kind. The meeting's about to start. Let's talk another time. And I nodded politely to the entire circle of people who had been mocking me, including one woman standing with her mouth open, and walked to the front row with Mr. Zhou, center seat. First row, because Zhaohe Automobile was the dark horse of the global industry that year, and the organizers are not stupid. Behind us, in row 19, she turned to the magnate and asked, uncertainly, Mr. BAI, is he very powerful? How much is he worth? More than you? And that man nearly choked on his own saliva, because how do you answer that? And because anybody who asks it is not going to understand the answer. It's like being asked which is bigger, the Yellow River or the ocean. You don't know him? Didn't you say he was your assistant? She explained. Met on the plane. Said they were college students working part-time, saw them at the hotel, and thought she'd bring the two youngsters along to broaden their horizons. And looking back, realized that they had treated her with polite indifference from the first minute, and that she had built every single assumption herself. The magnate wanted to slap her. If you hadn't told me they were your assistants, I would have recognized him. I could be relying on Zhaohe Automobile right now. He flicked his sleeve, snorted, and went back to his seat. Meanwhile, everybody else in the back row had concluded that this woman had some special relationship with Chairman Chen. She'd been bossing him around all morning, and began being extremely nice to her, which she found more confusing than anything else that had happened. And then, once nobody was talking to her, she took out her phone and typed Zhaohe Group into a search engine. The scream from the back row stopped the entire hall. Oh, what? What have I done? She covered her mouth with both hands and did not take them away for some time, because she had asked whether the Zhaohe Group was bigger than a parts company, which is not the difference between an elephant and an ant, it's the difference between an elephant and a bacterium. And because she had spent 24 hours planning to keep the chairman of the Zhaohe Group as a boy toy, she very much wanted the floor to open. The host introduced me as the head of the rapidly rising Zhaohe Group, the dark horse of the past year, the young Chinese man who had built a business empire in 12 months and beaten Apple and crushed Microsoft. The Chinese entrepreneurs in that hall applauded before I reached the stage, because no Chinese person had ever spoken at that conference. I skipped the self-introduction, and then I gave the entire speech in Chinese. Not because I can't speak English. My English is good enough that if you only heard my voice you'd assume I was born to it, because I had no intention of using English in that room. Every product Zhaohe designs, every label, every button, every model number is in Chinese, at home and abroad, now and in the future. The overseas Zhaohe cars have Chinese buttons. The overseas Guohe phones have Chinese model numbers. There is not one English annotation on any of it. And if you don't like Chinese, then you don't deserve to own a Zhaohe car, and you don't deserve to own anything Zhaohe makes. Every Chinese executive in that hall sat up straight, and some of them were men in their 60s who had spent 40 years presenting in somebody else's language. The organizers scrambled for a translator, because in that conference's history, nobody had ever failed to speak English, and every foreign boss in the room frowned and cursed the Chinese kid 100 times each, and not one of them walked out, because the aerodynamic kinetic engine is a matter of life and death for all of them. Somewhere in the applause, a voice said 4 words, one at a time, and nobody heard it. You must die. In a private room at the back of the hall, an Arab man in his 30s with a white cloth on his head was stroking a leopard lying at his feet. The leopard yawned and shook its head and pushed his hand away. His hand stopped in midair. Then a gold-plated desert eagle with a gold silencer appeared in his palm, and there was one muffled sound, and the animal was not there anymore. He tossed the gun aside, picked up a towel, wiped his hands, and looked up at me on a monitor with exactly the same eyes he had just used on the leopard. Is everything arranged? Your Highness Labrada is ready. Let our people observe for a while first. Don't rush. We are not the only ones who want him dead. The reception afterward was in a restaurant the size of a football pitch with a live band and a great deal of jewelry. Zhecho Jiahao picked up a plate of very expensive raw beef, examined it, and put it back down with an expression of total betrayal. What a waste of good beef. They didn't even cook it. They just left it raw. Is this fit for human consumption? They know raw meat has parasites, so why don't they just chase the cow around and eat it directly? Wouldn't it taste better stewed with radish? We both got roast camel instead, which is genuinely excellent. Crisp outside, tender inside, and got a bit heavy after a few bites. So I asked a waiter for juice. He said, "Please wait a moment," very respectfully, walked out of earshot, and pressed the radio on his collar. The target asked me for 2 glasses of juice. 2 minutes later, 2 glasses of watermelon juice appeared on his tray, and he came back and set them down in front of me with great care. Zhou Jiahao had gone to get fruit. I was alone at the table. I took a large mouthful, because roast camel is greasy and chilled watermelon juice is exactly right, and then a series of voices went off in my head. Ding! The system has detected a threat to the owner's life and has automatically activated the preemptive deconstruction and rebuilding function. Ding! The master has prepaid mung beans, honeysuckle, licorice, realgar, gypsum, rhubarb, scutellaria, platycodon, and borneol. Decomposition complete. Molecular optimization complete. Re-engineering complete. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained one universal antidote pill. It has been placed in system space. Ding. Toxin detected. About to spread. Please administer the universal antidote as soon as possible. I stopped with the glass halfway back to the table. The poison was something colorless and odorless that produces brain death about 48 hours after ingestion. And this is the part that tells you who designed it. Its symptoms are essentially identical to a stroke. A dead foreign businessman with a stroke is a tragedy. A dead foreign businessman with poison in him is an international incident. Somebody had thought about this for a long time. Then Zhao Jiahao came back and reached for the second glass. I snatched both of them. Get lost. You brought fruit, so the juice is mine. Because it was obvious the second I thought about it. They poisoned the glass they gave him. How else could an assassin guarantee which one I'd take? I drank both. I took the antidote mentally and felt something cool go down my throat and asked whether there would be after effects. The universal antidote pill can not only convert all of the toxin ingested by the owner into nutrients required by the human body, but will also cause the owner to develop antibodies. As long as the master takes this pill, even if the master eats that poison like food, there will not be the slightest side effect. Eats it like food. Thank you, system. Very reassuring. I will not be doing that. Zhou Jiahao sat down looking put out. Damn, so you really did just steal my juice. When I saw your face, I thought there was poison in it. Then he picked up a slice of watermelon, and I took that out of his hand as well. Have you no sense at all? Your boss is sitting right here. Let the boss have the first bite. I chewed it and waited, and no notification came, and I let out a breath. Then I pushed the half-eaten piece into his hand and took his. Let's swap. And he looked at me over it and lowered his voice and said, Did something happen, boss? That man has known me since we were 4. I nodded once, barely, and shook my head just as slightly, and he understood both halves of it and went back to eating watermelon and complaining. Across the room, the waiter reported, Target number 1 has drunk it. Target number 2 is unharmed. In another private room, an elderly foreign man in a white robe and a red and white checkered headdress with a face like old paper watched the same table on a monitor and sighed with something almost like affection. You're quite the clever one. It seems you've already guessed something. But I'm curious now. What other tricks can you pull after drinking that? Then, to the man beside him, go and clean it up thoroughly. The cleanup instruction went out over a radio, and it was generous. A black Mercedes in parking space 3768, area BU, $10 million in it. Keys on the windscreen wiper. Drive away within 3 minutes and be out of the city within a day. The waiter heard it and floated. He could see luxury cars and a small quiet town and the rest of his life. He glanced one last time at 2 young Chinese men laughing at a table and turned toward the back of the building. And I stood up at the same moment, stretched, put my hand in my pocket, and took out a gold and red watch. It had not been in my pocket. It had been in system space, along with everything else I own that matters. I put it on my wrist while walking. Zhou Jiahao stood up too, and did not follow me. He went and talked to the entrepreneurs who had been circling him all evening, because 2 men leaving at the same time is a thing people notice, and his eyebrows twitched the entire time. Everything was planned properly, except for one thing. Chairman Lin, you've gone to such lengths to deceive me. Do you really enjoy teasing your older sister? She had been watching me the entire evening and had finally caught me in open ground. I waved that I had something to do and tried to go past, and she was ready for that and clutched her forehead, and her heel slipped and she fell directly into my arms. Except I glanced sideways, stepped around her, and kept walking. There was a sound behind me and then a cry of genuine pain because she had committed fully and the floor had not moved. By the time she got up, I was gone, and so was the waiter because of exactly those 4 seconds. There was only one back door, so I went after him anyway. The corridor got darker, though it was broad daylight, and I was frowning at the environment when a little boy in a headscarf came running in from outside. 11, maybe 12. He grinned at me. And something about it made my skin crawl, and I couldn't say why, and I raised the hand with the watch on it very slightly. Hello, brother. He ran past, bumped against me, and went on singing, bouncing. I shook my head at myself, too tense. Then I went out the door, and there was nothing wrong at all, except that this was a service street behind a hotel in the middle of the day, and there was not one human being in it. Damn, there is definitely something wrong with that kid. And a dozen sets of footsteps came through the door behind me. Armed police came out fast, and the leader had a pistol on me before I'd finished turning. Hands behind your head. On the ground. Police, if you resist, we will shoot. I armed the suit under my sleeve while my hands were still coming up. Forearm plate, magnetic emitter in the glove, and a compressed ballistic shield along the arm, large enough to cover my whole body. That is why I had followed a man into an alley alone in a foreign country, and I want that noted, because otherwise, it just looks stupid. Then I handed over my admission pass instead. The officer who took it read the words Super VIP and then the words Zaohe Group and went the color of the wall, because Guohe phones are the most coveted object among wealthy people in that city, and some of them had paid $1 million to be among the first to hold one. And then the report came back from up the alley. A body by a trash can, dressed as a restaurant waiter, one shot, center of the forehead, and a spent .40 casing at the scene. And a witness who said that after the shooting, the man put the gun in his right jacket pocket. Zhou Jiahao came out of the main doors at a run with half the global automotive industry behind him, told the police, "Don't worry, I'm with the man you're protecting," and was immediately seized as an accomplice. Which is when the reporters arrived, and I felt the weight in my right pocket for the first time in my life. The boy. When he bumped me. I stood in an alley with a dozen guns on me and put the whole thing together in about 4 seconds, and it was beautiful. Poison me first, then kill the man who poisoned me, so there's no thread. Then plant the murder weapon on me and have a child report it, so that I am arrested in front of 1,000 witnesses and several hundred cameras, and then I die of a stroke in a foreign police station within 48 hours. And when China is furious, and China would be furious, the fury lands on Dubai's police force, not on the man who paid for it. He'd never have to explain anything to anybody. Under pressure from the crowd, the captain had to search me on camera. His superiors had told him 4 words: handle it discreetly. His plan was to search me himself and, if he found a gun, not take it out. It was a good plan. I said loudly, for the media. We Chinese have a saying, everyone is equal before the law. Since you want to search me, I'll cooperate fully. And if you really find the murder weapon on me, I'll go with you. Beat. Of course, if you're deliberately framing me, heh. And I stopped talking and watched a veteran police officer break out in a cold sweat because he had just realized that gods were fighting and he was standing between them. Silently, meanwhile, system. Deconstruct the pistol in my pocket. Oh, and just make it into a lighter shaped like a pistol. The owner of the recycled item has provided a Glock 22 pistol and 2 bullets. Deconstruction complete. Molecular change complete. Rebuild complete. Congratulations, master. You have acquired a Glock 22 lighter. It has been placed in your pocket. Meanwhile, China had detonated. The whole thing was going out live in several countries because certain people had made sure nobody obstructed the cameras. And at home, the streaming platforms picked it up inside 4 minutes. This is absolutely a setup to frame underachiever Chen. They're jealous because China is about to take off. No way, guys. I'm buying a plane ticket right now. Me too. Do they really think there's nobody left in China? Flights to Dubai sold out. Actually sold out. I have seen the booking data and I still don't entirely believe it. Situ Dong called me. I looked at the screen, looked directly at the Chinese press pack and hung up on him. To avoid any misunderstanding, I won't answer the phone. But as I said, nobody gets to accuse me of anything for no reason. Then, now if you're going to search me, hurry up. My time is very valuable and you cannot afford to waste a second of it. Situ Dong watched that on a screen and his frown came off his face because he had known me long enough by then. 20 minutes later, the Chinese ambassador's statement was on every channel in that country. One sentence of it went everywhere. We just want fairness and justice. And the old man in the checkered headdress read it on a tablet and smiled because all of it was exactly within his expectations. He understood better than almost anyone what I had become worth to that country. Handle it cleanly, and when appropriate, you can steer the matter next door. Then the search. The captain stepped forward, and a junior officer got in front of him with a handheld metal detector, keen to be seen doing it in front of 1,000 people. I watched the captain's face turn green, and I watched him vow silently to have that man out of the service. The detector screamed, "Don't move, wait patiently while we take it out." He reached into my pocket and his face lit up like a birthday and he held it over his head. Found it! Found it! This is the murder weapon. Everybody gasped. The captain went the color of ash and had a brilliant idea within about a second and a half. Very good. Since Demo found the evidence, let's establish a special task force immediately. Demo, you will lead it. This matter will be handled by Demo. And Demo, who was too excited to hear a career being transferred onto his back, assured his captain that he would complete the mission. Take the murderer into custody, I said coldly. Wait. What makes you think I'm a murderer? Do you even know what that word means? He had been expecting panic. They always panic once real evidence turns up, and there were a great many cameras, so he decided to let me die knowing why. He produced an evidence bag with a spent casing in it and turned it toward the press. This is the .40 Smith & Wesson cartridge you left at the scene. These rounds are specifically for the Glock 22 pistol, the one we just found on you. You were a dozen meters from the scene, the victim has been dead less than 10 minutes, and you happen to be carrying the murder weapon. Is that not enough? According to your logic, may I assume that's all a guess? And are you certain that casing was fired from my gun? I shrugged. I'll remind you again, if you have wronged me, it will not be settled simply. You don't need to argue. We'll do ballistic comparison when we get back and determine the nature of the crime immediately. Handcuff him. Handcuffs? You really do overestimate yourselves. I shrugged again. Don't say I didn't warn you. I suggest you carefully examine everything you took off me first. Have a look at what type of bullets are inside. He put on white gloves, which he announced was very professional of him, and opened the bag in front of every camera in the world. He took the pistol out. From the weight alone, a man who has carried the same model for 5 years knew it was real. He pressed the magazine release, click, and stopped. That's not right. Is this an empty magazine? And around him, the photographers, who were zoomed in far closer than he was, started muttering. Something's wrong with that magazine. Why are the bullets loaded vertically? Those aren't bullets. Those are definitely not bullets. Demo finally raised the magazine to his own eyes. It was hollow. It was a cigarette case with a dozen slim cigars standing in it. What? What is this thing? You switched this magazine. Tell me. Where's the real one? And he pointed his finger at my nose. Every trace of pleasantness came off my face. Watch your tone. It has just been proven in front of all these people that what I was carrying is not a gun at all. Isn't it your turn to give me an explanation? He snorted and said that no magazine didn't matter. It was still a gun, and they determine everything with a ballistics comparison. And he reached up and racked the slide to check the chamber, and it didn't move. He looked down at it. He tried again, harder. This is a fake, and that word went through 1,000 people like a wave. Cameras came up all around him, and Demo, as though something had gotten into him, raised the pistol at the sky and pulled the trigger. Everybody in that alley covered their heads and ran for cover, including the police, because a stray round in a crowd is exactly how these things become massacres, and the trigger completed its travel. Click. And a small blue flame appeared on the end of the barrel. There was a moment of total silence in that alley, and then somewhere, a very long way away, an entire country made a noise at once. Every comment on every stream said the same thing. Am I watching a movie? A movie wouldn't dare film this. The captain, out at the perimeter maintaining order, exhaled slowly and thanked whatever he believes in for his own quick thinking. Demo looked at the lighter in his hand with the flame still on it. Then he crossed the alley in 4 strides and grabbed the boy by the collar. You told me there was a gun. Is this the gun you were talking about? Did you rip me off? And the boy, who knew perfectly well that this man had not been in on it, could not answer because he had personally put a real weapon in my pocket 40 minutes earlier and had no idea on this earth how it had become a lighter. This is the murder weapon? You're telling the world the casing came out of my lighter? Is this how the police here operate? Very good indeed. You have publicly humiliated me in front of the entire world, and I can tell you now, this does not end here. And I turned and walked back toward the building, and every officer in that alley moved out of my way at speed. The captain jogged after me with the lighter, apologizing, promising that Demo would face court. I took it back. It's a system product. I wasn't leaving it in an evidence room, and gave him one thing for free. Since you seem like a decent man, here's a tip. When you get back, check some of your people's sidearms. Who knows? The bullets might have come from there. He blinked, and then thought about it, and then went back to his team. Demo. Your conduct just now was inappropriate. According to procedure, hand over your sidearm. He held the evidence bag out. Demo, frustrated, unclipped it and dropped it in. And the captain, quite naturally, brought the bag up under his own nose. Fresh gunpowder. When and where did you last fire a shot? During training last week. Why, boss? 2 men took him by the arms. I had almost reached the door when the shouting started behind me, and then a gunshot, and then something hit my right shoulder like a hammer swung by a much larger man. Demo had taken a pistol off a colleague. The mech's liquid plating stopped the round. It does not stop the kinetic energy, and my entire arm went numb from the shoulder down. I shoved Zhou Jiahao through the doorway with my left hand, slammed my palm onto the watch, and felt the whole arm assemble around me with a sound like a small machine closing. Behind me they got hold of Demo, and he laughed, and I am going to leave the rest of that sentence where it is. He did not stand trial. And in a police car on the way to the station, the boy in the headscarf tilted his head against the backrest, and by the time anybody touched his neck, he was gone. Every lead but me, closed, in under an hour. In the bathroom, I asked the system to fix my shoulder. A crack has been detected in the owner's shoulder blade. Recovery will take 100 days. The system's deconstruction and rebuilding will be restored immediately, which is the first honest limit that machine has ever admitted to me. The system is not omnipotent. It is a product of a civilization that has surpassed its own level. It is not a god. It just isn't from here. Can you do anything about the pain? The owner can provide painkillers, and the system can transform them into effective painkillers. So I got a first aid kit off a member of staff, emptied the painkillers into my pocket, and turned them into 3 small blue pills. Of course they were blue. The pain went out like a light. Then I went back into the hall and faked a wince at length for the benefit of anybody watching, which turned out to be exactly the right instinct, because they were. Then Zicho Horon's package arrived on my phone, and I took a Zyoki laptop out of system space in a locked cubicle and let the supercomputer into that building's camera system, and backtraced it. Not to see the cameras, to see who was watching them. 3 terminals. One was the security office pulling normal patrol feeds. The other 2 were pulling whatever camera I happened to be standing in front of. Continuously, all evening. Both of them sat on a sealed floor of unopened presidential suites, 3 rooms apart. And one of them was running a Zyoki laptop, which I want you to appreciate. He was watching me on my own hardware. I screenshotted the face on the second camera and sent it to Zicho Haran for a full network match. Then I put the armor on in a hotel bathroom. Whoever you are, if you've messed with me, you'd better be ready to die. The mech blinded every camera on the route and fed me safe corridor warnings, and I went up the outside of an 18-story building on my first jet burst, overshot the entire building, and landed on the roof. Right. Used a bit too much. I scratched my head and heard metal on metal. Then I jumped back down and my heart came up into my throat, and if that suit hadn't caught me automatically, I would have become the first Iron Man in history to die falling off his own target. It picked the window lock by itself. I didn't ask it to. Room 1 was empty, a tablet on the sofa showing the corridor outside the bathroom I'd used. No fingerprints, no traces, nothing left behind by accident. Professional. But wedged down in the crack of the sofa was a key card for the other room. Room 2 had 5 men in it and a prince on the sofa. The guns came out and I raised my left hand and 5 men went down before any of them cleared a holster. I am not going to describe that. I want to be honest with you. Inside the helmet, my stomach turned over and I very nearly threw up in my own mask. And then I thought about the juice and the boy and my shoulder, and I made myself stand still. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. I told myself that several times. It did help, eventually. I closed the door behind me and something hit the back of my helmet and made a small firework. The bulletproofing was perfect. It didn't leave a scratch. And when I turned around, there was no pity anywhere in me at all. He threw the gold Desert Eagle on the floor and dropped to his knees. No, don't misunderstand. I fired by accident, really. Don't misunderstand. Then Zacho Horan's message came up on my HUD. The other party's identity is the 3rd prince of country S. Labrada. You're Labrada, aren't you? He heard his own name and stopped performing entirely, and I have to give him credit. He calmed down inside about 4 seconds and looked up at my faceplate trying to see who was inside. Since you know who I am, I won't say anything else, but I have one request. Let me die knowing the truth. The mech beeped. There's a signal transmitter in his hand. Intercepted. At a time like this, you're still calling for help? Save your energy. Answer a few questions and I might leave you in one piece. Tell me why you tried to kill Zhao He Chen. And he told me, straightforwardly, almost wearily. Zhao He Chen created the aerodynamic kinetic engine. It will change the world's landscape. What do you think our country would be if every car on Earth ran on air? Then, with a small laugh, and I'm not the only one who wants him gone, I'd think the United States, as the world's largest oil producer, would want it more. And I stood there in a suit of armor and understood him completely. They were not evil. They were protecting their income. Cutting off a man's income is the same as killing his parents, in the oldest saying we have. I can understand it. I cannot forgive it. Because from the point of view of the development of the human race, or from the point of view of my own family sleeping in Beijing, I am not going to allow it. One last question. Besides you, who else was involved in today? And he went genuinely blank. Today? You mean the murder frame-up? That wasn't me. I did want to kill Zhao He Chen, but I didn't do that. Honestly, if it were me, why would I go through all that trouble? I'd put a bomb on his plane, or his car. Wouldn't that solve everything? He was telling the truth. You can hear it. Is the neighbor next door not one of yours? Next door? What next door? All my people are here. I had this entire area sealed off. How could there be anybody next door? So the man who actually did it had known Labrada was here, had known which floor, had known which room, and had deliberately steered a corpse toward his door on the way out. I looked down at a kneeling prince and understood that I had been used as a weapon by somebody I had not yet met. Labrada did not survive that room either. He had tried once and would have tried again, and from the moment he saw a working suit of armor, he was never going to be allowed to describe it. Then I did one deliberate, ugly thing. I made sure the marks on him could not possibly have been made by a man with a fractured right shoulder, which the entire world had watched happen on live television 90 minutes earlier. That was the alibi. That was the whole point of it. Then I swept up the hardware off the floor. 7 multi-purpose grenades, 1 Desert Eagle, 5 Glocks, 93 rounds. System. See if these can generate ammunition for the suit, and get as much as you can. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 miniature decoy bomb, 1 dart bomb, and 3 rounds for the dual-shoulder 6-barrel mini cannons, all automatically loaded into the mech. I wonder if you'll be able to eat all of this, I said, to nobody in that room. Don't let me underestimate you. And I walked out past them without looking down and put the armor away and dragged my injured arm back through the reception hall past a room full of people who were quietly disappointed the bullet had missed. Then 3 cars with Chinese flags pulled up outside. Ambassador Jiang Zhong and 8 extremely fit young men with buzz cuts. In the car, he looked me over carefully and said the wrong thing. Yeah, no wonder my sister has her eye on him, not just talented but incredibly handsome. Your sister? You may not know this, but although my surname is Jiang, my mother is Xiao Xie's aunt. Xiao Xia, as in Ouyang Ying? He laughed heartily and nodded. The Situ family, even here, even now. Don't worry, brother-in-law, nobody bullies our family. I'll get an explanation for today. I reacted like a cat that has had its tail stepped on. No, don't say that. I have a wife. She's 5 months pregnant. We're getting married when we're back. I'll invite you. Then, ignoring his expression entirely, hold on, didn't Situ Dong get involved in this? Don't tell me he's that stupid. I paid a price like that. Did he not understand what it was for? Jiang Zhong looked exasperated on his cousin's behalf. We're family, I won't lie to you. We've just leased the absolute usage rights to the Las Vegas Islands in the Persian Gulf, and an extremely smug expression appeared on his face. See? We're not bad either. He did not get the reaction he expected. He paid? Has he lost his mind? I created perfect conditions for him and he spent money? Isn't that just stupid? No. Give me a phone. I'm going to ask him whether he's stupid. Jiang Zhong caught my arm. Let me finish. We did lease it. The price was 1 yuan for 100 years. I stopped moving. Awesome. I was still too young and too narrow-minded. If they'd taken it for nothing, that's robbery. We paid legitimate money. Who can say anything about that? Halfway to the hospital, my father called, and my heart went sideways, because if he was calling at that hour, something had happened at home. Father, how's Ruoxi? They're fine. They're all fine. I didn't let them watch the television and Ruoxi hasn't looked at her phone. And his voice was wrong. There was a shake in it he was working very hard to control. That man has never in his life been able to say he's worried. So he had spent 4 hours keeping a television off and a phone away from a pregnant girl and smiling at his wife because that's what he thinks a man is for. Don't worry, comrade Old Chen. Your son's tough as nails. Would you believe me if I said I wasn't hurt at all? I was wearing a bulletproof vest. A bit of pain, that's all. Then I told him to video call Ruoxi right now, and he thought about it and agreed, because that was the best thing available. 4 hours ahead, at home, Tang Ruoxi was on the sofa telling a story to her belly, and my mother was cutting fruit. My father came out of the study with his phone, and my image came up floating in the air of that living room. Sweetie, said Tang Ruoxi, with one hand on her stomach. Daddy sent a video. Mommy will finish the story in a minute, okay? And I heard my own voice come out much gentler than I intended. Hey, my beloved daughter has grown so much. Come and tell Daddy, has she been making Mommy angry? In the back of that car, Jiang Zhong and Zhou Jiahao stared at me like I'd changed species, and through the whole call I used my right hand, deliberately, repeatedly, waving with it, gesturing with it, holding the phone with it, so that later, when she inevitably saw the footage, there would be something in her memory arguing against it. They both noticed. Neither of them said anything until the X-ray. 5 or 6 cracks in the right scapula, a deep indentation in the bone, 3 months minimum before I used that arm. And both of them stood there remembering a man waving cheerfully at a pregnant woman with it. I was not allowed to leave for 2 days because the island handover hadn't happened and because going home injured reads as retreat, and because if we get hurt here, we settle it here. 2 days later, the old man decided I was dead. Reasonable inference, I hadn't been seen. An ambulance had been to the embassy. Everything pointed the same way, so he ordered his aircraft prepared for that night, and Zho Haoran intercepted a call out of Dubai that mentioned my name and played it to me. I recognized the voice in under a second because I'd heard it through a room zone camera 2 days earlier, and my head keeps everything it's ever been shown. Lock the target, stream location and audio to me, live. Somebody in that man's entourage was carrying a Guohei phone. Finding that is like finding a needle in a haystack without looking for it. It was delivered to my door. I went out of the embassy through a second-floor window because 2 very serious young men had been posted outside my door, and I did not want an argument. I landed on my backside on the lawn and lay there for a moment reflecting on my life. Then a taxi to a small town Zhiao Haran had picked for one reason. It sits directly under the departure path of the runway. I hiked up a bare hillside, waited until there was nobody within 2 kilometers, and put on the armor in the long grass. Jam every camera that can see me, and deflect all radar reflections. Camera jamming complete. self-radar detection activated, stealth coding activated, mech color changing, and the golden red faded out under a layer of pale blue. I had not known it could do that. The jet went off the runway. The suit locked on and launched me like something out of a cannon, and I landed on the fuselage at altitude, and two magnetic pads clamped me to the roof. Inside, the pilots felt a bump and blamed turbulence, which is what pilots are for. At 10,000 meters, I lay flat on the roof of a private jet over the Atlantic Ocean and got bored, so I asked the system what a Boeing 747 would deconstruct into. A Boeing 747 aircraft provided by the owner has been detected. After decomposition and replenishment, the system can rebuild it into an HX-01 Mars shuttle. It can what? I got so excited I punched the fuselage and shook the entire aircraft. The pilot checked his instruments and found nothing wrong and did not mention it again. Then I intercepted the flight plan. Destination, the United States, which confirmed everything the prince had said before he stopped saying things. The aerodynamic kinetic engine had crossed the economic red line of the world's largest oil exporter. I had grabbed a country by the throat without ever intending to touch it. Over the middle of the Atlantic, I cut every signal on that aircraft. Navigation dead, radio dead, satellites gone. Then I climbed forward and put an Iron Man faceplate against the windshield and waved. The co-pilot ran for the cabin, screaming a word I won't translate. I hacked the intercom. Don't panic, my friends. I think you all know who I am. If you haven't seen me yet, come into the cockpit. I have an announcement. The old man moved to block them because the last thing he wanted was 8 armed men learning what was on the nose of the aircraft. So I helped. Sorry, your boss doesn't want you to know certain things. That's fine. Keep your eyes on the left engine, and I stepped out onto the wing. The gasps through the cabin windows were audible from outside the aircraft. Oh my God, is that Iron Man? He exists! My great country is amazing! I stood on the wing of an aircraft at 10,000 meters and very nearly spat on the glass. No, no, no. I think you've misunderstood. I am indeed an Iron Man, but I was not made by your little country. Pause. I'm here to tell you that I am completely made in China. The silence in that cabin lasted a long time. Then the denial started, and it was better than anything I could have written. He's mistaken, he's joking, and from a man being circled by a flying suit of armor. By the way, I absolutely will not use anything made in China. Meanwhile, the old man had quietly stepped back into the cockpit. Find a way to throw him off. The pilot nodded fiercely because I had frightened him badly enough that he had taken it personally, and he intended a hard acceleration and a left climb, except the aircraft did not answer the stick. It did not answer the manual override either. He went white, and I want you to understand, there is nothing more frightening to a pilot than an aircraft in flight that is no longer his. There's a time bomb on this plane. You have about 12 minutes. Put on your parachutes and jump, and don't worry, I've checked the terrain. There's a small island directly below you. And then, to the cockpit specifically, to prevent the pilot making an error out of panic, I've switched you to autopilot, circling the island, and I've brought you down as low as I can. As you can see, you're under 1,000 meters. Then I lay down on the wing and waited. Don't believe him. This aircraft is guarded at all times and was inspected before departure. There is absolutely no way a bomb was planted on it. Which was completely correct, and which annoyed me. So I got up, walked to a window, knocked on it, and produced a small missile out of thin air. You know what? He might be right. There probably weren't any bombs on this plane before. I pushed it into the outer layer of the window. Well, there's one now. The old man's last argument shouted over a cabin full of people who had begun to smell. He wouldn't dare detonate it. He's still on the fuselage. If the plane explodes, he dies too. I want to be fair to him. That is a genuinely sound piece of reasoning. I stepped off the wing. 2 lines of blue fire came out from under my boots, and I flew alongside the window at exactly his eye level. So sorry to disappoint you again. Actually, I can fly. The old man had nothing further to say. The parachutes came out. 8 bodyguards and 2 pilots fought over them, and every single one of them noticed the words, "Made in China," stamped on the harness and put it on anyway. And the old man got shoved out of the scrum entirely, because when life is at stake, nobody cares who the patriarch is, and he ended up the only man aboard, still without one. I lasered a hole in the cabin door and tore it open, and the wind blew the whole looting party to the back of the cabin. Then somebody braced against a seat and shot me, sparks off the chest plate. Even now you're still thinking about killing me? I picked him up like a chick, stripped his parachute off him on the walk, and threw him out the door. He went about 50 meters sideways before he started going down. Every remaining person in that cabin knelt. Take out all your weapons and every fire-starting device you have. Pistols and lighters piled up on the carpet in 11 seconds. Now line up, jump one at a time. I threw each of them clear myself, which was mercy whatever it looked like. The engine is right beside that door, and jumping unassisted is a 99% chance of hitting it. Also, I did not want them denting my engine. Number 4 got frisked on the way past and produced a knife, a pistol, and a lighter out of his life jacket, so he went out without a parachute and had about a second and a half to switch from planning his deployment to planning his entry position. After that, everybody searched themselves extremely thoroughly without being asked, and then there were 2 of us. He stood holding the rail in 100-knot wind with no parachute and did the speech. I made my preparations decades ago. Do you think a man already buried up to his neck is afraid of life and death? If you've really taken life and death that lightly, then let go of the rail. Silence. Stop bragging to me, old man. Since you've taken it so lightly, let me help you experience it properly. I picked him up by the collar, flipped him upside down, and held him out of the doorway into the airstream. The wind ironed every wrinkle out of his face. I brought him back in after a few seconds, still upside down, and he clamped both arms around my leg and went red as a lantern. Spare me. I'm the patriarch of a great family. I'm rich. My family is the 3rd largest oil trading family in the world. Let me go and I'll give you inexhaustible wealth. Then, scrabbling at his own chest, here, I have money here, $5 billion US. Spare my life and it's yours. A metal necklace with a drive in it. That's how people are. The richer and more powerful, the more terrified of dying. This man had listened to other people beg without blinking and called them cowards clinging to life. I took it. You're very wise. Compared to life, this money is nothing. But clearly, this money can't buy your life. No problem, no problem. Another 5 billion. It's the maximum I can move. It'll take 24 hours. I put the drive in the mech's storage and pushed off the floor and went out of the cabin like a shell. System, recover this aircraft, now. Deconstruction complete. Molecular supplementation complete. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, owner. You have acquired the HX-01 Mars Space Shuttle. Due to its enormous size, it has been stored in system space as a molecular structure, and the roaring thing behind me simply stopped existing. The old man was wrapped around my thighs with his eyes shut. I slowed down, because if he died there, the entire evening was wasted. 2 minutes later, I put him down on the beach of an extremely desolate island in the middle of the Atlantic, where his pilot was already standing. That man had landed the jump, genuinely impressive, and it made everything simpler. I dropped the old man on the sand and he came round after a while and felt it under his hands and started breathing again. Alive, wonderful, and that bastard, whoever he is going to pay for this. Then he spotted his pilot and got his voice back. Can't you see I can't stand up? Get over here. Now! The pilot came over quickly and slapped him across the face and then twice more, while explaining at volume what he thought of a man who had ordered him to throw an armored flying object off an aircraft at 10,000 meters. I went back for 4 of the bodyguards. The rest didn't make it. 4 is plenty. You're all very lucky to be alive, I told them. However, I regret to inform you that this is the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There are no shipping lanes here and no flight paths, and anything overhead is at 10,000 meters, so whether you survive is up to you. Blue fire under my boots. Oh, and you should really thank your boss for all this. Without him, how would you ever have visited such a beautiful island? I lifted off, and behind me 4 men turned around slowly and looked at the old man on the sand. Something warm ran down the inside of his trousers, and I could hear it in their voices from 100 meters up, and I did not go back. In the air, I plugged the drive into the mech. That machine plus the Zyoki supercomputer can walk into any bank on this planet and leave the alarms reporting a quiet night. I never have and never will, and not out of virtue. If all I wanted was a number, I could have opened a jade shop and stayed in bed. That 5 billion was a man's own bid for his life, offered freely, and I felt nothing at all about taking it. Launder this and move it to us. No problem, master. I can make 5 billion legal in no time, and they will have no way of tracing where it went. And then I checked the quest bar and nearly fell out of the sky, because I was only about $600 million short, which meant that before the 5 billion, I'd already had 1.8 billion, and it had been 100-odd million at the last check. I called finance. 1.6 billion US dollars had landed that morning from Dubai. I called Zhuo Jiahao. 17 car manufacturers in one morning signed. That was their advance payment, plus nearly 10 million high-end pre-orders taken at the show, with deposits landing the next day. Boss, even robbing people isn't this fast. For a car we sell at 10 million there, our cost is at most a few $100,000. They're easy targets, and don't push. Within 6 months, every car maker on Earth will come asking, and the ones who miss this window will pay for the privilege. Then, on autopilot at 10,000 meters, feeling extremely pleased with myself, I asked the system what a submarine would deconstruct into. Deconstruction and rebuilding can only be performed based on items provided by the owner. The system cannot answer questions about hypothetical items. I asked it a slightly different way and got the same sentence back, word for word. You are the worst customer service in the history of beep beep beep. The mech is being locked on. Activate anti-tracking? I turned my head and there was something climbing toward me on a column of flame. Who is so ruthless? They're using that on me? Stealth on, hard climb, and the missile lost the lock and went past underneath me, and I got a proper look at it. Arm thick, 3 meters long, 4 little wings at each end, and fast enough that it was hundreds of meters away by the time I finished looking. And then I had an idea. If I grab that thing, will it go off? Theoretically, as long as the forward fuse is not touched, no detonation will occur. So I chased down a surface-to-air missile, matched its speed, and put my hand flat on its side. I never thought I'd be flying alongside one of you. Who'd believe me if I told them? System, deconstruct this. Oh, just deconstruct it, don't rebuild it. One improved surface-to-air missile provided by the owner. Decomposition complete. Molecules stored in system space. On an island below, a room full of people watched 2 blips vanish off a radar screen with no detonation reported. Target hit? If both signals are gone, they must have gone down, but there was no explosion telemetry. It didn't detonate. Send a fighter. If it finds a drone, shoot it down immediately. And I, hanging in the air, worked out what had happened. I'd left stealth off while on autopilot because I'd been busy congratulating myself and had drifted into somebody's air defense identification zone reading as a small drone. Fine, my fault. I decided to leave, and then I checked the map. International waters. The nearest maritime border was over 700 nautical miles away. Not disputed, not contested, not anybody's. Hold on, this is international waters. What air defense identification zone? I'm free to fly here and you're trying to kill me. The fighter arrived, found empty sky, and broadcast a warning to leave. I curled my lip and accelerated away because I did not want the attention, and my acceleration drew a thin white line across the clouds, which the pilot saw. He reported it. The base said, shoot it down without discussion. He didn't hesitate for a second. Mech locked by air-to-air missile. Estimated impact in 7 seconds. Beep. Mech has automatically broken the lock. Beep. Weapon systems fully activated. That suit dealt with the entire situation before I had finished forming an opinion about it, and as the missile went past me, I reached out and caught it by the tail. Then I swung it in a full circle and threw it back. The pilot saw his own missile turn around and come home and climbed on pure reflex, and it passed close enough over his canopy that a few hundredths of a second would have ended him. His fighter did not survive the maneuver. He ejected cleanly. His parachute opened. He went into the water alive and was picked up, and I want to say clearly that I checked. I was angry. I was not going to be that. His base had now lost a missile and an aircraft to something they could not see and stopped being brave. I should have left. Instead, I hung in a cloud listening to their radio traffic and worked out what I was actually looking at. International waters, no national law, and a modern armed force sitting on an island that is not on any chart. That is not a threat. That is a delivery. 3 more fighters scrambled. I spoofed their radars with a fake contact each, so they split up and then slid underneath one of them and put my hand on his ordnance pylon, because I'd already asked the important question while hiding in the cloud. Can you deconstruct an aircraft with a person inside it? Yes. During deconstruction, the system automatically excludes living organisms, meaning the pilot gets ejected, naked, because his flight suit counts as materials. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a 9th generation F-69 fighter jet, I complained, out loud, into a helmet. 9th generation? We're on 5th. 6th is a few years out. How much of a lead is 9th, really? 9th generation fighters are the most advanced aircraft that will ever exist on Earth. After the 9th generation, human combat aircraft leap into an entirely new category and fighter jets are replaced. Oh. Meanwhile, a naked man was falling past me at some speed with the following thought clearly written on his face. Who am I? Where am I? And what has happened to my clothes? Second fighter, another F-69. Could we get something different next time? Let's stop repeating items we already have. Third fighter, and the system took me at my word. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained components for a first-generation Star Destroyer. My hand froze in the middle of waving goodbye to a falling pilot. System, what did you just give me? The items rebuilt this time are part of the first space-based strategic long-range battleship developed by humans, using a space station as a prototype, following the 9th generation fighter jets. A space battleship. They had given me one 1032nd of a space battleship. Does it combine once I've collected enough? Once the Master has accumulated a sufficient quantity, the system will assist with fusion. Fusion can only begin from the Master's location. If the Master wishes the Star Destroyer to operate normally, the Master must personally go to space before the system performs the fusion. I have to go up there myself? Below me, a base commander had lost 3 aircraft that had simply stopped existing between radar sweeps, and was sitting with his hand on a telephone he could not make himself pick up, because the moment he made that call his career was finished. And then the mech said something I was not expecting. Detected a large amount of the energy required by the mech nearby. That's impossible. This thing runs on helium-3. You can't just find that lying around. And you can't. 10 tons of helium-3 would run this entire country for a year, 100 tons would run the world, and the total accessible supply on this planet is about 500 kilograms, which is the real reason every space program on Earth is quietly a mining program. I looked down through the clouds. An island, a large one with an airstrip on it, and an aircraft carrier moored at the edge of it, in international waters, and then the alarm on the carrier's island went off, because they had found me. With thermal imaging. Technology decades out of date, which the mech does not defeat, because the mech is built to defeat radar, and nobody in 2091 bothered to hide from a heat camera. Sometimes being too advanced is not an advantage. I have thought about that a great deal since. Then a silo cover flipped open on the deck, and something barrel-thick and 5 meters long rose slowly into the air and then stopped rising slowly. Beep beep beep. Warning. Mech locked by a large ballistic missile. Cannot evade within the available time. 30% probability of impact. Master, evacuate immediately. Master, evacuate immediately. You are using that on me? On a man in a suit? You people have some nerve. 30% is very high. And my fuel was low because I'd been shutting the engine off to save helium-3 like a man rationing petrol. I ran. It followed. How did it lock us? You told me modern radar was nothing to you. The mech explained, apologetically, that it was heat. So I did the only thing available. I accelerated to maximum and then cut the engine. Inertia carried me forward. My own weight dropped me a few meters off the predicted track. And a missile designed to kill an aircraft went past close enough that I could read the stenciling, and I grabbed its stabilizer fin with both hands and both feet. The inertia nearly tore me in half. System, help, deconstruct it, now. It vanished out of my arms, and I tumbled end over end across a large amount of sky before the autopilot caught me. Congratulations. You have obtained 1/1000th of the first-generation Star Destroyer weapon system. I hung there upside down for a while, getting my breathing back. Then I looked down at that island, and I stopped being reasonable about it. If you hadn't provoked me, I would have left you alone even after I found you, but you have crossed my line, so don't blame me for what happens next. I dived for the sea. The suit is rated to 500 meters. On the way down, I passed a rescue helicopter and could not resist. 3 meters is the working range. I stopped 3 meters above its rotors. Work again, system. This one's decent. Stop leaning toward the Star Destroyer and get me a legal means of transport. I waved at it. And 5 naked men fell a few hundred meters into the sea and got up again, because at that height, entering the water properly, you live. They were treading water, having an extremely difficult conversation with themselves about where their helicopter had gone. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 air kinetic attack helicopter. I asked for a fighter. Then I went under the carrier. Its commander was, at that exact moment, reassuring himself that the only thing on Earth that could touch his ship was a nuclear submarine. And there wasn't one within 100 nautical miles, and his radar would have seen it. And then he found himself hanging in midair with nothing on him but the skin he was born with. Everybody did. Deck crew, air wing, the cooks. The entire complement of that vessel dropped into the ocean like dumplings going into a pot, and the sea rushed back into the hole where 100,000 tons had been and dragged most of them under before they understood what had happened. Recovering 1 aircraft carrier provided by the host, 24 fighter attack aircraft, 20 electronic warfare aircraft, 5 airborne early warning aircraft, 20 helicopters. The decomposition took 15 seconds. Every previous item had taken under 3. That was the first time I ever heard that machine work. Congratulations. You have obtained 1/10 of the first-generation Star Destroyer and 1/300th of the military system. I did not go up. There were thousands of people in that water, and I could not have silenced them if I'd wanted to, and I did not want to. None of them had seen me. And whichever power that ship belonged to would classify the entire event so deeply that no government on Earth would ever be told. Then the radar found the rest of it. 2 guided missile cruisers, 3 anti-submarine frigates, 1 attack submarine, 2 supply ships, 30 nautical miles out. Of course, a carrier does not sail alone. How had I forgotten that? Somebody has brought me a pillow while I was yawning again. And on the other side of an ocean, a blonde old man on a beach, because that headdress had been a disguise, and under it was a full head of gold hair and blue eyes, watched his own people floating in the sea on a video feed and flipped the table in front of him. My helium-3, which I built that base for, which I spent 13 years mining. 13 years. And his superiors, who were briefed within the hour, made the decision that finished them. We can afford to lose the carrier. That item is too important. Send the submarine and get it out. If obstructed, destroy it. So they spent an hour loading barrel after barrel of compressed liquid helium-3 into an attack submarine, while I was clamped to its hull like a magnet, color matched to the paint, having a nap. That suit takes oxygen out of the water like a fish and redissolves what I breathe out, so not one bubble ever reaches the surface, and I have never worked out how. At 403 meters, which is that boat's maximum, I stretched, reached out, and tapped the hull once with a knuckle, purely so their sonar operator would hear it. Then I took the whole submarine, and the sea closed over the space where it had been. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a 7th-generation attack submarine, 12 accompanying torpedoes, and 11 tons of compressed liquid helium-3. 11 tons. My suit is fueled in grams. 11 tons is a lifetime for 100 of me. What I did not know then is that a Star Destroyer burns 1 ton of helium-3 per month. I took the rest of the ships one after another over about 10 minutes until there was nothing left afloat in that stretch of ocean, and then I went along the seabed for 100 nautical miles before surfacing. Final inventory: a Mars shuttle, an attack helicopter, a 7th-generation submarine, 2 9th-generation fighters, 11 tons of helium-3, and 3/10ths of a space battleship. Started with a private jet I'd stowed away on. Back at the embassy, it was evening. Zhou Jiahao came running with undisguised joy on his face and held up 3 fingers, nearly 3 billion in deposits, in one day, from manufacturers who had been hesitating that morning, and I checked the quest bar and nearly choked on my soup. $90 million short, 90 out of 7.5 billion. See if anybody hasn't paid yet. Let's try to get another 100 million tonight. And his face froze. Boss, didn't you say not to push them? I followed your instructions exactly. The ones who were hesitating, I didn't even give them a proper look. Right, yes, that was me. That was my own mouth. I considered shipping goods early to cover it and killed the idea because a sudden move like that gets read as desperation and would have cost the entire sales network more than $90 million. So I lay in bed, unable to sleep, with a progress bar at 98.8%. At which point my phone rang, an international number. The chairman of a very large foreign car company wanting to bypass Zhou Jiahao because Mr. Xiao seems not very friendly to us. I dug for the reason, hung up mid-sentence as a negotiating position, and went next door. They had asked to be named as co-developers of the aerodynamic kinetic engine so that the market would accept it more easily, meaning a press conference within a year, and within 3 years, it would be theirs. So Zhou Jiahao had asked whether they were working on a manned rocket. Yes, they said, important participants, and whether they planned to send people to the sun. An assistant nodded, and somebody asked wouldn't they burn up. We'll go at night. He had to hold on to a desk while he told me. The whole meeting room folded, including 2 of their own engineers. Then a system prompt went off in my head, mid-conversation. Ding. Detected that the host group has single-handedly gathered $10 billion in foreign exchange outside China. The system determines that the 5th task is complete. Time since issue: 1 month and 17 days. Completion rate: 135%. The system specially determines that the host has exceeded the requirements and rewards a 35% reduction in the difficulty of the next task. Cumulative task completion: 5 of 10. Would the host like to initiate the 6th system task? Additionally, a special note: if the 6th task fails, the system will automatically downgrade to level 1, upgrade tasks will close permanently, and the daily deconstruction and rebuilding opportunity will be reduced to once per quarter. Please make a choice within 3 minutes. If it exceeds 3 minutes, the system will determine that the host has abandoned the task and will downgrade permanently. I threw my phone into Zhou Jiahao's arms. Handle it, something urgent, don't disturb me, and ran back to my own room and shut the door and shouted at the ceiling. Say it again. I didn't hear it properly. Say the whole thing again. Ding. Detected that the host group has single-handedly gathered. Remaining countdown: 46 seconds. 46 seconds. Never mind what task 6 is. 46 seconds of thinking time on the rest of my life. Accept task. Because of course I did. You don't stop at 5 out of 10. And there is a thing we say in this country that has gotten more people killed and more people rich than any other sentence in the language, which is, you live or you die. So just go for it. Ding. Detected the host's strong willingness to begin the task. I would like to lodge a complaint about the word willingness. 6th system task. When the country rises or falls, every citizen is responsible. Task content: within 1 year, single-handedly assist China in elevating 3 ordinary national defense technologies to first in the world. Difficulty reduced by 35%. 3 technologies automatically reduced to 2. I sat down on the end of the bed, because compared to the previous 5, that is not a task, it's a gift. I was at that moment personally carrying 2 9th-generation fighters, an attack submarine, an attack helicopter, and 11 tons of fusion fuel in a pocket that isn't anywhere. System, this task of yours is genuinely decent. Bring me as many of these as you like. And then I remembered something. Who had transferred $100 million in the middle of the night? It was them. They had wired the money before the contract, on the theory that Chinese people value face, and that once the money was in my account, I'd have to agree for the sake of it. Zhou Jiahao was still on my phone when I came back in. I already said our cooperation is different with every company. Others pay $100 million a year for the license. That doesn't mean you will. My team has already prepared a template specifically for you. 2 points. First, $100 million annually for the license. Second, 45% of the profit on any vehicle using our engine. You may not dismantle the engine. Every unit is bound to a vehicle identification number submitted to us in advance. Pause. Of course, cooperation isn't mandatory. If you don't want to cooperate, we will refund your $100 million to your account within 365 working days. A large enterprise like ours won't covet your small money. I stood in the doorway and did not interrupt, because that is not a housekeeper. That is an executive. We flew home the next morning. I searched all the way to the airport, and there was not one report anywhere about an island, a carrier, or a battle group. Buried, exactly as I'd assumed, because helium-3 cannot see daylight, and the moment it does, that stretch of ocean becomes the most contested water on the planet, which means I can go back. At home, the first thing I did was kiss Tang Ruoxi in front of my mother, who retreated to her bedroom sighing that her son had grown up and never stayed home. Tang Ruoxi swatted my hand away. You're about to be a father and you're still this unsteady. You just got off a plane. Go and change. Don't bring outside germs to the baby. Then I crouched down and kissed her stomach, which was very round by then. Hello, my darling daughter. Did you miss your dad? At the new industrial park, Situ Dong showed me around what had been a hillside 8 months earlier and was now a district. He also complained at length that he'd had to fight to leave me even a hardened floor. According to regulations, no construction traces can be left. None. Those are all connected to classified information. And then he laid out his terms for the fighter jets, and he didn't dress it up. A joint research institute, the state holds control, supervised end-to-end, every day, by their people. It's not that we don't trust you, but you have many people and many eyes. Of course I understood. I don't want my technology in anybody else's hands either, so I went further. Make it a proper military-industrial enterprise, every security post staffed from your side, and I'll reserve all of them for retired soldiers at the highest wages in the industry. He looked at me for a long moment. You think I don't know what you're doing? Stop fooling me with righteous talk. You'd get a whole security department of disciplined, trustworthy people at no political cost, and you'd be secretly delighted. Then he priced it. 5,000 placements a year isn't too much, is it? 5,000? That's nothing. Why don't you just give me 10,000? I said that sarcastically. He nodded thoughtfully. You're right, I was being small-minded. With an industrial zone this size, 10,000 annually then, as you said. We're brothers, you don't need to thank me. And walked past me into the building. You're serious? Do you know how many people are in my park? Am I supposed to feed all of them? Hey, I never said they had to be security. Put them wherever you need people. They're trained, they're disciplined, and there's no problem with any of them. You go and enjoy yourself quietly. A week later, Zhao He held a press conference and announced Zhao Fei Technology, the 5th subsidiary of the group, after Guohe, Tianhe, Zhao He Medicine, and Zhao He Automobile, and a 2-star general in civilian clothes stood on that stage, which told every analyst on Earth, in one photograph, that this was a genuine military-industrial enterprise. Stated purpose: aircraft engines. Foreign experts scoffed publicly. Air power works on the ground. The sky is a completely different problem. Then 1,000 young veterans got off a line of buses in my car park and formed a perfect square without being told to. I laid out the terms from a platform. Permanent from day one, no probation, no less than 15,000 a month take-home, and quarterly rotation between headquarters and the subsidiaries so nobody stays anywhere long enough to be bought. Not one face in that square moved. I knew exactly what they were. Situ Dong's eyes inside my company, and both of us knew it. I took them anyway and have never regretted one. Then Situ Dong called with 30 minutes notice to say the first aircraft was landing on my runway. I gave the order: clear the runway and hangar in 10 minutes. Bird control above, personnel control below. They moved the construction vehicles themselves rather than wait for the drivers, blocked the drivers out when they arrived, and swept the dust off the runway by hand. 9 minutes and 31 seconds. A sharp double-edged sword is a fine thing as long as you keep hold of the hilt. Then, 10 minutes apart, 3 aircraft came down. 3rd generation, 4th, 5th, one of each. And 2 of my new guards turned out to know how to marshal aircraft with batons, which nobody had asked about on the application form. Then I had to explain to a lieutenant colonel why 3 fighter jets were going to produce a helicopter. Wang Bo had the blueprints. He hung up on me mid-call because he was at a critical step, and rang back half an hour later with the first test components. Situ Dong's senior engineers arrived. men old enough to be Wang Bo's uncles, gods in their own fields, and every one of them introduced himself as an apprentice. Then they saw the air intake grill on the nose and recognized it off a car, and the room went quiet because they'd all worked out the same thing at once, an engine that does not care how thin the air is, which means a helicopter that can fly from the foot of Everest to the summit, which means the plateau, which means several things I am not going to write down. Third day, noon. Boss, it's done. I took that call sitting next to Tang Ruoxi at an ultrasound, and she told me to go. It's all right, they can handle it. Everything important to me is right here. The baby was doing well and was extremely active, and the doctor warned us that within a fortnight there might be a small footprint pushing out against her belly, and it was nothing to worry about. I have never looked forward to anything more in my life. We'd already moved the wedding to after the birth, because the whole procession would exhaust her, but we agreed to register the marriage before New Year, so that at least legally, we'd be what we already were. Then I took her out to the park for the air, and she saw it for the first time. At the runway, a crowd of white-haired men grabbed my hands and would not let go, lips trembling, telling me what I had done for the country. The oldest of them was He Yong, chief designer of the National Helicopter Institute, the man behind our attack helicopter, who had insisted on seeing it with his own eyes. He was too excited to wait his turn. He'd flown it himself an hour earlier, far more stable than conventional power, especially in the hover, every reading steady across a continuous hour, and a theoretical endurance of at least 48 hours, an estimate he considered conservative. Then Wang Bo gave us the number that killed the room, 70% match to the blueprint, because no machine tool on Earth can hold the tolerances. The difference is where. At 5 flight hours a day, this engine is scrap in 5 years at most. A normal helicopter lasts over 30. Situ Dong said it out loud so nobody had to pretend. Ultra-precision machine tools, we don't have them, and it isn't just us. Nobody has them except 2 countries. He Yong proposed modularizing the wear parts. Wang Bo told him modularizing is harder than machining them, and announced he would research ultra-precision machine tools himself, in parallel, starting Monday. The technology was sitting on the table in front of them, and their machines could not build it. I have never seen a room full of that many brilliant men look that tired. So I said, if I get you an ultra-precision machine tool, how long would it take you to replicate it? And it wasn't Wang Bo who reacted, it was Situ Dong, and he came off the wall. You can actually get one? I'm not bragging. Bring me one and I'll have a second inside a month. And once it works, I can manufacture at least 1,000 a year. That is not bragging. This country has earned the right to say that sentence. For the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, I'll do my best. Here's how it goes. Within a week, I'll get you 2. One goes to the state, one stays with Zhao He, and I founded Jingzhou Technology on the spot to supply every research company in the group with Wang Bo as its first executive vice president. And old Wang train more people. We have a serious gap in management, which was true. Zhou Jiahao was holding 4 executive posts at once, and the only reason he was still standing was a piece of chewing gum. I did not go quietly. I had Zhao He formally announce that the chairman was flying out to discuss cooperation on parts manufacturing, and the host country went giddy. The famous Zhao He group needs US, which means our companies are a level above theirs. The firm that got the notice publicly declared its technology #1 in the world before I'd even boarded. Our own press didn't report it at all. 3 tickets, me, Wang Bo, and a bodyguard Situ Dong insisted on after Dubai and would not discuss. On the flight, a man in gold-rimmed glasses held the entire first-class cabin, crew included, with a long straight-faced comic lecture, and then stopped dead at the cliffhanger to ask for a glass of water. He turned out to be the author of the web novel I'd been reading, the one I'd tipped 100,000 yuan that morning specifically because he never cuts off a chapter. I patted his shoulder on the way out. Update more often. If you don't, I'll smash you with money. 10 million straight in. He only recognized me from behind, halfway down the air bridge, having performed at that face for 2 hours. The factory visit was a welcome banner, a bow, a translator, and a motorcade, then a fully sealed workshop where a single speck of dust ruins a workpiece, and where I put on a coat and shoe covers like everybody else, and the president pointed proudly at a row of 10 lathes. This is the most advanced lathe in the world. Parts machined on this have almost no gaps at all. Wang Bo touched one of them like a man touching a relic, and I had to lean over and hiss at him. Would you stop looking like you've never seen the world? It's just a machine. I'll buy you 2 later and you can hug them to sleep. He smiled bitterly. If they could be bought, he was thinking, do you think I'd have waited for you? Then I put my palm flat on the machine. System, remember this model. I'll get you 2 machine tools later. Find me 2 of these. It must be exactly the same. The system has entered it into the system library, awaiting extraction at any time. The president watched a young man stand silently with his hand on his equipment, read it as awe, and was extremely pleased. Then I asked to buy 2. He refused with actual violence in his voice. Selling those would end them. They would not be able to stand on their own soil. I laughed and waved him down. You've misunderstood. Not these. I mean ordinary machine tools, the kind that can be exported through the formal procedure. We're friends. How could I put a friend in a difficult position? He was relieved and confused. You don't need to buy exportable machines from me, you can buy those anywhere. And then agreed, because it cost him nothing and it kept the cooperation warm. He made the call in front of me and air freighted them out that night. Wang Bo, oblivious, begged to be allowed to stay a week and reverse engineer the real machines. I pulled him aside and lied to his face. Don't worry, they're quietly selling us too, shipping tonight. Say nothing to anybody. Then I walked out of that boardroom in the middle of their presentation. I do apologize, something urgent at the group requires me to return immediately. We'll have to discuss the cooperation another time, but thank you sincerely for today's hospitality. And the man I had just robbed personally escorted me to the airport, total time in country, arrived after breakfast, left after dinner. In the car, Wang Bo finally said it. Boss, isn't that a bit dishonorable? We got what we needed and just left? And I gave him the answer. Their laboratory has more than 1,000 of our phones in it. Destroyed. Everyone bought specifically to be broken open. They have spent months trying to steal from us, on purpose, with a budget. And the day they succeed, we lose everything we built. So no. Today isn't dishonorable. Today is late. The bodyguard, who had not said one word in 2 days, answered before Wang Bo could. No problem. And Wang Bo, after a moment, honestly, boss, you were too soft. You should have tricked all their machine tools back. Situdong sent a company of men and a container truck to meet the flight at the aircraft itself. The plane was towed into a sealed hangar, cameras rolling, seals applied, nobody within 3 meters of the crates. My instruction, given twice, in the same words, absolutely do not open them. Everything waits until I get back. Past midnight at Zhaofei Workshop Number 1, there were armed men on every door, more than a dozen white-haired researchers who had not gone home, and 2 untouched wooden crates. One old man cut Situdong's introductions off at the second sentence. Xiao Fang, stop with the nonsense, he's not an outsider, open the boxes. I walked up to inspect the packaging and went completely still, which stopped Situdong's heart, because I was talking to the system. Can you deconstruct these into the world's most advanced ultra-precision machine tools, the ones I saw? After system detection, it is possible to rebuild even more advanced machine tools. Does the host wish to proceed? And I said no. Nobody too advanced. Make it exactly like the one I saw, including the text on the housing. It has to make people feel that these are completely their own machines. And don't deconstruct the crates. Put the new machine inside the old box. The machine vanished and reappeared without making one sound. All right, the outer packaging is fine. It can be opened. Camera over here. The unboxing has to be recorded. Pay particular attention to this label position. Beat. Oh, and make sure none of your uniforms appear in the shot. Then I reached for the second crate and got, apologies, host. Today's deconstruction and rebuilding opportunities have been used up. The Dubai trip had burned an entire month's accumulation, every single one. So I covered and told Situdong to focus on the first one and use it as a reference for the second. He gave me a thumbs up and called me thoughtful. They assembled it by feel, without blueprints, while other men checked it against blueprints behind them, and it took until past 3 in the morning. I ordered hot food and a truckload of folding cots because none of them were going home, and it was nearly winter. And then I watched men in their 50s and 60s eat rice squatting in front of a machine tool, watching it while they chewed. At dawn, precision fully within aerospace specification. We don't need to import them anymore. That sentence said out loud in a workshop by a man with gray at his temples is the reason I built any of it. I did the second crate the next morning, and Situdong, who had been going to take one machine away, decided to leave both because the helicopter comes first. The last thing I heard about that trip came from a long way away. A national security team walked into the president's office and asked him who had authorized the export of ultra-precision machine tools, and he could not answer. Because the system rationalizes everything it rebuilds. The paperwork, the crate stencils, the customs entries, and his own memory. As far as every record and every neuron in that building is concerned, he knowingly exported them. He simply could not understand why he had done it. He didn't sign anything. He asked to use the bathroom, and he took a hidden phone in with him, and he left a recording running under the sink. So when the man in the black suit tore up his handwritten statement, flushed it, ordered forged apology letters stamped with his fingerprint, and gloated that there was nothing his own family wanted that they couldn't take, the camera got every word. He was never trying to save himself. He was setting a trap with himself as the bait, and it worked, and their families are still fighting about it. I did not do that to him, but I started it. I want to be honest about that too. 7 days later, Wang Bo called me at 7 in the morning. The first air-powered helicopter was assembled. So, let me tell you where I actually am. 18 months ago, I was 4 days out from an exam that everybody in my life had already decided I was going to fail, standing in a bedroom at 6 in the morning with an empty hand, while my mother explained through a door that she'd settle for any university with a roof on it. And last night, I stood in a workshop at 3 in the morning and watched a dozen men who have spent their entire lives being told to import something, look at a machine and say that we don't have to anymore. That's the whole distance. That's the whole story. Everything in between was chewing gum and porcelain. Old Guo got his 50 billion incidentally. He had written that number into an application a year earlier and never once mentioned it again, and the night it landed he phoned me at midnight to read it out loud. And my father ships the heart pill at cost, exactly as I promised a man who was lying on the ground at the time, and it will still be going out at cost long after I am not here. And the bill came due on a Tuesday, because the quest bar is still there. 2 national defense technologies to world first, inside a year, and I have most of the second one in a pocket that isn't anywhere. That part I can pay. It's the other line that keeps me awake, because the Star Destroyer is 3/10 assembled, and it will keep assembling itself out of whatever I feed it, and the system was extremely clear about the terms. Fusion begins from the master's location. If the master wants it to operate normally, the master must personally go to space. There is no delegating that. I can't send Xiaojihao, I can't send a team. Somewhere up there is a thing being built in my name, out of other people's navies, and the day it's finished, it is going to require me to come and get it. I've got a daughter due in 3 months, a wedding after that, a registry office before New Year, and a thing above all of it, counting upward, that has already worked out it cannot be finished without me. I built every bit of this down here so that nobody would ever again get to tell me where I was going, and the only thing I own that I can't hand to somebody else is a ticket.